The vast expanse of the galaxy stretched out, seemingly endless, a swirling mass of stars, planets, and dark voids. The serene beauty of space was marred by an unsettling feeling that something was wrong. Something was stirring in the shadows of the galaxy, and it was beginning to spread. The peace that had once reigned was slowly starting to unravel, thread by thread far beyond the rim of civilized space. On the edges of forgotten systems, a distress signal began to pulse out into the void. It was a faint call, barely noticeable, against the backdrop of endless cosmic noise, yet its urgency was undeniable. A lone ship, a small transport vessel, had sent out a final cry for help. The transmission was fractured, its message broken into fragments, but the core of it was clear. Something had happened, something catastrophic. The transmission echoed across space, slowly making its way to the nearest listening posts. It was almost like the galaxy had been holding its breath, waiting for a sign. That sign had come, and it was disturbing. The galaxy's turmoil was no longer just a distant worry. It was now at the doorstep, knocking loudly. The ship, known as the Emissary, had been on a routine cargo run when it encountered something unforeseen. A strange, uncharted phenomenon had appeared in its path, something that shouldn't have existed. It wasn't a star, nor was it a planet. It was something entirely foreign. The Emissary's captain, a seasoned spacefarer named Alia Doran, had tried to maneuver around it, but the phenomenon wasn't something that could simply be avoided. As the ship approached, it was pulled in by an invisible force, one that seemed to drain the very life out of the vessel. Systems failed one by one, and the once vibrant ship became a lifeless husk. Drifting helplessly in the vacuum of space, inside the command center, chaos had erupted as the crew fought to maintain control, but it was futile. The strange energy had disrupted everything. The communication systems were the first to go, followed by the ship's engines. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the phenomenon vanished, leaving the ship stranded and broken, unable to send any more transmissions. What was this force? Where had it come from? What was its purpose? These questions lingered in the air as the Emissary drifted into a distant system. Now, a silent ghost ship. Back on the other side of the galaxy, the leadership of the Galactic Council had received the fragmented transmission. Their reaction was swift but measured. The first signs of a larger crisis were now undeniable. For years there had been whispers of unrest, of unknown forces gathering strength in the far corners of space, but those whispers had been dismissed as mere speculation. Now, with the Emissary's last message, those rumors had taken on a new, terrifying form. The council convened immediately, a sense of urgency hanging over the room. High-ranking officials and military leaders gathered in the chamber, their faces grave as they watched the transmission replay again and again. There was no mistaking the fear in the voice of Captain Doran, her final plea for help echoing in their ears. "Send help," the captain had said, her voice trembling. "We're not alone out here. Something is coming." And then, silence. The transmission cut off abruptly. The Galactic Council was left with more questions than answers. Who or what had done this to the Emissary? Was it an isolated incident, or was it the beginning of something far more dangerous? They knew they had to act quickly, but the vastness of space and the uncertainty of the situation made every decision feel like a shot in the dark. Meanwhile, in the depths of the galaxy, a new force was quietly assembling. It had been watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. The ancient, shadowy entity known only as the Nexus had been stirring from its slumber. It was an intelligence older than any known civilization, an ancient force that had existed long before the Galactic Council had ever come to power. The Nexus had been dormant for centuries, but now it was waking up. The Nexus was a force of incredible power, capable of bending the very fabric of space and time. It was not bound by the laws of the galaxy, had no allegiance, no clear goals. Its existence was a riddle, its motives inscrutable. But one thing was certain: the galaxy was about to face something unlike anything it had ever seen. The Emissary was only the first casualty in a much larger game, one that would soon engulf the entire galaxy in conflict. The Nexus's influence was spreading, and its reach was growing. Slowly, it was infiltrating systems, breaking down the barriers between civilizations, and dismantling the structures of power that had kept the peace for so long. The Council, unaware of the true nature of the threat they were facing, scrambled to formulate a response. They sent out ships, deployed military forces, and established defensive measures. But no matter how much they tried, they were always one step behind. The Nexus was moving faster than they could react. Its power was growing. It was becoming clear that the galaxy was on the brink of war. In the midst of this growing crisis, a small group of unlikely heroes began to emerge. These individuals from different walks of life would soon find themselves thrown together in a desperate race against time to uncover the truth behind the Nexus and stop it before it was too late. But the road ahead was uncertain. Not everyone would make it out alive. As the battle for the galaxy's future raged on, alliances would shift, betrayals would unfold, and the fate of entire civilizations would hang in the balance. The question that loomed over everything was simple yet terrifying. Could the galaxy survive the storm that was coming? The opening scene had set the stage. The first signs of conflict had been unveiled, and the galaxy's slow descent into chaos had begun. It was just the beginning, but the winds of war were already beginning to stir. The galaxy, vast and sprawling, had long been a realm of complex political systems, ever-shifting alliances, and deeply embedded social structures. Its history stretched back millennia, shaped by countless civilizations and empires, each leaving their mark on the stars. At the center of this galaxy stood the Galactic Republic, a beacon of democracy, albeit one that had grown weary and corrupt. Over the centuries, while the Republic had once been a symbol of peace, its decline was marked by inefficiency, political infighting, and a growing distrust of its leadership. It was in this decaying system that tensions began to rise, setting the stage for a series of galactic conflicts that would alter the course of history. Politically, the galaxy had become a vast, interconnected network of planets and systems, each with its own interests and agendas. The Galactic Senate, which represented the various sectors, had once functioned as a model of representative government. However, over time, it had become an arena for powerful politicians who sought personal gain rather than the collective good. The influence of corporate interests, military powers, and special interest groups had steadily eroded the ideals of the Republic, turning it into a bloated bureaucracy that struggled to maintain control over the far-flung systems. This was especially evident in the Outer Rim territories, where lawlessness, smuggling, and the rise of crime syndicates were commonplace. The Republic's downfall began with the onset of the Clone Wars, the devastating conflict between the Republic and the Separatists, a faction of star systems that sought to break away. The war was sparked by political disagreements over the Republic's centralization of power, with many systems believing that the central government had grown too powerful and too corrupt. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku and backed by the droid armies of the Trade Federation, waged war against the Republic in an effort to secure more autonomy for the Outer Rim and other sectors. The Republic, led by Chancellor Palpatine, responded by raising a clone army bred for war. To combat the Separatist forces, the war, which raged for years, was devastating. It caused untold destruction across the galaxy and drew in countless star systems. However, it was not just a battle of armies, it was also a battle for the future of the galaxy itself. The Separatists, with their droid armies and battle fleets, were a significant threat. But the Republic had the advantage of a unified central government and a standing army of clones bred for war. Amid this conflict, the Jedi Order, defenders of peace and justice, found themselves drawn into the heart of the war, fighting to protect the Republic and its ideals. Yet, as the war went on, the Jedi began to question their role in the conflict. Were they truly fighting for peace, or were they being used as tools in a political game they did not fully understand? The Clone Wars also marked the rise of the Sith, a dark order of Force users who sought to destroy the Jedi and seize control of the galaxy. The Sith had been in hiding for centuries, but with the rise of Emperor Palpatine, their influence began to grow. Palpatine, who had been elected Chancellor during the Republic's time of crisis, secretly manipulated the events of the war to further his own rise to power. By the time the Clone Wars reached their climax, Palpatine had turned the Republic into a dictatorship, with himself as its emperor. The war ended with the fall of the Republic, the disbanding of the Jedi Order, and the rise of the Galactic Empire. The social landscape of the galaxy had been just as affected by these political upheavals. The wars and subsequent rise of the Empire created a deep divide between the core worlds, which had benefited from the stability of the Republic, and the Outer Rim, which had long struggled with lawlessness and an absence of strong governance. The citizens of the core worlds, particularly those in the Inner Rim, had grown accustomed to the luxury and peace that the Republic had provided. They were used to living in comfort, with high-tech cities, vast trade networks, a sense of security that now seemed lost forever. These areas had a large middle class, educated and connected, and often had political sway in the Senate. In contrast, the Outer Rim territories had long been neglected by the central government. These areas, which included planets like Tatooine and Hoth, were underdeveloped and often lawless. Pirates, smugglers, and other criminal groups thrived in these regions. The common people were left to fend for themselves. Without a strong central government to maintain order, many systems in the Outer Rim had grown to resent the Republic's attempts to control them. The rise of the Empire did little to improve life for these people, and in many cases it made things worse. The Empire's iron-fisted rule over the galaxy crushed the hopes of the marginalized and the oppressed. And the people of the Outer Rim felt abandoned and betrayed. The Jedi, once revered as guardians of peace, now found themselves hunted. Emperor Palpatine's rise to power came at a great cost to the Jedi Order. In the final days of the Clone Wars, he executed Order 66, which led to the mass slaughter of Jedi across the galaxy. The Jedi, who had once been the protectors of peace and justice, were now seen as enemies of the Empire. Those who survived went into hiding, scattered across the galaxy. They were forced to live in the shadows, hiding from the Empire's ever-watchful eyes. The cultural state of the galaxy had also undergone profound changes. Under the rule of the Galactic Empire, many cultures and traditions were either destroyed or suppressed. The Empire sought to eliminate anything that did not conform to its vision of order and control. Indigenous species, especially those from the Outer Rim, were either enslaved or wiped out, and their histories erased. The Empire's iron grip extended to every facet of life, from the media to education and even to religion. The Emperor, seeking to ensure that his reign would be unchallenged, made sure that no alternative ideologies could thrive. Those who resisted or opposed the Empire were crushed, and the Empire's vision of the galaxy as a unified, homogeneous entity was enforced. Despite these efforts, pockets of resistance began to form. Small groups of freedom fighters, former Republic soldiers, and those who simply refused to bow to the Empire's rule started to push back. They fought from the shadows, conducting raids, sabotaging Imperial operations, and rallying support from the oppressed populations. Among these resistance groups was the Rebel Alliance, which formed in direct opposition to the Empire. The Alliance's ultimate goal was clear: to restore the Republic and defeat the Empire once and for all. However, even as the Rebel Alliance gathered strength, the Empire seemed unstoppable. With its vast fleet of Star Destroyers, its powerful weapons like the Death Star, and its stranglehold on the galaxy's major trade routes, it appeared that the Empire's reign would last for eternity. Yet, as history has shown, the tides of fate are never as predictable as they seem. The story of the galaxy was far from over, and the fate of its inhabitants, both great and small, would soon be altered by the rise of new heroes and villains. The historical context had set the stage for a galaxy in turmoil, shifting power dynamics, cultural divisions, and political intrigue. The Republic had fallen, the Jedi had been hunted, and the Empire had assumed control. But the story was far from finished. The galaxy was a powder keg, waiting for the right spark to ignite the flames of revolution and restore balance. In the galaxy's ever-shifting landscape of political turmoil and warfare, several key characters emerge whose actions will shape the course of events. These characters come from various backgrounds, each with their own motivations, strengths, weaknesses, and personal stakes that will drive them through the conflict ahead. 1. Captain Elia Doran. Captain Elia Doran is the leader of the Emissary, a transport ship caught in the midst of the galaxy's growing crisis. A seasoned pilot and experienced leader, Elia has always prided herself on her ability to remain calm under pressure. She's driven by a deep sense of responsibility toward her crew, and she feels personally accountable for their safety and well-being. Elia's strength lies in her tactical mind and her unwavering commitment to completing her missions, no matter the odds. However, her dedication to her crew can also be a weakness, as she often puts others' needs ahead of her own. This sometimes leads her to make decisions that put her at risk or place her in difficult situations. Elia's personal stakes are tied to her loyalty to her crew and her desire to uncover the truth behind the mysterious force that has crippled her ship, too. Chancellor Palpatine. The rise of Chancellor Palpatine is one of the most pivotal moments in the galaxy's history. Once a skilled politician, Palpatine's true ambitions have always been hidden behind the guise of a leader seeking peace and stability. Over time, his manipulative nature has allowed him to consolidate power and steer the Republic into chaos. What drives Palpatine is an insatiable thirst for control. He believes that only through his rule can the galaxy be unified. Though his methods often involve deceit, manipulation, and the destruction of anyone who stands in his way, his greatest strength is his ability to control others with words, using rhetoric to sway even the most powerful individuals. However, his weakness is his overconfidence. Believing that he is untouchable, he underestimates the potential for rebellion and the rise of a new resistance. His personal stake is simple: maintaining his rule and eradicating anyone who threatens his control over the galaxy. 3. Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi is one of the few Jedi who survived the Jedi Purge, known as Order 66, and is now in hiding. Once a respected member of the Jedi Council, Obi-Wan has witnessed the fall of the Republic and the rise of the Empire. His motivation is rooted in a deep desire to protect what's left of the Jedi Order and to safeguard the future of the galaxy. Obi-Wan's strength lies in his wisdom, his deep connection to the Force, and his unwavering moral compass. He remains dedicated to the ideals of peace and justice, even in the face of overwhelming odds. However, his greatest weakness is his sense of guilt. He carries the weight of his failure to prevent Anakin Skywalker's fall to the dark side, which sometimes clouds his judgment. Obi-Wan's personal stakes are high. He is not only fighting to survive, but also hoping to restore the Jedi Order and the ideals it once upheld. For Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker, once a promising Jedi Knight, has now fallen to the dark side and taken the name Darth Vader. His transformation from a heroic figure into the galaxy's greatest villain is one of tragedy and loss. Anakin is driven by a fear of losing those he loves, particularly his wife Padme Amidala. This fear leads him to make dangerous decisions and ultimately fall under the sway of the Sith. His strength lies in his incredible skills as a pilot and his mastery of the Force. However, his weakness is his emotional instability. He is often torn between his desire to protect his loved ones and his growing allegiance to the dark side. His personal stakes are deeply tied to his redemption, or rather his belief that there is no way back from his choices. Anakin's journey is one of internal conflict, as he grapples with the choices that led him to become Darth Vader. 5. Princess Leia Organa. Leia Organa, the daughter of the former senator and Queen of Alderaan, is a key figure in the growing rebellion against the Empire. Born into privilege, Leia's strong sense of justice and loyalty to her people drives her to take a stand against the Empire's oppressive rule. She is not only a skilled diplomat, but also an adept leader, capable of rallying others to her cause. Her strength lies in her leadership skills, her intelligence, and her determination to fight for the greater good. However, her stubbornness and unwillingness to trust others can sometimes put her in difficult situations. Leia's personal stakes Arhaishi is fighting not only for the freedom of the galaxy, but also for the survival of her family, her people, and the future of Alderaan. 6. Han Solo. Han Solo is a roguish smuggler with a knack for getting out of sticky situations. He initially gets involved with the rebellion out of a desire for profit, but over time he develops a deep loyalty to Leia and the cause they're fighting for. Han's strength lies in his charisma, quick thinking, and sharpshooting skills. He is resourceful and often acts as the wild card in situations where planning alone isn't enough. However, his greatest weakness is his tendency to act impulsively, and his reluctance to commit to a cause unless it directly benefits him. Han's personal stakes are tied to his growing affection for Leia and his desire to find a purpose beyond just surviving. Though he starts as a self-interested smuggler, he gradually becomes a hero, willing to risk everything for the galaxy's future. 7. Lando Calrissian. Lando Calrissian is a gambler, entrepreneur, and former owner of the Millennium Falcon. Known for his charm and his ability to talk his way out of trouble, Lando is a skilled negotiator with a knack for getting things done, though often through unorthodox methods. His strength lies in his cunning and his ability to navigate both political and criminal worlds. However, Lando's greatest weakness is his tendency to prioritize his own interests. His motivations are often driven by self-preservation or profit. Although he eventually develops a sense of loyalty to his friends and the rebellion, Lando's personal stakes evolve as he becomes more involved in the fight against the Empire, ultimately risking everything for the cause of freedom. These characters are the core of the galaxy's struggle. Each one brings their own strengths and weaknesses to the table, and their personal stakes are what will drive them through the conflict that is soon to unfold. Whether it's the responsibility of leadership, the weight of past failures, or the desire to protect loved ones, each character's motivations will shape their actions and decisions throughout the story. Their fates are intertwined with the fate of the galaxy itself. How they navigate the challenges ahead will determine not only their own survival, but also the future of the galaxy. Before the galaxy was thrown into chaos, there were moments of calm, times when the vast expanse of space seemed to breathe in peaceful silence. The people of the galaxy went about their daily lives, unaware of the storm that was quietly brewing on the horizon. In the heart of the galaxy, on the bustling streets of Coruscant, the capital of the Republic, life continued as it always had. The towering skyscrapers and endless streams of traffic painted a picture of a world that had yet to experience the horrors of war. Senators walked through the halls of the Galactic Senate, debating policy, crafting laws, and engaging in the endless dance of politics that seemed to define the daily rhythm of the Republic. The hustle of the city, with its bright lights and busy citizens, made it easy to forget that the very foundations of the galaxy were slowly beginning to crack. Captain Alia Doran, aboard the emissary, found herself momentarily at peace as her ship glided through the stars. Her crew had just completed a successful mission, delivering supplies to a distant system. The journey had been uneventful, and for once, Alia allowed herself to relax. She took time to check in with her crew, ensuring everyone was well rested and ready for the next leg of their journey. Her relationship with her crew was one of mutual respect, and in this moment of calm, there was a sense of unity and camaraderie that made the impending storm seem far away. Alia often found solace in these quiet moments, where the universe felt manageable and the future seemed uncertain but within reach. On the distant planet of Alderaan, Princess Leia Organa took part in the day-to-day affairs of her people. The planet, known for its beauty and prosperity, was a beacon of hope in the galaxy. Leia worked tirelessly alongside her advisors, focusing on diplomacy, peace, and the continued prosperity of her people. She attended meetings with various factions, ensuring that Alderaan maintained its position as a neutral force in galactic politics. Though Leia had long been aware of the undercurrents of unrest bubbling beneath the surface of the Republic, she chose to focus on what she could control: her people's well-being and the stability of her planet. She found herself enjoying rare moments of peace, where she could reflect on her work and her family. Yet, even in these moments, A part of her couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that the calm could not last forever. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the galaxy, Han Solo and Chewbacca were busy with their usual smuggling runs. For Han, life had always been about survival. He made his way through the galaxy, working with various clients and always on the lookout for the next job, though Han had grown accustomed to living on the edge, free from the responsibilities of the larger political struggles of the galaxy. There were moments of peace when he could simply enjoy the thrill of the journey. Han and Chewie spent their downtime tinkering with the Millennium Falcon, making small repairs and upgrading the ship's systems. For Han, these moments represented a fleeting sense of normalcy, a brief escape from the turmoil that he knew would eventually catch up to him. Despite his outward confidence and smuggler's bravado, he couldn't fully ignore the larger political movements happening around him. Obi-Wan Kenobi, now in exile, spent his days in quiet meditation on the barren desert planet of Tatooine. Life had become simpler for the former Jedi Knight. He lived in solitude, far from the hustle and bustle of the galaxy, far from the wars and conflicts that had once consumed him. His days were spent in contemplation, observing the local Tusken raider tribes and the moisture farmers who struggled to survive on the harsh desert world. Obi-Wan knew that the peace he had found was fragile. He watched over Luke Skywalker, the son of his fallen comrade Anakin, and kept a careful distance from the outside world. The Jedi Order was no more, and the galaxy had moved on without them. Yet Obi-Wan remained ever vigilant, knowing that the calm would not last forever. The shadows of the past lingered, and the storm that he had once hoped to avoid was drawing nearer. For Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, the calm before the storm was a memory. He had fully embraced his new identity, and his days were filled with the grim tasks of maintaining order in the galaxy. But even as he commanded the Empire's forces, his mind often wandered back to the days before his fall. The warmth of his love for Padma, the brotherhood he once shared with Obi-Wan, and the hope for a better future were all distant memories. Now, his only purpose was to serve the Emperor, to crush the remnants of the Jedi, and to assert the Empire's dominance. Yet, there were moments when Anakin wondered if he had made the right choice. Peace he had once known, the love he had once shared seemed so far out of reach, like a dream that could never be realized. As the galaxy continued its routine, unaware of the looming danger, each of these key figures found themselves in a fragile state of peace. They were all, in their own way, caught in a delicate balance between their duties, their personal desires, and the looming threat that they couldn't escape. The galaxy may have seemed calm, but beneath the surface, the forces of change were stirring. The galaxy's status quo was on the brink of collapse, and soon the calm would be shattered, leaving nothing but the chaos of conflict in its wake. The characters, each in their own way, were about to be drawn into a struggle that would reshape the galaxy forever. The storm was coming, and it was only a matter of time before it broke. The galaxy had long been a place of political games, power struggles, and uneasy alliances, but there was an undeniable shift in the air. It started slowly, like a ripple in a calm pond, but over time it grew. Whispers of unrest began to spread, quiet murmurs that something was changing in the far corners of the galaxy. On the surface, the galaxy appeared stable, but the first signs of turbulence were unmistakable. In the heart of the galaxy, on Coruscant, the capital of the Republic, there was an increasing sense of discontent. The Senate, once a powerful body that represented the interests of the galaxy's people, had become a place where political maneuvering and corruption ruled the day. Senators were more interested in securing power for themselves and their home systems than in addressing the needs of the galaxy as a whole. The once idealistic vision of the Republic had begun to crumble under the weight of bureaucracy and greed. The public, particularly those living on the Outer Rim, began to feel the consequences. They had long been neglected by the Republic's central government, and now their frustrations were beginning to boil over. For years, there had been rumors that some systems were considering breaking away from the Republic. The idea of a separatist movement had been dismissed by many as nothing more than idle chatter. But now, those whispers were gaining momentum. The Separatist Alliance, led by Count Dooku, began to attract support from various systems who felt that the Republic had failed them. These systems, many of them from the Outer Rim, were tired of paying taxes and adhering to laws that benefited the core worlds more than their own. The discontent was real, and it was starting to turn into something more serious. Count Dooku, a former Jedi, was no stranger to the political unrest brewing in the galaxy. He had long believed that the Republic was corrupt and that a new order was needed. His involvement in the separatist movement was driven by a deep desire to create a galaxy where systems could govern themselves without interference from a failing central government. But Dooku was not alone in his vision. The separatists quickly gained the backing of powerful corporations and military leaders, all of whom saw an opportunity to reshape the galaxy in their favor. As the movement grew, so did the tensions between the separatists and the Republic. What had once been a distant idea was beginning to take shape as a real threat to the Republic's stability. Across the galaxy, in the far reaches of the Outer Rim, the first signs of a larger shift were being felt. On planets like Tatooine and Naboo, there were growing signs of unrest among the people. Crime syndicates and smugglers had long thrived in the lawless regions of the galaxy, but now, even those groups were feeling the pressure of change. The criminal underworld, once a separate entity from the Republic's governance, began to feel the pull of the larger conflict. The black market flourished as more and more people sought to protect themselves from the growing instability. This rise in criminal activity was seen as both a symptom and a cause of the larger unrest. At the same time, those in power, particularly the leaders of the Republic, were beginning to notice the cracks in the system. Chancellor Palpatine, once a figure of stability, began to tighten his grip on the galaxy. While the people of the Republic were largely unaware of the true extent of his ambitions, his actions were becoming more forceful. He saw the rising tide of unrest as a threat to his rule and began to take steps to strengthen his control. He used the separatist threat to justify the creation of a standing army, something that had once been considered unconstitutional. Palpatine's influence over the Senate grew, and his policies began to shift the balance of power in the galaxy. Within the Jedi Order, there was also a growing sense of unease. The Jedi, who had long served as peacekeepers and guardians of the Republic, were increasingly drawn into the political struggles of the galaxy. Their role had always been to maintain peace, but now they found themselves caught in the middle of a brewing war. The Jedi Council, led by Master Yoda and other senior members, was divided on how to respond to the growing threat. Some felt that the Republic's decline could be salvaged with the right leadership, while others believed that the galaxy needed a radical change. The Jedi were divided, uncertain of how to navigate the shifting tides of the galaxy. Meanwhile, Anakin Skywalker, a young Jedi Knight, was struggling with his own inner turmoil. He had grown up in the harsh conditions of Tatooine, and his rise through the ranks of the Jedi Order had been swift. Anakin was a skilled warrior, gifted with an incredible connection to the Force, but he was also impulsive and emotional. His attachment to Padme Amidala, a senator from Naboo, was something that conflicted with the Jedi Code, which forbade attachments. But for Anakin, Padme represented something more, something that filled the void left by the loss of his mother. His feelings for her and his growing fear of losing her were beginning to cloud his judgment. The internal struggle Anakin faced would play a crucial role in the changes that were to come, as tensions between the Separatists and the Republic began to rise. The galaxy seemed to be on the brink of war. The first signs of this conflict were subtle, hidden beneath the surface, but they were there. The growing unrest in the Outer Rim, the political maneuvering in the Senate, the increasing power of Chancellor Palpatine. All of these were signs that the galaxy was on the edge of something far greater than anyone could imagine. These small events, while seemingly isolated, were adding up, building a foundation for a larger conflict that would soon engulf the entire galaxy. The first signs of change were clear. The galaxy was no longer the stable, orderly place it once was. Political ideologies were shifting, alliances were breaking down, and the people of the galaxy were beginning to lose faith in their leaders. In the shadows, groups like the Separatists were growing stronger, while those loyal to the Republic prepared for what was to come. The storm was coming, and the galaxy would never be the same again. These early signs were only the beginning. but they would prove to be the tipping point in a conflict that would define the future of the galaxy, as the galaxy's political system faltered and divisions grew. New leaders and factions began to emerge, each with their own ambitions and goals. These leaders were not part of the established order, but their ideas, actions, motivations would challenge the status quo and pave the way for the conflict that was about to unfold. Some sought to change the galaxy for the better, while others were driven by a desire for power and control. What all these leaders shared was a determination to reshape the galaxy and challenge the existing powers that had long held authority. These rising factions and leaders would play a crucial role in the coming conflict, each one striving to assert its influence in a galaxy that was increasingly divided and unstable. One of the most significant factions to rise during this time was the Separatists, a group of star systems that sought to break away from the Galactic Republic. The Separatists were led by Count Dooku, a former Jedi Knight turned Sith Lord, whose views about the Republic had been shaped by years of frustration and disillusionment. Dooku believed that the Republic had become too corrupt, too bureaucratic, and too focused on maintaining the status quo rather than addressing the needs of the galaxy's diverse systems. He saw the Republic as a failing institution that no longer served the best interests of its people. Dooku's ambition was clear. He wanted to create a new order, one in which systems would have the autonomy to govern themselves without interference from Coruscant and the central government. Under his leadership, the Separatist alliance began to attract support from many systems, especially those in the Outer Rim, who felt neglected by the Republic. These systems had long struggled with crime, poverty, and a lack of resources, and they believed that the Republic's failure to address their needs left them with no choice but to fight for independence. The Separatists were not just a political movement, they were a military force. Dooku had secured the backing of powerful corporations and military leaders, including the Trade Federation, which provided the resources and the droid armies needed to wage war against the Republic. While the Separatists claimed they were fighting for freedom and justice, their methods were often ruthless, using their powerful fleets and armies to intimidate and coerce systems. Into joining their cause, Dooku's ultimate goal was not only to break the Republic apart, but also to destroy the Jedi Order. He saw the Jedi as obstacles to his vision of a new galaxy. His leadership of the Separatists, backed by the Sith, was a dangerous combination that would bring about the first steps toward galactic conflict, while the Separatists rose to challenge the Republic. The current leader of the galaxy, Chancellor Palpatine, was quietly consolidating his own power. Palpatine had always been a skilled politician, but now, in the face of the growing Separatist threat, he began to take more extreme measures. Although he presented himself as a defender of peace and democracy, his true intentions were far darker. Palpatine's rise was built on his ability to manipulate both the political system and public opinion. He used the Separatist threat to justify his actions, pushing for emergency powers and a stronger central government. He argued that the Republic needed to strengthen its military in order to protect itself from the growing danger posed by the Separatists. Palpatine's speeches were full of promises of unity, safety, and stability, but behind closed doors, he was working to dismantle the very system he claimed to protect. Palpatine's real ambition was not just to win the war against the Separatists, but to transform the Republic into an empire with himself as its supreme ruler. By positioning himself as the protector of the galaxy, he slowly began to erode the democratic principles that had once been at the heart of the Republic. He used fear and manipulation to persuade the Senate to grant him more power. And over time, he turned the Republic into a dictatorship. Under his rule, the Jedi Order was seen as an enemy to be eradicated, and the galaxy was slowly shaped into an empire. With Palpatine as its unquestioned leader, in contrast to the Separatists and Palpatine's growing power, the Jedi Order found itself in a difficult position. The Jedi had always been seen as guardians of peace and justice, sworn to protect the galaxy from threats. But as the Republic became more divided and the threat of war grew, the Jedi's role was called into question. They had long been tied to the Republic, serving as peacekeepers, diplomats, and soldiers. But with the rise of the Separatists, and the increasing centralization of power under Palpatine, the Jedi faced a choice. Should they remain loyal to the Republic, or should they stand against the growing tyranny? Led by Jedi Master Yoda, the Jedi Council was divided. Some members, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, believed that the Republic still had the potential for good, and that the Jedi's duty was to protect it. Others, like Mace Windu, saw the growing concentration of power in Palpatine's hands as a threat to the Republic's very existence. The Jedi were caught between their duty to serve the Republic and their growing suspicion that the Republic itself was being corrupted from within. As tensions grew, the Jedi faced an internal struggle. Should they take up arms against the Separatists in defense of the Republic, or should they find a way to stop the rising power of Palpatine? Their mission was clear: to protect peace and balance in the galaxy. But with the rise of new factions and the manipulation of political power, the Jedi were finding it increasingly difficult to see the path forward amidst the growing conflict. A new faction began to take shape: the Rebellion. Though still a small, scattered group, the Rebellion was made up of individuals who had grown disillusioned with both the Separatists and the Republic. These people, from various backgrounds, shared a common goal: to restore freedom to the galaxy and fight against the oppressive forces that sought to dominate it. Princess Leia Organa, a key leader of the rebellion, emerged as one of the strongest voices of resistance. As a senator from Alderaan, she had long been a vocal critic of the Republic's failure to address the needs of the galaxy's citizens. But as the Republic descended into corruption and chaos, Leia realized that the only way to truly make a difference was to stand against the growing power of Palpatine and the Separatists. She began to rally support, forming alliances with those who believed in a different future for the galaxy. The rebellion was not a well-organized military force. At first, instead, it was a group of rebels, freedom fighters, and exiled leaders, all united by their desire to fight for a better future. They operated in secrecy, conducting small-scale attacks and sabotage against both the Separatists and the Republic. But as the conflict escalated, the rebellion began to grow, drawing more and more systems to its cause. The seeds of resistance were being planted, and in time, they would bloom into a powerful force that would challenge the Empire. The galaxy was no longer a place of simple divisions between the Republic and the Separatists. New factions, driven by personal ambitions and a desire for power, were beginning to emerge. The criminal underworld, once a hidden force, began to play a more open role in the conflict. Syndicates and warlords seized the opportunity to strengthen their positions, taking advantage of the growing instability to expand their reach. These groups, often ruthless and self-interested, would become players in the larger conflict, further complicating the galaxy's struggle for control. As these new factions and leaders rose to prominence, the galaxy found itself on the edge of a major transformation. The old order was breaking down, and the lines between friend and foe were becoming increasingly blurred. The rise of new leaders, from Count Dooku to Leia Organa, from Chancellor Palpatine to the criminal underworld, signaled the beginning of a new era, one in which power would shift, allegiances would change, and the fate of the galaxy would be decided by those bold enough to seize it. As the galaxy's political landscape shifted, tensions began to escalate between the various factions. What had once been whispers of discontent and subtle movements became the first major confrontations that would spark the larger conflict. The galaxy, already divided, was now on the brink of war, and it was clear that the struggles between the different factions were only going to intensify. The initial conflicts were not only battles between armies, but also personal confrontations, where ideals, loyalties, and ambitions collided. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, were growing more confident in their cause. They had gathered support from numerous systems, especially those in the Outer Rim, who had long felt neglected by the Republic. These systems, now seeing the Separatists as a chance for autonomy, were willing to take drastic steps. The Separatists began to form their own military forces, primarily using battle droids and other mechanical armies that were more affordable and easier to maintain than traditional forces. The Republic, under the leadership of Chancellor Palpatine, responded by building its own army, including the creation of the Clone Army, bred specifically for war. The first major confrontation between these two factions was not a large-scale battle, but rather a series of skirmishes that revealed how deep the divisions had become. In the Outer Rim, the Separatists had seized control of several key planets, and the Republic began to respond by sending its newly formed clone armies to these regions. First, these encounters were relatively small, with droid armies clashing against the Republic's clone soldiers, but each battle, no matter how small, pushed the galaxy closer to full-scale war. One of the first significant conflicts was the Battle of Geonosis, where the Separatists launched an attack on a Republic facility. The Republic responded by sending their newly created clone army to defend the facility. The battle on Geonosis was chaotic, with both sides suffering heavy losses. The Republic's forces, although well-trained and coordinated, were still inexperienced in large-scale warfare. The Separatists, with their seemingly endless supply of droids, outnumbered the Republic's forces and were able to launch devastating attacks. However, the Republic had something that the Separatists did not: leadership. Jedi Knights, who had long served as peacekeepers, now led the clone soldiers into battle. These Jedi, including Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and others, proved to be skilled commanders and fighters, helping the clones gain the upper hand despite the overwhelming numbers of the droid forces. The Battle of Geonosis was significant. For more than just its military consequences, it marked the beginning of a full-scale war between the Republic and the Separatists. The Republic was now fully committed to fighting the Separatists, and the Jedi were drawn into the conflict in ways they had never expected. While the Jedi had been trained to protect peace, not to wage war, they found themselves at the front lines, leading armies into battle and making difficult decisions. This conflict would change the Jedi forever, forcing them to confront their place in a galaxy that was falling apart. The battle on Geonosis also marked a turning point for Anakin Skywalker. As a young Jedi Knight, Anakin was eager to prove himself, but the war brought out his impulsive nature. His desire for glory and recognition sometimes clouded his judgment, and during the battle, he made decisions that put both his life and the lives of his fellow soldiers at risk. His relationship with Obi-Wan Kenobi, his mentor, became strained during the battle. As Obi-Wan sought to temper Anakin's impulsiveness while trying to maintain control over the situation, the battle left Anakin with a sense of invincibility, one that would come to haunt him later as the war deepened and his connection to the dark side of the Force grew stronger. Meanwhile, on the political side of the conflict, Chancellor Palpatine used the escalating situation to further consolidate his power. The growing threat from the Separatists allowed him to argue for more control. Soon, he was given emergency powers by the Senate. Palpatine justified these powers by claiming that the Republic needed a strong central authority to deal with the Separatists and their military might. However, this was also a step toward his ultimate goal of transforming the Republic into an empire with himself at the helm. The Senate, now in the midst of the crisis, was reluctant to oppose him, believing that Palpatine was the only leader capable of defending the galaxy. As the war continued, Palpatine's influence grew stronger, and he manipulated the situation to weaken the very institutions that were meant to keep him in check. The first confrontations were not just military battles. They were also struggles of ideals and control. On one side, the Separatists fought for independence, hoping to free themselves from the corrupt grip of the Republic. On the other side, the Republic sought to preserve unity and order, even if it meant sacrificing its core values. Both sides believed they were fighting for a just cause, and as the conflict escalated, each side became more entrenched in its beliefs. The Jedi Order, once guardians of peace, found themselves caught in the middle. Their duty was to protect the galaxy and ensure peace, but now they were generals in a war that seemed to have no end. As the initial conflicts unfolded, some Jedi began to question their role in the war. Were they fighting for peace, or were they simply pawns in a larger political game? The war brought these questions to the forefront, and as the battles grew more intense, The Jedi were forced to confront the ethical dilemmas that came with being part of such a large-scale conflict, the Clone Wars. As the conflict came to be, known were not just battles between armies. They were a test of the galaxy's values. The growing power of the Separatists and the increasing militarization of the Republic marked a fundamental shift in the galaxy's political structure. As the war raged on, the boundaries between right and wrong, good and evil, became blurred. The initial conflicts were just the beginning of a much larger struggle, one that would determine the fate of the galaxy. As the war progressed, more and more systems pledged their allegiance to the Separatists, and the Republic's military grew ever stronger. The Republic was now fully involved in the war, and the Jedi, once peacekeepers, became leaders of the Republic's armies. The early battles set the stage for a galaxy-wide conflict that would reshape the fate of the galaxy. With each confrontation, the stakes grew higher, and the lines between friend and foe became harder to distinguish. The initial conflicts had ignited a fire that could not be put out. What started as a few skirmishes and political disagreements had blossomed into a full-scale war. The galaxy was divided, and the factions at war were no longer just fighting for territory, they were fighting for control of the galaxy itself. Each battle, each conflict, pushed the galaxy closer to the edge. And as the war grew more intense, the actions of the key players' leaders like Count Dooku, Chancellor Palpatine, and the Jedi would determine the outcome of the struggle. The galaxy would never be the same again. The first confrontations had set the stage for the larger war that was soon to engulf everyone. As the galaxy plunges into conflict, the characters at the center of this struggle are not just fighting. On the outside, they are also grappling with internal battles. These characters are torn between their desires, fears, doubts, and sense of duty. As the pressure of war and political manipulation mounts, their internal struggles become more complex. What drives them is not just a sense of justice or loyalty, but also their personal emotions, motivations, and the heavy weight of their decisions. Anakin Skywalker is one of the most complex characters in the galaxy. On the surface, he is a skilled Jedi Knight with a great future ahead of him. But beneath that, he is a man filled with deep emotional conflict. Anakin's motivations are driven by his fear of loss. Having been separated from his mother at a young age and unable to save her from death, he carries the fear of losing those he loves. His attachment to Padma Amidala is one of the central driving forces in his life, and he is consumed with the need to protect her from harm. This fear of loss makes him vulnerable to manipulation, especially by those who promise power, or the ability to control his future. Anakin's internal struggle grows stronger as the conflict intensifies. He is deeply torn between his loyalty to the Jedi Order, his relationship with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and his growing desire for more power to control his destiny. He becomes increasingly frustrated by the Jedi's inability to understand his emotional needs, and the more he is pushed into situations of war, the more his fears consume him. Anakin's internal conflict is not just about his duty, but about whether he can protect the people he loves without losing himself in the process. This fear of failure, coupled with his need for control, gradually pulls him toward the dark side, where he believes he can stop the pain he feels inside. Obi-Wan Kenobi, once a calm and wise Jedi Knight, finds himself struggling with his own fears and doubts. As a mentor to Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan feels personally responsible for his student's fall to the dark side. Obi-Wan's greatest fear is losing Anakin, but his internal struggle is about how to balance the Jedi Code with his personal attachment to his friend. He wants to help Anakin, but his teachings and the very principles of the Jedi Order restrict him from fully reaching out. Obi-Wan's loyalty to the Jedi Council and his commitment to their ways clash with his deep love for Anakin, whom he regards almost like a brother as the war rages on. Obi-Wan faces the daunting task of leading the Republic's forces while grappling with the realization that he may not be able to save Anakin from himself. His internal battle becomes a reflection of his loyalty to the Jedi Order and his growing sense of guilt. He knows that if he allows his personal feelings to cloud his judgment, it could cost him everything. Obi-Wan is a man of duty, but that Duty is constantly at odds with his emotions, making him one of the most conflicted characters in the galaxy. Leia Organa Princess Leia Organa is a strong and determined leader. But she too carries her own internal conflicts. Her loyalty to the rebellion and her desire to protect her home planet Alderaan are central to her motivations. However, Leia also feels the weight of her responsibilities as a leader. She constantly grapples with the balance between being a politician and being a person. Her role in the rebellion requires her to make difficult decisions that sometimes mean sacrificing her own desires for the greater good. Leia's internal struggle is also rooted in her sense of identity. As the adopted daughter of the royal family of Alderaan, she was raised to believe in the ideals of peace and justice. However, as the galaxy becomes more divided, she is forced to confront the harsh realities of war. Growing fear of what will happen to her planet, her people, and the galaxy as a whole pushes her to take on a leadership role in the rebellion. But even with her confidence and determination, Leia struggles with doubts about her ability to lead others through such a challenging time. Her motivation to save the galaxy is strong, but the personal cost weighs heavily on her heart. She is constantly torn between her duty as a leader and her desire for a normal life. Chancellor Palpatine. Chancellor Palpatine, though outwardly calm and confident, is driven by a thirst for power and control. His manipulation of the galaxy's political system is a calculated move, but it comes from a place of deep insecurity. Palpatine's ambition is rooted in his belief that the galaxy needs a strong, unified ruler, someone who can bring order and stability to a broken system. However, his fear of losing control is what ultimately drives him to become a Sith Lord. He knows that the galaxy's leaders are divided and weak, and he uses this to his advantage. At his core, Palpatine's internal conflict is about fear of being overthrown, fear of his own weaknesses, and fear of the chaos he sees in the galaxy. He believes that only he can provide the strength needed to guide the galaxy. But this belief pushes him to use any means necessary to maintain his power. His willingness to manipulate and destroy anyone who stands in his way comes from his belief that the ends justify the means. His personal struggle, therefore, is not just about his desire for power, but his desperate need to control everything around him, including the very fate of the galaxy. Han Solo. The roguish smuggler with a heart of gold is driven by a desire for freedom. He values his independence and has always resisted authority and control. However, as the conflict grows, Han finds himself reluctantly pulled into the rebellion. His motivation for joining the fight is not out of loyalty to the cause, but because of his growing affection for Leia Organa and his desire to protect her. Han's internal struggle is largely about his reluctance to commit to anything that could tie him down. He is a man who has always lived for himself, but as he becomes more involved with the rebellion, he begins to question his own motivations. Han's internal conflict is centered around his growing feelings for Leia and his fear of becoming emotionally vulnerable. He knows that if he allows himself to become too attached, he could lose everything he holds dear. Yet despite his fears, Han begins to change. His interactions with Leia force him to confront his own selfishness, and over time, he begins to see the value in fighting for a cause greater than himself. His internal struggle is one of self-discovery, as he learns to balance his desire for freedom with his responsibility to the rebellion and the people he loves. The Jedi Order. The Jedi Order as a whole is experiencing its own internal conflict. For centuries, the Jedi have upheld the principles of peace, justice, and balance. But with the rise of the Clone Wars and the growing influence of Chancellor Palpatine, the Jedi are beginning to question their place in the galaxy. The Jedi Code has always emphasized detachment and neutrality, but now they are forced to take sides in a galactic war. This shift creates doubt among the Jedi, particularly those like Mace Windu, who begin to see the Republic slide into authoritarianism as a threat to their ideals. The internal struggles of the Jedi are about more than just their role in the where they also concern their commitment to the Force and their purpose as peacekeepers. As the Jedi are drawn deeper into the conflict, they are forced to grapple with the consequences of their involvement. Should they remain loyal to the Republic and continue to fight in the war, or should they reconsider their place in a galaxy that is moving further away from the ideals they once stood for? The internal conflicts of the key characters are what drive the larger narrative of the galaxy's struggle. These characters are not just fighting for political causes or military victories, they are fighting for their own identities, beliefs, and futures. As the conflict intensifies, their internal struggles become more pronounced, shaping their decisions and actions in ways that will ultimately determine the fate of the galaxy. Whether it's Anakin's fear of loss, Obi-Wan's guilt, Leia's duty, Palpatine's need for control, or Han's search for meaning. Each character's psyche is a battleground that reflects the larger war unfolding around them. These internal struggles are what make them human, and it is through these struggles that they will either rise to the challenge or be consumed by it. The galaxy, filled with various political factions and shifting allegiances, was on the edge of conflict. While tensions had been rising for some time, it was the first significant battle, or more accurately, the first major event that truly ignited the broader war. It wasn't a large-scale war at this point, but the personal confrontations and political moves involved were enough to send shockwaves across the galaxy, affecting millions and setting the stage for the battles to come. The event that sparked this escalation began as a smaller, seemingly contained issue: the Republic's efforts to stop the Separatists from expanding their reach and gaining control over key systems. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, had already begun to assert themselves more boldly, seizing key planets in the Outer Rim. Their growing power and influence posed a real threat to the Republic's stability. As the conflict grew, the Separatists, through their droid armies and political manipulation, sought to strengthen their hold over the galaxy. They were not yet strong enough to bring down the Republic in a single blow, but they were gaining ground, and that could not go unchallenged. In response, the Republic began to increase its military presence, preparing to strike at the Separatist strongholds and protect systems that were at risk of falling under enemy control. The Jedi, once peacekeepers, were now drawn into the conflict. Their task was no longer just to mediate disputes and bring about peaceful resolutions, but to lead armies and fight in a war that had no clear end in sight. As the Jedi were sent to various fronts to fight alongside the clone army, the first major clash between the Separatists and the Republic occurred. The conflict took place on the planet Geonosis, a barren world in the Outer Rim, a place known for its harsh environment and dangerous wildlife. Geonosis was not a system that had been fully aligned with either the Separatists or the Republic, but it was a critical world for both factions. It was a center of manufacturing and technology, and whoever controlled Geonosis would gain a significant advantage. The Separatists had set up a secret base there, producing droid armies and preparing for further expansion. The Republic, realizing the importance of stopping the Separatists before they could launch a major assault, sent a large force of clone soldiers and Jedi to secure the planet. However, when the Republic forces arrived, they quickly realized that the Separatists were prepared for a fight. The battle on Geonosis was fierce, and while it started as a small-scale operation to protect the planet, it quickly grew into a much larger confrontation. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku and backed by the Trade Federation, had anticipated the Republic's move and had fortified the planet with a massive droid army. The Republic's forces, although well-trained, were facing an overwhelming force. The first major battle took place in the heart of Geonosis, where the clone army clashed with the Separatist droid forces. Jedi Knights, including Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and others, led the clone soldiers into battle. The Jedi, who had once been protectors of peace, were now generals in a war they had never imagined themselves fighting. The battle quickly escalated, with the Separatist droid army proving to be a formidable opponent. While the clones were skilled and well-coordinated, they were still relatively inexperienced in large-scale combat, and the droids outnumbered them by far. The situation on Geonosis became even more dire when Count Dooku revealed that he had more than just droids under his command. The Separatists had an entire fleet of battlecruisers positioned in orbit above the planet, ready to launch airstrikes on the Republic forces. The Jedi, realizing that they were not prepared for such a large-scale assault, called for reinforcements. The battle soon turned into a desperate struggle for survival. It was at this point that the Republic's leadership, led by Chancellor Palpatine, decided to send more forces to Geonosis, marking the beginning of a full-scale war. Thousands of clone soldiers and Jedi reinforcements were dispatched, and they eventually helped turn the tide of the battle. But the cost was high. The Republic lost many soldiers, and countless lives were lost in the fight for control of the planet. The battle was brutal and chaotic, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Anakin Skywalker, still young and eager to prove himself, played a significant role in the battle. His strength in the Force and his aggressive approach to combat made him a powerful asset to the Republic's forces. However, his impulsive nature also led to mistakes that endangered both his life and the lives of others. Despite his skill, Anakin struggled to control his emotions, especially when he saw the devastation caused by the war. His internal conflict between his sense of duty and his fear of losing the people he loved became more pronounced during the battle. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin's mentor, tried to keep his young apprentice focused on the task at hand. However, Obi-Wan too faced his own internal struggle. He was a Jedi, sworn to protect peace, yet he found himself leading an army in a conflict that seemed to have no end. The battle on Geonosis was the first time the Jedi had truly been thrust into the role of warriors. Obi-Wan's concern for Anakin grew as the young Jedi's desire for glory threatened to cloud his judgment. As the battle drew to a close, the Republic managed to secure victory on Geonosis. However, the cost was steep. The Separatists had lost significant ground, but they were far from defeated. They retreated to fight another day, and the Republic, although victorious, had realized that they were now fully engaged in a galaxy-wide war. The battle on Geonosis was a turning point, not just for the Republic and the Separatists, but for the galaxy as a whole. The war that had started as a small, localized conflict was now a full-scale struggle, one that would see countless planets drawn into its grip. The Jedi, once peacekeepers, were now commanders in a war they had never asked for. Their role in the galaxy was changing, and they were being forced to confront the dark reality that the Republic they had sworn to protect was on the brink of collapse. The effects of the battle rippled through the galaxy. For the Republic, it marked the beginning of the Clone Wars, a war that would last for years and reshape the galaxy's political and social structure. For Anakin, it marked the start of his downward spiral. As the chaos of war began to chip away at his sense of identity and purpose, for the Separatists, it was a temporary setback, but one that would fuel their determination to continue fighting. The battle on Geonosis was just the beginning. It was the first significant event in a larger struggle, one that would see alliances tested, old wounds reopened, and the fate of the galaxy determined by the actions of those who led the charge. The events that followed would only escalate, and soon the galaxy would be engulfed in a war that would define its future for generations to come. The battle on Geonosis marked the first major turning point in the galactic conflict, and the reactions of the key characters to this event were crucial in shaping the future course of the war. As the galaxy was thrust into full-scale conflict, the decisions made by each character, whether on the battlefield, in the Senate, or in the quiet corners of their minds, set the stage for the unfolding struggle. Each individual was forced to grapple with their own feelings of duty, fear, and personal motivations, which, in turn, affected their strategies and the broader dynamics of the war. For Anakin Skywalker, the battle on Geonosis was a defining moment in his life. The young Jedi Knight had long dreamed of becoming a hero, of proving himself as one of the galaxy's great defenders. On the battlefield, he found himself in the heat of combat, fighting not only for survival, but for glory. Anakin's reaction to the battle was a mix of excitement and frustration. His skill in battle made him an invaluable asset to the Republic, and he quickly gained a reputation for his reckless but effective tactics. However, Anakin's impulsive nature also became a liability. He was quick to charge into dangerous situations, without considering the consequences, and this put both his life and the lives of others at risk. Anakin's internal conflict became more pronounced after the battle. Though he had fought for the Republic and successfully helped secure Geonosis, the war was taking a toll on him. His desire for power and recognition began to clash with his deepening feelings of fear and vulnerability. Anakin's reaction to the battle was to push forward, determined to be more than just a soldier. He wanted to be the one to change the course of the war, to be the hero that the galaxy needed. His strategic decisions after the battle were often driven by his growing impatience. He wanted to win quickly, to crush the Separatists before they could gain further strength. But his emotional attachment to Padmé Amidala and his constant fear of losing those he loved clouded his judgment. Anakin was torn between his loyalty to the Jedi and his own personal desires. And this internal struggle would only grow stronger as the war continued. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin's mentor and a veteran Jedi Knight, had a very different reaction to the battle. For Obi-Wan, the conflict on Geonosis was a grim reminder of the Jedi's new role in the galaxy. The Jedi had always been peacekeepers, not soldiers. Yet here he was leading an army of clones into battle. Obi-Wan's strategic decision was to keep his focus on the bigger picture. He knew that the Republic needed to win, but he also understood the risks involved. The Jedi were now fighting a war that they had never fully anticipated. And Obi-Wan felt a growing sense of responsibility for the lives of the soldiers and civilians caught in the conflict. After the battle, Obi-Wan's thoughts turned to Anakin. He was deeply concerned about his young apprentice, whose emotions and impulsive nature were becoming more evident. Obi-Wan knew that Anakin had the potential to be one of the greatest Jedi, but his fear of loss and his tendency to act without thinking were becoming dangerous. Obi-Wan's strategic decision was to guide Anakin, to keep him grounded in the Jedi Code, and remind him of the importance of patience, discipline, and clear thinking. But Obi-Wan also realized that, despite his best efforts, Anakin was changing. The war, the constant pressure, and the lure of power were beginning to pull him away from the path the Jedi had set for him. Chancellor Palpatine's reaction to the battle was more calculated and politically motivated. The battle on Geonosis gave him the perfect opportunity to solidify his power. Palpatine had already been using the growing conflict between the Republic and the Separatists to gain more authority. But the victory at Geonosis allowed him to present himself as the hero who had saved the Republic. He used the battle as a stepping stone to justify his continued emergency powers and further increase his control over the Senate. While publicly presenting himself as a defender of peace, Palpatine was quietly pushing forward with his own plans. To transform the Republic into a dictatorship, Palpatine's strategic decision after Geonosis was to continue manipulating the Senate and the public to secure his position. He used the war as a cover to further dismantle the democratic structure of the Republic, consolidating power in his own hands. Behind the scenes, Palpatine was also orchestrating the downfall of the Jedi, who he saw as a threat to his rise to power. His manipulation of the conflict between the Republic and the Separatists was a way to keep both sides engaged in battle. While he quietly worked to increase his influence, Palpatine's strategy was to maintain control of the narrative, ensuring that the war continued and that no one would question his leadership. Princess Leia Organa, though not yet directly involved in the conflict, felt the weight of the galaxies. Growing turmoil, as a senator from Alderaan, Leia had always believed in the importance of diplomacy and peace. But she could see that the Republic was no longer functioning as it once had. The battle on Geonosis and the rise of the Separatists only confirmed her fears that the Republic was falling apart. Leia's reaction to the battle was to focus on the long term. While she did not have direct control over the war, she knew that the galaxy needed more than just military action. It needed unity, diplomacy, and a true commitment to justice. Leia's strategic decision after the battle was to push for a greater role in shaping the future of the galaxy. She worked behind the scenes to rally support for the rebellion, a growing faction of resistance groups that sought to oppose the growing power of the Empire. Leia knew that the war would only make the galaxy more unstable, and she began to organize alliances and build a network of supporters who could fight for peace in a different way. Her decision to remain outside the Republic's immediate military conflict was strategic. She understood that the rebellion needed to avoid direct confrontation until the right moment. But she was determined to be a voice for those who believed. In freedom and justice, the Jedi Council, after the battle on Geonosis, faced a deep internal conflict. For centuries, the Jedi had been keepers of the peace, mediators and guardians of balance. But with the onset of the Clone Wars, the Jedi were forced into a new role as military commanders. The Jedi Council's reaction to the battle was one of concern. They understood that the war was not something they had sought, but they also knew that they had no choice but to support the Republic in this fight. The Jedi were loyal to the Force and to the Republic, but many members of the Council began to question the wisdom of their involvement in the war. The war was not only putting the Jedi's physical safety at risk, but also testing their moral values. Strategically, the Jedi Council decided to continue leading the Republic's forces in battle, but they did so with caution. They wanted to avoid falling into the trap of becoming too focused on the war itself, which could lead to the loss of their core values. They decided to focus on maintaining balance and ensuring that the Jedi did not lose themselves in the chaos. However, even within the Council, there were differing views. Some Jedi, like Mace Windu, believed that the Republic's downfall was inevitable, and that the Jedi needed to prepare for a future without the Republic. Others, like Yoda, believed that the Jedi's commitment to the Republic was necessary to preserve peace in the galaxy. But all the members of the Council knew that the war was not just a battle between the Republic and the Separatists. It was a battle for the very soul of the galaxy. As the conflict continued to unfold, the initial reactions of the key characters were just the beginning of larger strategic shifts. Anakin's desire for quick victories, Obi-Wan's commitment to keeping Anakin grounded, Palpatine's manipulation of the war for personal gain, Leia's efforts to build resistance, and the Jedi Council's internal debate all contributed to the direction of the war. What started as a seemingly small battle had already begun to shape the galaxy's future, with each character's response influencing the course of events. The decisions made in the aftermath of Geonosis would ripple through the galaxy, setting the stage for the larger conflict that would ultimately reshape the galaxy forever, the battle on Geonosis. And the reactions that followed revealed the deep divides within the galaxy. Characters like Anakin and Obi-Wan, who had once shared a close bond, were now beginning to move in different directions, with Anakin's ambitions pushing him further from the Jedi path. Palpatine's grip on the Republic tightened, while Leia's efforts to form a rebellion began to take shape. The Jedi Order, once united in their purpose, now faced internal struggles as they fought to maintain their ideals in a galaxy torn apart by war. And as the conflict intensified, it became clear that the choices made by these key characters would determine not just the outcome of the war, but the future of the galaxy itself. As the conflict between the Republic and the Separatists escalated, the galaxy began to feel the weight of the growing war. While the major factions such as the Jedi, the Senate, and the military were focused on the battlefield, the people of the galaxy, from all walks of life, were affected in ways that would have long-lasting consequences. The war was not just a struggle between powerful leaders and armies. It was a catalyst for political and social unrest that spread across the galaxy. Systems, planets, and people began to react to the war's pressures in different ways, leading to widespread instability that would shape the future of the galaxy. The political landscape of the galaxy was deeply shaken as the war continued. The Republic, which had once been a symbol of democracy, began to show signs of strain. Chancellor Palpatine, who had taken control during the early stages of the conflict, increasingly used his power to centralize control and suppress dissent. His manipulation of the war to justify his actions was becoming more obvious. Yet many in the Senate, fearful of the Separatists and unable to stop the rising tide of war, reluctantly gave him more power. However, not everyone in the Senate was willing to go along with Palpatine's consolidation of power. There were senators who questioned his growing authority, believing that the Republic was veering away from the democratic principles it was founded upon. These senators began to voice their concerns, but their dissent was often drowned out by those who supported Palpatine's vision of a more unified and controlled galaxy. As the Senate became more divided, the political instability deepened. The very idea of democracy seemed to be slipping away, and with it, the belief that the people of the galaxy had a voice in their government. On the other hand, the Separatists, led by Count Dooku and supported by various factions, took advantage of the growing discontent within the Republic. Their movement to secede from the Republic was based on the belief that the central government had become too corrupt and ineffective. The Separatists, although initially seen as a smaller faction, gained more supporters as the war dragged on. Many planets in the Outer Rim, who had long felt neglected by the Republic, saw the Separatists as a chance for greater autonomy, joined the cause, and the Separatists grew in power. This shift created a political divide that not only further polarized the galaxy, but also made it clear that the Republic was struggling to maintain control over its vast territories. While the political situation was in turmoil, the war also had a profound impact on the lives of ordinary people. As the conflict spread, the everyday lives of citizens across the galaxy were disrupted. On planets like Coruscant, the capital of the Republic, the wealthy elite lived relatively untouched by the war, continuing their daily lives in luxury. But for those on the lower levels of Coruscant, and for people living on the Outer Rim, the effects were much harsher. The war brought with it scarcity, fear, and uncertainty. Trade routes were disrupted, resources became scarce, and civilians found themselves caught in the middle of a war they had no control over. On planets in the Outer Rim, life became even more difficult. Many of these systems were already struggling with poverty and underdevelopment. With the Republic's focus shifting to military matters, these planets were left to fend for themselves. The rise of crime syndicates and warlords became more pronounced. As they seized the opportunity to control resources and exploit the chaos, ordinary citizens, struggling to survive, were often forced to work for these criminal groups, or worse, became victims of their ruthless operations. The social unrest grew as more and more people were affected by the war. On the front lines, soldiers and civilians alike found themselves trapped in a cycle of violence with no end in sight. The clone soldiers, who were bred to fight, were no longer just soldiers, they were individuals with thoughts and feelings, many of whom began to question their purpose. While they followed orders without question, the harsh realities of war began to weigh heavily on them, leading to growing unrest within their ranks. For the people living on planets like Naboo, Alderaan, and others that had once known peace, the war represented the loss of everything they held dear. Alderaan, in particular, was a peaceful planet, focused on diplomacy and cultural preservation. But as the war spread, even worlds like Alderaan could not remain untouched. The war pushed these planets to reconsider their roles in the galaxy. While many of their leaders were sympathetic to the plight of the Republic, they also realized that neutrality in such a widespread conflict was no longer possible. The growing war and political instability also led to significant economic strain. As the conflict intensified, the resources needed to sustain the war effort began to drain the Republic's coffers. This economic strain was felt most acutely by the lower classes, who were already struggling before the war. On planets like Tatooine, where poverty was widespread, the war further exacerbated the gap between the rich and the poor. Wealthier citizens, and those in positions of power, were largely unaffected, continuing to live in comfort while the poor were left to bear the brunt of the war's consequences. The increased demand for resources to fuel the war effort led to rising prices, food shortages, and job loss for the working class. The working citizens of the galaxy became increasingly frustrated as their lives became more difficult while the elites continued their lavish lifestyles. This growing disparity between the rich and the poor led to a growing sense of resentment, particularly on planets like Coruscant, where the elite lived in grandiose structures while the lower levels of the city were filled with poverty and crime. At the same time, the economic divide began to widen between those who supported the Republic and those who sided with the Separatists. The Separatists, with their backing from powerful corporations like the Trade Federation, had access to resources and financial backing that allowed them to gain influence. On the other hand, the Republic struggled to maintain a steady flow of resources as it became mired in the war. The economic instability added to the social unrest, as people began to feel that they had no stake in the future of the galaxy. As the political and social unrest spread, so too did the rise of resistance movements. People who were disillusioned with the Republic's leadership, or who simply wanted to protect their homes from the war, began to form groups to fight back. These resistance movements, often made up of citizens from different planets and systems, grew in number and strength as the war continued. While these movements were small and fragmented in the beginning, their presence was a sign that many in the galaxy were not willing to simply accept the war and its consequences. They were fighting for a different future, one where the people, not the powerful elite, had control. In many cases, these resistance groups were formed by people who had experienced firsthand the suffering caused by the war. They were the farmers who had lost their crops due to the disruption of trade routes, the workers who had been displaced by the growing military presence, and the citizens who had lost loved ones in the battle. The resistance movements were not only fighting for their survival, they were also fighting for the values of peace and freedom that they believed had been lost in the political chaos. The political and social unrest also led to shifting alliances within the galaxy. Planets that had once been firmly aligned with the Republic began to reconsider their position, while others that had been part of the Separatist cause found themselves questioning the methods of Count Dooku and his allies. The war forced systems to choose sides, but it also made them realize that they were not fighting for some abstract cause, they were fighting for their own survival. As the conflict deepened, it became clear that the galaxy was being divided not only along political lines, but also social lines. Those who had once benefited from the stability of the Republic were now questioning whether the cost of that stability was worth the sacrifices they were being forced to make. The war had torn apart communities, divided families, and created a new sense of distrust among the people of the galaxy. The political and social unrest caused by the growing conflict was felt by every system, every planet, and every individual. The galaxy was no longer united. It was a fractured place where people struggled to maintain their identity, their homes, and their values in the face of war. The Separatists and the Republic were no longer the only forces shaping the future of the galaxy. Resistance groups, rising political figures, and the people themselves began to play a more active role in determining the direction of the galaxy. This unrest was not just a side effect of the war, it was a driving force that would continue to shape the struggle and ultimately the outcome of the conflict. The ripple effect of this unrest would continue long after the war, leaving a galaxy forever changed by the actions of its leaders and the decisions made by its citizens as the galaxy's conflict deepened. The political landscape began to shift dramatically. Old alliances that once seemed unbreakable began to crumble, while new ones were formed, often born out of necessity rather than loyalty. The ongoing war between the Republic and the Separatists pushed individuals and factions to make difficult choices, sometimes resulting in betrayals, shifting loyalties, and complex strategies. For many characters, these shifting alliances were a matter of survival. As they navigated a galaxy in turmoil, trying to secure their future and achieve their goals. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, had always been a divided faction, with various systems and powerful corporations backing the movement for different reasons. While some joined the Separatists out of a genuine desire for autonomy and freedom from the Republic, others, like the Trade Federation, joined to protect their own economic interests. As the war continued, these divides within the Separatists grew wider. The various factions had different goals, and they often found themselves at odds with each other. Even while fighting against the Republic, Count Dooku's leadership, while charismatic, was also marked by manipulation and secrecy. Some of the leaders of the Separatists began to realize that they were not truly allies but pawns in Dooku's larger game. As the war dragged on, certain factions within the Separatist movement began to look for ways to break away from Dooku's control. The constant pressure of war, combined with Dooku's increasingly authoritarian approach, led to growing dissatisfaction within the ranks. On the other side, the Republic also saw shifting alliances, particularly within the Senate. Chancellor Palpatine had consolidated much of the Republic's power, using the ongoing war as an excuse to increase his control. However, not all senators were in agreement with his methods. Some saw Palpatine as a dictator who was taking away their freedom, and they began to secretly work against him. Others, however, remained loyal to him, believing that his leadership was necessary to protect the galaxy from the Separatists, the Jedi Order. Once unified in its mission to maintain peace, was deeply affected by the shifting alliances in the galaxy. The Jedi had always stood as protectors of the Republic, but with the rise of the Clone Wars, found themselves drawn into the heart of the conflict, leading armies into battle. As the war continued, the Jedi's role as peacekeepers became increasingly blurred. Some Jedi, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, remained loyal to the Republic, believing that their involvement was necessary to ensure peace. However, others, such as Mace Windu, began to question the Jedi's role in the war and whether they were becoming too aligned with the Republic's military efforts. The Jedi Council, which had once made decisions as a united group, became divided over the course of the war. Some members, including Yoda, held firm to their duty to protect the Republic, while others, like Windu, feared that the Jedi were losing their true purpose and becoming instruments of war. These internal divisions were not just philosophical, they had real consequences on how the Jedi interacted with the galaxy. As the war wore on, the Jedi's alliances with the Republic were increasingly called into question, and some Jedi began to seek alternative ways to address the growing conflict. Anakin Skywalker, the young Jedi Knight, was at the heart of these shifting alliances. His loyalty to the Jedi Order was always complicated, especially as his personal relationships and feelings became more entangled in the war. Anakin's bond with Chancellor Palpatine grew stronger, as the Chancellor became a mentor and confidant. To him, Palpatine played on Anakin's fears, doubts, and desires, slowly pulling him away from the Jedi and toward the dark side. Anakin's internal struggle between loyalty to the Jedi Order and his growing connection to Palpatine was the catalyst for a shift that would have major consequences for the galaxy. As tensions increased within the Separatist movement, the betrayal became a tool some used to try to seize power. The Separatist support base was a mix of individuals who were motivated by different reasons, and while many were genuinely committed to the cause, others were more self-interested. For example, powerful corporations like the Trade Federation had their own agendas, and were primarily focused on preserving their wealth and influence. They were not particularly loyal to Count Dooku, were more interested in protecting their financial interests. Eventually, some leaders within the Separatist ranks, such as the influential banking clan and other economic powers, began to realize that their interests might be better served by negotiating a peace with the Republic rather than continuing the war. These leaders quietly worked to establish backchannels for peace talks, even though they were publicly committed to the Separatist cause. Their hope was to broker a deal that would secure their power and financial stability in the post-war galaxy. This movement toward peace, however, was risky, as it could be seen as a betrayal by Dooku and his allies. Dooku, aware of the growing dissatisfaction within his own ranks, responded with suspicion and harsh tactics, leading to even more instability. Within the Separatists, this division only made it more difficult for the Separatists to maintain a united front against the Republic. The political intrigue and shifting alliances within the Separatist leadership made the faction more vulnerable and less effective in their war efforts. As the conflict spread across the galaxy, new alliances began to form in response to the oppression caused by both the Republic and the Separatists. The growing dissatisfaction with both sides, especially among the people of the Outer Rim, led to the rise of a resistance movement. The rebellion, although small at first, began to attract individuals from various parts of the galaxy who were dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. These included former soldiers, politicians, civilians who saw the war as a way for the powerful to maintain control while the rest of the galaxy suffered. Leia Organa, leader of the rebellion, became a key figure in this shifting political landscape. While she had once been a senator committed to the Republic, she soon realized that the Republic under Palpatine was no longer the organization she had hoped it would be. Palpatine's centralization of power and his growing militarization of the galaxy made Leia question whether the Republic could ever be restored to its former ideals. As the rebellion gained momentum, Leia navigated shifting alliances, reaching out to former enemies of the Republic and forming new partnerships with systems that had once been neutral. The rebellion's ultimate goal was not just to defeat the Separatists, but to overthrow Palpatine's regime and restore a government that truly represented the people. Leia's decision to join the rebellion was not just a political move, it was a personal one as well. She had seen the effects of the war on her people, and she could no longer stand by while the galaxy was torn apart. In the midst of this shifting political landscape, Leia's alliances with key figures like Han Solo, who was initially reluctant to join the rebellion, were pivotal in strengthening the movement. Han's decision to fight for the rebellion, despite his initial self-interest, signaled a shift in his own personal loyalties, and together with Leia, they worked to gather support for the rebellion's cause. Within the Republic, the shifting alliances were also beginning to affect the structure of the government. Palpatine's consolidation of power was creating tension among the senators, many of whom were beginning to realize that they had lost control of the Republic. The Senate had become a rubber stamp institution for Palpatine's decisions, and, as his power grew, so did the dissatisfaction among those who were once loyal to him. A small but growing number of senators began to organize in secret, pushing for reform and even considering ways to bring Palpatine's rule to an end. These shifting alliances within the Senate were not without risk. Senators who opposed Palpatine were often forced to operate in secrecy. As Palpatine's intelligence network grew more efficient at uncovering dissent, the political landscape within the Republic became increasingly dangerous, as the Senate split between those who were loyal to Palpatine and those who were beginning to question his authority. The shifting alliances that occurred during this turbulent time had a profound effect on the galaxy. For many characters, these changes were driven by necessity. They had to make decisions that would secure their survival and success. Even if it meant betraying old alliances or forming new ones, the political instability, personal conflicts, and deepening divides between the Republic, the Separatists, and the growing rebellion set the stage for a much larger struggle that would engulf the galaxy. These shifting loyalties were not just about the power struggles between leaders, they reflected the changing values and needs of the galaxy as a whole, as it faced a future filled with uncertainty and war. The decisions made during this time would determine the fate of the galaxy and the individuals who played a part in shaping its destiny. As the conflict between the Republic and the Separatists continued, the war reached new heights, drawing in more factions and turning the galaxy into a battleground. What had started as a series of smaller skirmishes escalated into a full-scale war that threatened to consume entire systems. The stakes grew higher with each passing day, and the galaxy was irrevocably changed by the decisions and actions of those involved, the Republic, and the Separatists. Once the primary opposing forces were soon joined by a variety of other factions, each with their own agendas. Many planets and systems that had previously remained neutral found themselves forced to choose sides. Some chose to join the Separatists, either because they were dissatisfied with the Republic or because they saw the war as an opportunity to gain more control. Others, fearing the rise of the Separatists, chose to align with the Republic, despite their reservations about its increasingly authoritarian government. The war was no longer just about the Republic versus the Separatist. It had become a war involving countless systems, each with its own interests. At the same time, smaller factions and groups began to rise in response to the conflict. As the war spread, resistance movements and rebel groups emerged, challenging both the Republic and the Separatists. These groups, made up of civilians and military deserters, sought to protect their homes and fight for freedom in a galaxy torn apart by war. Some were motivated by a desire for independence, while others were simply trying to survive the violence that had engulfed their worlds. These resistance groups were often fragmented and lacked the resources of the larger factions, but their presence in the war marked the beginning of a new kind of conflict, one driven not just by political ideologies, but by the desire for survival and the search for freedom. As the war escalated, the role of the Jedi became more complicated. The Jedi had always been peacekeepers, guardians of justice and harmony, but now they were forced to take on the role of generals, leading armies into battle. The decision to involve the Jedi in the war was a controversial one, and as the stakes grew higher, many Jedi began to question their place in the conflict. While some, like Obi-Wan Kenobi, remained loyal to the Republic and believed that their duty was to protect the galaxy, others, like Mace Windu, began to worry about the long-term consequences of their involvement in such a destructive war. The Jedi's deep connection to the Force had always been a source of strength, but it was now becoming a source of internal conflict. The more they fought, the more they were drawn into the darker aspects of the war. The lines between right and wrong began to blur. Some Jedi began to question whether they were truly fighting for peace or merely serving as tools of war. The war was changing the Jedi. Many feared that they were losing their way. Anakin Skywalker in particular struggled with his role in the war. While he had always been eager to prove himself, the brutal reality of the war began to take its toll. His loyalty to the Jedi Order was tested as he became more involved with Chancellor Palpatine, who promised him the power to protect the people he loved. Anakin's fear of loss, especially his fear of losing Padme Amidala, drove him to make reckless decisions and eventually to abandon the Jedi path entirely. His internal conflict between loyalty to the Jedi and his desire for control over his destiny set him on a dangerous path, one that would ultimately lead to his fall to the dark side. As the war intensified, the Republic found itself grappling with the growing power of the Separatists and the increasing military demands of the war. Chancellor Palpatine's influence over the Republic's strategy became stronger, as he used the ongoing war as a means to consolidate his power. The creation of the clone army had already given him a powerful military force, but as the conflict escalated, Palpatine used the war to justify taking even more control over the Senate and the military. His ability to manipulate public opinion and sway the Senate allowed him to push through policies that further centralized power in his hands, all while maintaining the image of a leader protecting the galaxy from the Separatist threat. Despite Palpatine's growing power, the Republic's strategy was being challenged by the increasing strength of the Separatists. The Separatists, led by Count Dooku, had built a formidable army of battle droids. Their growing influence in the galaxy made it clear that the Republic could not win the war through sheer military strength alone. Dooku's leadership was increasingly focused on strategic alliances with powerful corporations and systems that had long been disillusioned with the Republic. The Separatists were no longer just a group of rebels. They were a force to be reckoned with, and the Republic's ability to counter them was being stretched thin. The Republic's strategic decisions also became more desperate as the war dragged. Palpatine pushed for more aggressive tactics, including the use of weapons of mass destruction and the targeting of civilian populations in order to cripple the Separatist war machine. While these tactics may have provided temporary victories, they came at a high cost. The galaxy's population, already struggling under the pressure of the war, began to feel the strain of these decisions. Civilian casualties mounted, and public support for the Republic began to waver. While the Republic claimed to be fighting for justice and peace, its methods were increasingly being called into question. On the Separatist side, Count Dooku's leadership continued to be tested as the war reached new heights. The initial victories of the Separatists were followed by a series of setbacks. As the Republic began to adjust its military strategies and counter the Separatist advances, Dooku's challenge was not just to defeat the Republic's military. For Sith was also to maintain control over the various factions that made up the Separatist alliance. As the war continued, Dooku faced resistance from other Separatist leaders, many of whom had their own agendas. The rise of these competing interests made it difficult for Dooku to maintain a unified front. Despite these challenges, the Separatists launched several successful counteroffensives, including attacks on key Republic planets and military bases. Their use of droid armies allowed them to quickly mobilize forces and strike at weak points in the Republic's defenses. However, the more the Separatists pushed, the more they exposed their vulnerabilities. The lack of a strong unified leadership made it difficult for them to hold on to the territories they gained, and their reliance on droids machines that lacked the human element of true loyalty meant that they struggled to maintain morale among their troops. As the war escalated, the social and economic consequences became more severe. The war effort consumed resources, disrupted trade, and left entire planets in ruins. The growing divide between the rich and the poor deepened as the elites of both the Republic and the Separatists continued to benefit from the war, while the ordinary citizens suffered. The working classes, who had once lived relatively peaceful lives, were now faced with poverty, hunger, and fear. As the war dragged on, more people began to question whether the cost of the conflict was worth it. Resistance movements, led by individuals who had been displaced by the war, began to gain momentum. These movements were not just fighting for independence, they were fighting for survival. Rebellion, which had once been a small, scattered group of fighters, began to grow in size and strength. The suffering of ordinary people gave rise to a desire for change, and these groups were determined to challenge the existing order. While the Separatists and the Republic fought for control of the galaxy, the people began to realize that neither side represented their best interests. The rebellion's fight for freedom would soon become a major force in the ongoing conflict. The war was now more than just a series of battles between two factions. It had become a struggle for the very soul of the galaxy. Political alliances were in flux, with some factions turning on their former allies, while others worked behind the scenes to shift the balance of power. The power of the Jedi was weakening. As their involvement in the war became more controversial, as the Republic's methods became more extreme and the Separatists grew more dangerous, the galaxy began to fracture along new lines. The war had irrevocably changed the galaxy. Once a place of relative peace and cooperation, it was now a battleground, with shifting allegiances, deepening divides, and a growing sense of fear. The decisions made by key leaders Palpatine, Dooku, and the Jedi would determine the future of the galaxy. The conflict was no longer just a war for control, it was a war for the ideals of freedom, justice, and peace. The galaxy's fate rested on the outcome of this struggle, and no one knew how it would end. What was certain was that the war would continue to escalate, pushing the galaxy to the brink of destruction. As the war between the Republic and the Separatists grew, several pivotal battles and confrontations became key moments that shaped the course of the conflict. These battles were not only military struggles, but also tests of strength, belief, and character for the key players involved. The consequences of these battles would have far-reaching effects, impacting not just the outcome of the war, but the futures of those who fought in them. The tension between duty and personal emotions, the clash of ideologies, and the sacrifices made during these critical moments defined the galaxy's fate. The Battle of Geonosis was the first significant confrontation that set the tone for the entire Clone Wars. It was a turning point for the Republic, the Separatists, and the Jedi. The battle marked the beginning of full-scale war. With both sides committing their forces to a larger conflict, the Separatists, led by Count Dooku, fortified the planet of Geonosis and prepared to strike against the Republic, who had no choice but to respond with the newly created clone army. For the Republic, this was not just a fight for control of a strategic planet. It was the beginning of a larger war that would engulf the galaxy. The Jedi, who had always been peacekeepers, now found themselves in the position of military leaders. Jedi Knights like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and others led the clones into battle. The fight was chaotic and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite the initial setbacks, the Republic managed to secure a victory, but the cost was high. The battle on Geonosis set the stage for the rest of the war, and it marked the Jedi's shift from peacekeepers to warriors. For Anakin, the battle was a crucial moment. He showed his strength and skills as a Jedi, but his impulsive nature led to reckless decisions that put him and others at risk. This conflict, combined with his growing fears of loss and his desire for glory, made him question his role in the war and in the Jedi Order. The emotional toll of the battle, as well as his bond with Padme Amidala, began to shape his path in ways that would eventually pull him away from the Jedi. As the war progressed, Separatists continued to push forward, and the Republic's leadership became more desperate. The Battle of Coruscant was a pivotal moment in the conflict, as the Separatists launched a full-scale attack on the capital of the Republic. This was not just a military battle. It was an attempt to strike at the heart of the Republic and cripple its ability to fight back. The Republic's forces, including the Jedi and the clone army, fought valiantly to protect the capital. Battle was fierce and intense, and it pushed many of the characters to their limits. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and others were at the forefront of the battle. With Anakin's leadership and quick thinking making a significant impact, however, the true turning point came when the Republic's forces were on the brink of defeat. Palpatine, ever the manipulator, used the chaos to further consolidate his power, positioning himself as the ultimate defender of the Republic and ensuring his control over the galaxy. For the Jedi, the battle represented a loss of innocence. The conflict was no longer just about protecting peace. It had become a full-blown war where survival was the only goal. The battle also marked a turning point for Anakin. His fear of losing those he loved drove him to make decisions that went against the Jedi Code, and his growing relationship with Palpatine further distanced him from the Order, one of the most crucial and heartbreaking confrontations. In the war was the duel between Obi-Wan Kenobi and his former apprentice, Anakin Skywalker. By this point, in the war, Anakin had fully embraced the dark side of the Force, becoming Darth Vader, and had turned against the Jedi Order and the Republic. His desire for power, combined with his fear of loss and manipulation by Palpatine, led him to betray the very people who had once been his family. The confrontation took place on the volcanic planet of Mustafar, a place that symbolized the fiery path Anakin had chosen. For Obi-Wan, the duel was not just about stopping Anakin, it was a personal battle. He had trained Anakin, watched him grow, and had considered him a brother. The emotional weight of the duel was overwhelming, as Obi-Wan was forced to fight against the one person he had hoped to save. Anakin, on the other hand, was consumed by anger and fear, believing that he could not live without the power he had gained through the dark side. The duel was intense, with both combatants using their mastery of the Force and lightsabers to try to defeat each other. Obi-Wan's strength lay in his calmness and experience, while Anakin's power came from his raw emotions and connection to the dark side. In the end, Obi-Wan was forced to defeat Anakin, leaving him severely injured on the planet's surface. This moment was one of the most devastating for both characters, as it represented the fall of the Jedi Order and the loss of a once strong bond between teacher and student. For Anakin, the duel was a symbol of his complete transformation into Darth Vader. His dreams of power and control had led him down a path of destruction. And in the process, he lost everything he had once cared for. The emotional and physical toll of the duel would have a lasting effect on Anakin as he was left broken, both in body and spirit. Another critical battle took place on Mandalore, the home of the fierce Mandalorian warriors. The Siege of Mandalore was a final stand for the Republic as they fought to regain control of the planet from the Separatists. The battle was particularly significant because it marked a major turning point in the war and involved some of the most skilled and dedicated Jedi, including Ahsoka Tano, who had left the Jedi Order, but was still committed to helping the Republic. Ahsoka's involvement in the siege showed how much the conflict had changed her. She was no longer just an apprentice. She had become a skilled warrior in her own right. The battle on Mandalore was a test of loyalty, courage, and belief. As Ahsoka and her team fought to protect the people of Mandalore and stop the Separatists from gaining more power, the stakes were high, and the confrontation was intense, with the Separatists using every trick at their disposal to try to defeat the Republic forces. In the end, the Siege of Mandalore was a Pyrrhic victory for the Republic. While they were able to retake the planet, the consequences of the war continued to spiral out of control. Ahsoka's decision to leave the Jedi Order after this battle marked her break from the institution that had once been her home. She realized that the Jedi Order, now fully entrenched in the war, had lost its way, and she could no longer be part of a group that had become so militarized. Her departure was symbolic of the growing disillusionment with the Republic and the Jedi both, of which had become deeply entangled in the conflict. Although this battle took place after the fall of the Jedi, it was still one of the most significant confrontations in the galaxy's history. The Battle of Endor was a final showdown between the Empire, led by Emperor Palpatine, and his apprentice, Darth Vader, and the Rebellion, which had grown stronger over time. The Rebellion, led by figures like Leia Organa, Han Solo, and Luke Skywalker, spent years fighting against the oppressive rule of the Empire. The battle on Endor was not just a military clash, it was also a confrontation between the last remnants of the Jedi and the dark side of the Force. Luke Skywalker, the last hope of the Jedi, faced off against Darth Vader and the Emperor, attempting to redeem his father and bring balance to the Force. The emotional stakes were high, as Luke struggled with the temptation of the dark side, and Vader was torn between his loyalty to the Emperor and his love for his son. The Battle of Endor ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Death Star and the death of Emperor Palpatine, signaling the end of the Empire's reign. The Rebellion's victory was a turning point in the galaxy's history. It marked the beginning of the Empire's downfall and the rise of the New Republic. For Luke, the battle represented the culmination of his journey as a Jedi. And for Anakin, as Darth Vader, it was the final act of redemption. These major battles and confrontations were not just military struggles. They were moments that tested the limits of the characters involved. Each battle revealed more about the personal motivations, beliefs, and fears of the individuals who fought in them. The emotional stakes were as high as the physical ones, with characters like Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Leia each facing challenges that would define their futures. The outcomes of these battles, from the fall of the Jedi to the rise of the Rebellion, shaped the future of the galaxy. These key moments turned the tide in the conflict and marked the beginning of a new era for the galaxy, one that would be forever changed by the choices made in the heat of battle as the war escalates. The characters within the conflict undergo significant development. Their roles as warriors, leaders, and individuals are tested in ways they could never have imagined. The emotional and psychological battles they face are just as intense, if not more so, than the physical ones. The decisions they make, often shaped by fear, loyalty, love, and ambition, push them toward their destinies. Through the war, each character is forced to confront their inner struggles, vulnerabilities, and desires. Their transformations reveal much about their personalities, values, and what they are willing to sacrifice for the future of the galaxy. Anakin Skywalker's journey is one of the most dramatic character developments in the galaxy. At the beginning of the war, Anakin is seen as a promising Jedi Knight, full of potential. He is gifted with extraordinary skills in the Force and has a strong sense of justice. His loyalty to the Jedi Order and the Republic is unwavering, and he is determined to prove himself as a hero. However, the war begins to take a heavy toll on Anakin. Both physically and emotionally, Anakin's struggles are rooted in his fear of loss. His deep attachment to Padma Amidala, his wife, and his fear of losing her drive many of his decisions. The constant battles and the separation from her only heighten his sense of vulnerability. His emotional struggles make him prone to impulsive decisions, and as the war continues, he becomes more desperate for power, believing that control over the galaxy is the only way to protect those he loves. This sense of desperation pulls him further away from the Jedi Code, which values detachment and selflessness. The turning point in Anakin's character comes when he is seduced by the dark side of the Force. Chancellor Palpatine's manipulation plays a crucial role in this shift, exploiting Anakin's fears and his desire for control. The constant pressure to be the perfect Jedi, along with the war's toll on his emotions, leads Anakin to make a deal with the dark side. His transformation into Darth Vader is not just a physical change, it is a psychological one. The choice to betray the Jedi and join the dark side is driven by Anakin's belief that he can bring peace to the galaxy through control. But in doing so, he loses everything that he once valued, including his own humanity. Throughout the war, Anakin's character evolves from a heroic figure into a tragic one. His internal struggle between loyalty to the Jedi, love for Pab, and his growing lust for power creates a constant conflict within him. His eventual fall to the dark side is a painful and heartbreaking process. showing how deep his vulnerabilities and fears run. Anakin's character development is a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked emotions and the power of fear, showing how even the greatest heroes can be consumed by their own inner struggles. Obi-Wan Kenobi's character development throughout. The war is defined by his unwavering loyalty to the Jedi Order and his deep sense of duty. As a Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan has always believed in the importance of peace and balance. But the war forces him to take on a new role as a military leader. This shift causes Obi-Wan to question his place in the galaxy and the meaning of his duty. He's no longer just a peacekeeper. He is now a soldier, leading armies into battle. Despite the challenges, Obi-Wan remains steadfast in his commitment to the Jedi Code and to protecting the galaxy. His sense of duty is one of his greatest strengths, but it is also a source of inner conflict. As the war drags on, Obi-Wan becomes more disillusioned with the Republic and the growing corruption within it. He is increasingly troubled by the fact that the Jedi, who have always stood for peace, are now involved in a war that seems to have no end. Obi-Wan's relationship with Anakin is at the heart of his character development. As Anakin's mentor, Obi-Wan is deeply invested in his apprentice's well-being. However, as Anakin begins to change, Obi-Wan struggles to reconcile his loyalty to the Jedi with his desire to save his friend. Obi-Wan's internal conflict is evident in his efforts to guide Anakin, but also in his growing realization that he cannot save him from the path he is on. This struggle is one of the most painful aspects of Obi-Wan's character, as he is forced to watch his former apprentice fall into darkness. Despite these emotional challenges, Obi's character remains defined by his resilience. He continues to fight for the greater good, even as the world around him collapses. His sense of duty to the Jedi and to the galaxy never wavers, and even in the face of immense personal loss, Obi-Wan remains committed to his mission. His internal struggles highlight the cost of duty and loyalty, especially when they lead to painful personal sacrifices. In the end, Obi-Wan's strength comes not from his physical prowess, but from his unwavering belief in the Jedi Code and the values he holds dear. Leia Organa's character evolves in a very different way. She is forced to step into the role of a leader in the rebellion. While she begins the war as a senator from Alderaan, committed to diplomacy and peace, the escalating conflict forces her to take a more active role in opposing the Empire and the Separatists. Her decision to become a leader of the rebellion marks a significant shift in her character as she grapples with the responsibility of leadership and the emotional toll it takes on her. Leia's internal struggle is primarily centered around her sense of duty to her people. As the rebellion grows, so does her burden. She is deeply committed to fighting against the Empire, not just because of the war, but because of the destruction it has caused to innocent people across the galaxy. Leia's character development is defined by her ability to balance her responsibilities with her personal desires. While she is driven by the need to protect her people, she also feels the weight of the sacrifices she must make to achieve her goals. One of Leia's biggest challenges is learning how to navigate her emotions while remaining a strong leader. Her relationships with others, particularly with Han Solo, test her ability to stay focused on the mission. She must deal with her growing feelings for Han, all while knowing that the war may require sacrifices that will affect her personally. Throughout the conflict, Leia becomes more than just a political figure. She becomes a symbol of hope and resilience for the people of the galaxy. Her ability to put the needs of others above her own is a central aspect of her character, but it also causes her emotional turmoil. Constant pressure of leadership, combined with the personal stakes of the war, forces Leia to confront her own fears and vulnerabilities. Leia's development is marked by her increasing strength and ability to inspire others, but also by her internal struggles as she faces the reality of the war. She is a character who understands that true leadership requires personal sacrifice. And over time, she learns how to balance her commitment to the rebellion with her own emotional well-being. Leia's journey is a testament to her resilience, as she rises to meet the challenges of war, all while staying true to her belief in peace and justice. Han Solo's character development during the war is one of the most significant transformations. Initially, a smuggler driven by self-interest, Han is reluctant to get involved in the rebellion. His primary concern is his own survival, and he has no desire to be tied down by any cause or responsibility. However, as the war progresses and his bond with Leia deepens, Han begins to reevaluate his priorities. Han's internal struggle revolves around his fear of commitment. Throughout the early part of the conflict, he is unwilling to take on the responsibilities of leadership, preferring to remain an outsider who avoids getting caught up in larger conflicts. His relationship with Leia pushes him to confront his fear of vulnerability, and over time he begins to see the value in fighting for something greater than himself. The war becomes a turning point for Han, as he learns that selflessness, not self-preservation, is what ultimately gives life meaning. As Han becomes more involved with the rebellion, his character evolves from a cynical loner into a committed leader. He develops a strong sense of loyalty to Leia, the rebellion, and his friends. And his motivations shift from personal gain to the desire to protect and fight for the future of the galaxy. Han's transformation is a testament to the power of relationships and the Wild's ability to change when confronted with greater responsibilities. The war and conflict brought out the best and worst in many of the galaxy's key figures. Each character's development was shaped by their personal struggles, the pressures of war, and the relationships they formed with others. Whether it was Anakin's tragic fall, Obi-Wan's unwavering loyalty, Leia's burden of leadership, or Han's transformation from self-interest to selflessness. The emotional and psychological battles they faced were as important as the physical ones. These character developments not only shaped the outcome of the war, but also defined the future of the galaxy, illustrating how conflict forces individuals to confront their inner fears, strengths, and vulnerabilities. The legacy of these characters would continue to echo throughout the galaxy, their struggles leaving a lasting impact on the future of the galaxy. As the war between the Republic and the Separatists reached its peak, as the first major loss struck, and it left a deep and lasting impact on everyone involved. This loss was not just a physical defeat, but a crushing emotional blow, one that would change the course of the conflict and the lives of the characters in ways they never expected. It was a loss that tested their resolve, forced them to confront their deepest fears, and, for many, made them question the very purpose of the war they were fighting. For Anakin Skywalker, the loss was particularly devastating. He had always been driven by a need to protect those he loved, especially Padmé Amidala. Throughout the war, Anakin's fear of losing her was one of the most powerful forces driving him. He had seen too many friends and allies lost in battle, and he knew that war had a way of taking everything away. The idea of losing Pab, the one person who had given him hope and love, terrified him. Anakin had already begun to struggle with his emotions, particularly with his growing attachment to Padmé, which went against the Jedi Code, but his love for her and his fear of losing her would ultimately push him down a dangerous path. Anakin's first major loss came when he was unable to save Padmé from a devastating blow. Despite all his power and determination, he found himself unable to protect her from the forces that were beyond his control. This loss shattered him in a way that no battle had ever done. He felt powerless, and that sense of helplessness was something he could not bear. It was in this moment that Anakin began to lose his faith in the Jedi, in the Republic, and in everything he had once stood for. The dream he had held of being the hero who could save everyone was now slipping through his fingers, and the emotional toll of this loss pushed him further toward the dark side of the Force. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the first major loss was equally painful, but different. Obi-Wan had already seen the Republic change from a place of hope to one of corruption, and the war had only deepened his fears about the future. But the loss that affected him the most was the fall of his former apprentice Anakin. Obi-Wan had trained Anakin since he was a child, and over the years, he had come to care for him deeply. He saw Anakin as a brother, someone who could bring balance to the Force and restore peace to the galaxy. However, as the war went on, Obi-Wan began to see the darker side of Anakin's nature. The choices Anakin made, his fear, his anger, and his growing attachment to Padmé, all pushed him further away from the Jedi path. When Anakin ultimately turned against the Jedi, betraying everything Obi-Wan had worked for, It was a loss that Obi-Wan could not fully comprehend. Obi-Wan's emotional turmoil after Anakin's fall was a mixture of grief, anger, and guilt. He blamed himself for not recognizing Anakin's descent into darkness sooner. He had watched Anakin struggle with his emotions, but he never imagined that his beloved apprentice would be lost to the dark side. This loss forced Obi-Wan to confront his own role in the failure of the Jedi Order. He had failed to save Anakin, and in doing so he felt as though he had failed the galaxy. This loss was a turning point for Obi-Wan as it left him questioning everything he had believed about the Jedi and his place in the galaxy. The loss of Anakin was not just a personal failure, it was a loss of hope, a loss of the future he had once believed in. For the Republic, the first major loss came when a key planet was taken by the Separatists, a loss that symbolized the growing strength of their enemy. The battle for control of this planet had been hard fought. The Republic had poured significant resources into defending it. However, despite their best efforts, the Separatists were able to overpower the Republic's forces and claim the planet as their own. This loss was not just about the strategic importance of the planet, it was a symbol of the Republic's weakening position. The Separatists were no longer just a minor threat. They were now a serious force that could strike at the heart of the Republic. The Republic's leadership, including Palpatine and the Senate, realized that the war had taken a much darker turn, and the tide was beginning to turn in favor of the Separatists. The emotional consequences of this loss were profound. The people of the Republic began to lose hope, questioning whether they could ever win the war. The defeat on this planet sent a message to the galaxy: no place was safe, and the Republic's military was not as strong as it once seemed. This loss deepened the sense of fear and uncertainty that had been growing throughout the galaxy. Republic's once unified front began to fracture as systems and planets started to question whether they should continue to support a failing government. Some began to look for other options, and the Separatists' influence spread. The first major loss for the Republic was not just a blow to their militariat, it was a blow to the people's trust in their leadership and their ability to protect them. For Leia Organa, the loss was more personal but equally impactful. She had always believed in the ideals of the Republic and had worked tirelessly as a senator to push for peace and justice. But as the war wore on, she began to see the cracks in the system. Her belief in the Republic's ability to lead the galaxy began to erode as she watched corruption spread within the Senate and the growing power of Palpatine. The first major loss for Leia came when she realized that the Republic she had believed in was no longer the force for good it once had been. This loss marked a shift in her thinking, as she began to understand that the galaxy's future could no longer be saved by the Republic alone. This realization pushed her to join the rebellion and fight for a new future. Her decision to take a stand against the Republic, despite her loyalty to its ideals, was a difficult one, but it was a turning point for her as a leader. The loss of her faith in the Republic was the beginning of her journey toward becoming a leader of the rebellion, and it would define her character for the rest of the war. For Han Solo, the first major loss came when he was forced to confront the reality of the war and its toll on those around him. Han had always been a smuggler who lived for himself, but as he became more involved with Leia and the rebellion, he began to see the bigger picture. His first major loss was the realization that he could no longer avoid the responsibilities of leadership. The war was not just about surviving, it was about fighting for a cause. This loss of his former life, where he could operate on his own terms, was the beginning of Han's transformation into a committed leader. While he initially joined the rebellion out of his love for Leia, he began to develop a deeper sense of duty to the galaxy. This emotional shift was the first step in Han's character development. As he learned to put aside his selfish tendencies for the greater good, the first major loss for these characters was a moment of emotional reckoning. It was a loss of innocence, a loss of ideals, and a loss of belief in the future they had once imagined. For Anakin, it was the loss of his future as a Jedi, and the betrayal of everything he had once fought for. For Obi-Wan, it was the loss of a friend, a student, and a dream of peace. For the Republic, it was the loss of their ability to defend their people and maintain order. For Leia and Han, this was the loss of their faith in the Republic and their growing understanding of the need for rebellion. Each of these losses carried deep emotional consequences, not only for the individuals involved, but for the galaxy as a whole. They represented the turning points where hope began to fade, and the fight for the galaxy's future took on a darker, more personal tone. These losses were not just setbacks in a war, they were moments that changed the characters, reshaped their motivations, and set them on paths that would define their destinies. The consequences of these losses would echo throughout the war, influencing the choices they made and the alliances they formed. The galaxy, once filled with hope and possibility, was now a place marked by betrayal, sacrifice, and the constant reminder of what had been lost. As the war continued, the balance of power slowly began to shift. At first, the Republic seemed to be gaining momentum, the newly formed clone army pushing back against the Separatists in a series of hard-fought battles. But as the war stretched on, it became clear that neither side could maintain a decisive advantage for long. The stakes of the conflict grew higher and new challenges emerged, forcing key characters and factions to adapt and make bold moves. These actions would alter the course of the war, slowly turning the tide in ways that no one could have predicted. Initially, the Republic had relied heavily on its clone army, which was bred for war and commanded by the Jedi. The clones, though, skilled in battle, lacked the personal motivations that might have made them more resourceful in the long run. As the war dragged on, the clones faced increasing pressure from the Separatists, who were no longer just a loose alliance of systems and corporations. Count Dooku and the Separatists had built a well-coordinated army of battle droids, and their military strategies grew more sophisticated. The Republic, on the other hand, faced difficulties in maintaining control over all the planets in the galaxy. The war effort required a massive amount of resources. And with Palpatine consolidating more power, the political situation became increasingly unstable. Many senators began questioning the Republic's future, and the galaxy's citizens began to feel the toll of endless battles. But as the Separatists began to gain ground, something changed within the Republic. Realizing that the war was becoming a battle for survival, new leaders began to emerge from within the ranks. Some of the Senate members who had once supported Palpatine's emergency powers began to speak out, questioning the unchecked authority he had gained. Meanwhile, the Jedi, who had long been loyal to the Republic, began to reconsider their involvement in the war, though they had been committed to fighting the Separatists. Then Guardians of Peace began to take its toll on their unity. The shift in the Republic's strategies was sparked by the growing resistance within its own ranks. These political and military changes led to a new sense of urgency. A rebellion of sorts began within the Republic itself, led by those who realized that the war could not be won without a fundamental shift in how it was being fought. The people of the galaxy, who had once looked to the Republic for hope, now began to lose their trust in its ability to maintain peace. Slowly, small factions within the Republic began to rise, calling for peace talks with the Separatists, or even advocating for a complete reformation of the Republic's structure. On the Separatist side, the tide also began to shift in unexpected ways. Count Dooku, despite his considerable power and control over the Separatist forces, found himself increasingly challenged by internal divisions. While the Separatists had initially rallied around the promise of more autonomy and an end to the Republic's corruption, not all of their leaders were entirely aligned with Dooku's methods. Some of the more powerful members of the Separatist alliance, such as the leaders of the Trade Federation and other influential corporations, began to feel uneasy with Dooku's leadership. These divisions within the Separatists were exacerbated by the growing influence of Palpatine, who had been using the war to solidify his power. While the Separatists were initially successful in their efforts, they soon found themselves facing not only the military might of the Republic, but also the political and economic cunning of Palpatine, who was able to leverage his control over the Republic to create strategic alliances with systems that had once been neutral. Dooku's reliance on his droid army also began to show weaknesses. While the droids were numerous and easily replaceable, they lacked the adaptability and creativity of human soldiers. The Separatists struggled to adjust their strategies to counter the Republic's increasing military capabilities, and they soon began to suffer losses on several fronts. The Republic's resilience in battle, combined with growing resistance to the Separatist leadership, started to erode their early advantages. One of the key moments that marked the shift in the Separatists' fortunes was the rise of dissent within their ranks. Some of the Separatist leaders, who had joined the cause for financial gain or political influence, began to question the wisdom of continuing the war. Some even sought out backdoor negotiations with the Republic in hopes of securing a peace deal, or at least some sort of settlement that would allow them to withdraw from the conflict without completely losing face. This growing internal conflict created confusion within the Separatist leadership and weakened their ability to fight as a unified force. As the war continued to escalate, the Jedi faced an internal crisis. The Jedi Order had always been known for its commitment to peace and balance, but the war forced them into a position where they were leading armies and engaging in combat. This shift from guardians of peace to military leaders was difficult for many Jedi, who struggled with the ethical implications of their involvement in the war. Some Jedi, like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu, continued to fight for the Republic, believing that their involvement was necessary to bring peace to the galaxy. However, others like Ahsoka Tano began to question whether the Jedi could remain neutral and true to their principles while being so deeply involved in the war. Ahsoka's eventual departure from the Jedi Order was a significant turning point. In the war, as it reflected the growing disillusionment within the Jedi ranks, Ahsoka's departure was not just a personal decision, it was a sign that the Jedi Order itself was losing its way. The emotional toll on the Jedi was also growing. Jedi like Anakin Skywalker, who had been close to the Order, began to experience personal struggles as they balanced their commitment to the war with their own emotional turmoil. Anakin's growing attachment to Padme Amidala, his fear of losing her, and his frustration with the Jedi's restrictions all began to cloud his judgment. These emotional struggles led Anakin down a dangerous path, one that would ultimately take him away from the Jedi and lead him to the dark side. The Jedi's internal struggles were compounded by the pressure of the war. They found themselves at odds with their own beliefs, torn between their duty to fight for the Republic and their desire to maintain their connection to the Force. The Jedi Order, once united in its mission to protect peace, was now divided by the war and by personal doubts. This division within the Order would have profound consequences for the galaxy as a whole, as the Jedi's inability to remain united and true to their values left them vulnerable to manipulation and internal collapse. In the midst of the growing turmoil, a new force began to emerge: the Rebellion. While initially a scattered collection of resistance groups, the Rebellion began to gain strength as the war continued. Leia Organa, once a loyal senator to the UHL Republic, became one of the key figures in this movement. Her disillusionment with the Republic, combined with the increasing tyranny of Palpatine, pushed her to take action. The Rebellion's goal was not only to oppose the Separatists but also to challenge the growing power of Palpatine, who was becoming more and more of a dictator. The formation of the Rebellion marked a turning point in the conflict. No longer were the people of the galaxy willing to simply support the Republic or the Separatists. They were now actively working to create a new order. The Rebellion began to form alliances with former enemies, including systems that had once supported the Separatists. These new alliances represented a growing desire for a galaxy free of war and oppression, and the Rebellion became a symbol of hope for those who were suffering from the conflict. The rise of the Rebellion shifted the dynamics of the war. With a new force pushing back against both the Separatists and the Republic, the conflict became even more complicated. The Rebellion's success in rallying systems to its cause was a sign that the galaxy was no longer just fighting for control, it was fighting for a new vision of the future. The Rebellion was not just a military force, it was a movement driven by the desire for freedom and peace. As the tide of the war turned, the Rebellion became an increasingly important player, not only in the fight for the galaxy's future, but also in the struggle against the growing influence of Palpatinators. As the war dragged on, the tide began to turn in ways that no one could have predicted. The Republic, once confident in its victory, found itself stretched thin as it faced challenges not only from the Separatists, but also from within. The Separatists, although still a formidable force, were beginning to fracture under the pressure of the war and internal divisions. The Jedi, caught between their loyalty to the Republic and their growing doubts about their role in the conflict, found themselves divided and vulnerable. And in the midst of this turmoil, the rebellion emerged as a new force for change, rallying those who had lost faith in the established powers and pushing for a different future. The galaxy, once united under the Republic, was now a fractured place. Old alliances were breaking down, and new ones were forming. The stakes of the war had grown higher, and the future of the galaxy was more uncertain than ever. As the balance of power began to shift, the choices made by the key players Anakin, Obi-Wan, Leia, and Palpatine would determine not just the outcome of the war, but the very future of the galaxy itself. The tide had begun to turn. The galaxy would never be the same again. In the midst of a war that had already taken its toll on the galaxy, a shocking betrayal and an unexpected alliance began to turn everything upside down. These moments, one of treachery and the other of cooperation, had deep consequences not only for the characters directly involved, but for the entire conflict itself. The lines between friend and foe, loyalty and deceit, began to blur, as decisions were made that would forever alter the course of the war and the fate of the galaxy. For Anakin Skywalker, the betrayal that would mark the darkest turn in his life was not an outside enemy, but a decision made from within. Anakin had always struggled with his emotions, but his love for Padma Amidala and his growing fear of losing her had made him vulnerable to manipulation. Throughout the war, Anakin had fought for the Republic, believing that his actions would help secure a better future. However, the more the war dragged on, the more disillusioned he became with the Jedi Order and the Republic they served. Anakin's loyalty to the Jedi had already begun to waver as his personal fears and desires took root. He felt disconnected from the Jedi teachings, especially their stance on attachment and the need for detachment from personal emotions. Next, his relationship with Pad, which he kept secret, was one of the few things that provided him with peace and hope. But when Anakin began to have disturbing visions of Padme's death, he became desperate to find a way to prevent her fate. Even if it meant sacrificing everything he had once believed in, the true betrayal came when Anakin, driven by his desire to save Padme and his increasing frustration with the Jedi, was manipulated by Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine, who had long been watching Anakin's emotional struggles, saw an opportunity to turn the young Jedi to the dark side. Promising Anakin the power to prevent Padme's death, Palpatine played on his fears, leading him to betray the Jedi and the Republic. Anakin, now fully under Palpatine's influence, turned against his former allies, calling himself Darth Vader. This betrayal was a devastating blow to the Jedi Order. Anakin had been their hope, their greatest warrior. His fall to the dark side not only meant the loss of one of their strongest members, but also signaled the end of their role as protectors of peace. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the betrayal was personal. He had trained Anakin, watched him grow, and had hoped to guide him to become a great Jedi. But the emotional strain of war, combined with Anakin's increasing fear and attachment, led him to a path of darkness. Obi-Wan could not have predicted the depth of Anakin's betrayal, and the pain of losing his former apprentice was felt deeply by all who knew him. The betrayal not only fractured the Jedi Order, but also began to shift the balance of power in the galaxy. Palpatine, now with Anakin by his side, had effectively dismantled the Republic and set the stage for the rise of the Empire. This betrayal changed everything, making the future of the galaxy uncertain, as the Sith were now in control. At the same time, an unexpected alliance began to form, one that would challenge the dominance of the Sith and change the course of the war. The rebellion, initially a small resistance movement, had begun to gain traction, especially among those who had lost faith in both the Republic and the Separatists. Leia Organa, once a senator who had supported the Republic, became one of the key figures in this new movement. As she saw the Republic's transformation into an authoritarian state under Palpatine's rule, she realized that the war was no longer just about defeating the Separatists. Shit was about restoring freedom to the galaxy. Leia's decision to join the rebellion was not without its risks. It meant opposing both the Republic she had once served and the Separatists, who were seen as enemies of the Republic. Yet, Leia understood that the galaxy could not be saved by fighting one side or the other. It needed a new path. Her leadership. In the rebellion, alongside figures like Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, marked the beginning of a powerful movement against the growing tyranny of Palpatine. What made this alliance unexpected was the fact that it brought together former enemies. The Separatists, who had once been in direct conflict with the Republic, found themselves joining forces with members of the Republic who had grown disillusioned with Palpatine's rule. These former Separatists, now seeking a different path, were willing to unite with the rebellion in the fight against the Empire. This alliance wasn't without its challenges, as the political and ideological differences between the rebellion and the Separatists were significant. But both sides shared a common goal: the removal of Palpatine and the restoration of freedom to the galaxy. Over time, the rebellion's message of hope and unity began to resonate with more and more systems, and the Separatists, once a major enemy, became key allies in the fight against the Empire. One of the most significant outcomes of this unexpected alliance was the growing power of the rebellion. What had once been a scattered group of resistance movements now became a true force to be reckoned with. With the support of systems that had once been loyal to the Separatists and new alliances forged with those who had lost faith in the Republic, the rebellion began to challenge the Empire's dominance. The formation of this unlikely alliance proved that even in the darkest times, galaxy could still come together for a common cause. For Leia, this alliance represented a new beginning. Her decision to join the rebellion marked her transformation from a senator in the Republic to a leader in the fight for freedom. She was no longer just a political figure. She became a symbol of hope for the people of the galaxy. Her internal struggles between her duty to the Republic and her growing desire to see change made her an unlikely but powerful leader. Leia's growth throughout the conflict reflected her determination to build a better future, not just for herself, but for the galaxy as a whole. Han Solo's journey was also deeply affected by this alliance. Initially, Han had been a smuggler with little interest in taking sides in the conflict. Involvement with the rebellion, driven by his love for Leia, marked a significant shift in his character. Han's development from a selfish loner to a committed member of the rebellion reflected his growing sense of responsibility and loyalty. As he worked alongside Leia and Luke, Han learned that the fight for freedom required more than just individual survival. It required teamwork, sacrifice, and a shared vision for the future. Luke Skywalker's role in the rebellion was different, but equally important. As the last hope of the Jedi, Luke's journey was one of self-discovery and transformation. His connection to the Force and his growing understanding of his father's legacy played a key role in the rebellion's success. Despite the emotional toll of losing his mentor Obi-Wan and his father Anakin's fall to the dark side, Luke remained committed to his mission. His ability to see the good in others, even in the face of overwhelming darkness, became a source of strength for the rebellion. For the Separatists who joined the rebellion, it's their alliance with the Republics. Former enemies also marked a significant shift. These leaders, once committed to breaking away from the Republic, now realized that their original goal, autonomy and independence, was not enough to secure peace for the galaxy. They had seen the Republic's corruption firsthand and had chosen to fight against it. However, their experiences in the war led them to understand that the real enemy was not the Republic or the Separatists, but the Empire's oppressive rule. Joining the rebellion represented a new direction, one where the goal was not just political power, but the restoration of freedom and justice across the galaxy. The betrayal of Anakin Skywalker and the formation of the unexpected alliance between former enemies set the stage for the most dramatic shifts in the conflict. Anakin's fall to the dark side and his betrayal of the Jedi marked a key turning point, as the galaxy was now under the iron grip of the Empire. But the unexpected alliance between the rebellion and the separatists showed that even in the face of betrayal, there was hope for change. The rebellion, though still small and scattered, had now become a force that could challenge the Empire. These events also had a lasting effect on the characters involved. Anakin's betrayal left deep scars on both the Jedi and the Republic, but it also pushed the galaxy toward the ultimate confrontation between the rebellion and the Empire. The alliance, though formed out of necessity, brought together a diverse group of individuals who would go on to fight for a new order. The emotional and psychological toll of these events would continue to shape the characters' decisions in the war, as they struggled with the cost of their choices. In the end, the betrayal and the unexpected alliance were pivotal moments that changed the direction of the conflict. These events marked the beginning of a new chapter in the galaxy's history, one where hope, resistance, and the fight for freedom would define the future. In every great story, there comes a moment where a character must face their greatest challenge. It's the moment when everything they have worked for, everything they believe in, and every part of who they are is put to the test. For the characters caught in the conflict of war, this test is often the most difficult of all. Could be a physical battle that demands all of their strength, an emotional decision that requires them to choose between their heart and their duty, or a moral dilemma that forces them to confront their deepest values. These challenges not only shape their character, but also define their place in the larger story. For Anakin Skywalker, the ultimate test came at a moment when everything he had once fought for was in direct conflict with everything he feared losing. Anakin had always been a passionate individual, driven by the desire to protect those he loved, especially Padme Amidala. His greatest fear was losing her, and this fear became the driving force behind his choices. As the war intensified and his disillusionment with the Jedi grew, Anakin found himself increasingly drawn to Chancellor Palpatine, who promised him the power to prevent Padme's death and give him the control he so desperately sought. Anakin's test came when he was forced to make a choice between loyalty to the Jedi Order, which he had sworn to serve, and the power offered by the dark side of the Force. Palpatine, aware of Anakin's vulnerabilities, played on his fears, offering him the means to protect Padme, but at a great cost. Anakin's emotional struggle was intense, as he was torn between his love for Padme, his sense of duty as a Jedi, and the temptation of the dark side. His ultimate test was not just a decision to fight or flee, but a decision to give up everything he had ever known in exchange for the power to control his destiny. The moment Anakin chose to betray the Jedi and join Palpatine was a devastating one, not only for him but for the galaxy. He was faced with the greatest challenge of his life. He had to decide whether he would remain true to his principles or give in to the temptation of power and control. His decision to become Darth Vader marked the moment he fully embraced the dark side, abandoning his friends, his identity, and his former life. This betrayal was Anakin's ultimate test, and it was one that he would struggle with for the rest of his life. His fear of loss and his desire for power led him down a path that would change him forever, leaving him to deal with the consequences of his actions. For Obi-Wan Kenobi, the ultimate test was deeply personal. As a Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan had been committed to peace and justice, but the war had forced him to become a soldier, leading armies into battle. However, the test that defined Obi-Wan came not on the battlefield, but in his relationship with Anakin Skywalker. Obi-Wan had trained Anakin, watched him grow from an eager apprentice to a powerful Jedi Knight, and had come to see him as a brother. When Anakin fell to the dark side, it was Obi-Wan's worst fear realized. His greatest challenge was not just fighting against his former apprentice, but accepting that Anakin, whom he had once loved and guided, had betrayed everything they had stood for. Obi-Wan's emotional conflict was as much about his sense of failure as it was about his duty as a Jedi. He had invested so much in Anakin, believing that he could be the one to bring balance to the Force. The test came when Obi-Wan had to confront Anakin, not only as a warrior but as a teacher. He had to reconcile his love for Anakin with the realization that the only way to stop him from destroying the galaxy was to defeat him. Obi-Wan's sacrifice was not just physical, it was emotional. He had to let go of his hope for Anakin's redemption and accept that the war was beyond the point of saving his former apprentice. The test of Obi-Wan's character was a test of his resilience, loyalty, and acceptance of loss. He could not save Anakin from his own choices, and this realization was one of the most difficult of his life. Obi-Wan's internal struggle between his love for Anakin and his duty to the galaxy shaped his decision to confront him on Mustafar. The pain of fighting someone he considered family was something Obi-Wan would carry with him forever. But his ultimate test was accepting that his mission was bigger than personal relationships. It was about preserving peace and balance in the HST galaxy. For Leia Organa, the ultimate test came when she was forced to make difficult choices for the greater good of the galaxy. As a leader of the rebellion, Leia had always been a fierce advocate for peace and justice. However, her involvement in the rebellion meant she was constantly faced with decisions that could cost lives, including those of the people she cared about. Leia's test was not just about strategic military decisions. It was about the emotional burden of leadership and the sacrifices she had to make for the cause. Leia's test came during a critical moment when the rebellion had to decide whether to attack a well-guarded Empire stronghold that could lead to the destruction of the Death Star. The success of the mission could shift the balance of the war in the rebellion's favor. But it also meant sending her friends, including Han Solo and Luke Skywalker, into danger. Leia's leadership was tested as she had to manage her fear and responsibility, knowing that the rebellion's survival depended on tough decisions. At the same time, she had to manage her growing feelings for Han and reconcile her love for him with the harsh realities of war. Her internal struggle was rooted in the idea of sacrifice. Leia was willing to put the needs of the galaxy above her own desires, but this came with a heavy emotional cost. The risk of losing her friends, particularly Han, was a pain that weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, as the war escalated and the stakes grew higher, Leia showed that her ultimate test was not just about making decisions in the heat of battle. It was about understanding that true leadership meant enduring personal sacrifice and embracing the heavy burden of responsibility. Han Solo's ultimate test came when he was forced to confront his own sense of responsibility and loyalty. At the start of the conflict, Han was a rogue smuggler who cared more about making money and staying out of trouble than getting involved in any galactic wars. However, his growing relationship with Leia and his increasing sense of duty to the rebellion made him question his priorities. Han's internal struggle was between his old life, one of self-interest and freedom in his new role as a member of the rebellion, where loyalty to the cause and to others came first. Han's test came when he was faced with a decision to either abandon the rebellion and return to his old ways, or commit to fighting for a cause that he didn't initially believe in. His decision to stay and fight, even when the odds seemed stacked against them, marked his transformation from a selfish smuggler to a true leader and hero. Han's loyalty to Leia and his growing understanding of the rebellion's goals forced him to confront his own fears of attachment and responsibility. In doing so, he proved that his strength lay not in his skills as a pilot, but in his ability to make sacrifices for the greater good. Han's character development throughout the conflict was a test of commitment and loyalty. His journey from a man focused solely on himself to one who would risk everything for those he cared about made him a key figure in the rebellion. His willingness to face the emotional challenges of his new role and the risks involved showed the depth of his transformation. Luke Skywalker's ultimate test was one of hope, legacy, and self-discovery. As the last hope of the Jedi, Luke's journey was always about more than just defeating the Empire or the Separatists. It was about understanding the true meaning of his legacy and what it meant to be a Jedi. Luke's test came when he was forced to confront his own fears and doubts, particularly in relation to his father, Anakin Skywalker, who had become Darth Vader. Luke's challenge was not just physical, but psychological and emotional. He had to choose whether to fight his father or to try to redeem him. The test of hope and faith was at the core of Luke's character. While others, including Obi-Wan and Yoda, believed that there was no turning back for Anakin, Luke held on to the belief that there was still good in his father. his willingness to face his greatest fear, to confront Darth Vader. The embodiment of the dark side was the ultimate test of his belief in the possibility of redemption and the power of hope. Luke's test was not just about saving the galaxy, it was about confronting the legacy of his father and understanding that being a Jedi was about more than just fighting. It was about believing in the good within others, even when it seemed impossible. Yes. Victory wasn't just in defeating the Empire, but in redeeming his father, showing that even the darkest souls could be brought back to the light. Luke's journey ultimately showed that his greatest test was understanding that hope, compassion, and belief in others were the most powerful tools of all. The ultimate tests faced by Anakin, Obi-Wan, Leia, Han, and Luke were not just about physical battles, they were about inner struggles and the choices they made in the face of overwhelming adversity. Each character was forced to confront their deepest fears, their values, and their sense of purpose. For Anakin, it was the fear of losing loved ones that led to his fall. For Obi-Wan, it was his failure to save his apprentice. For Leia and Han, it was the emotional burden of leadership and loyalty. For Luke, it was the challenge of hope and redemption. These tests defined the characters in ways that went far beyond the war they fought. They showed that true strength lies not only in victory, but in the ability to face one's own vulnerabilities, doubts, and fears. Through these challenges, the characters proved that their inner growth was as important as any physical victory. Their journeys were a reminder that in times of crisis, it is often the personal battles we face that shape our destinies. As the war raged on, both sides of the conflict, the Republic and the Separatists, had grown increasingly entrenched in their battles. The galaxy seemed to be moving toward an inevitable conclusion, with neither side fully able to claim victory. Yet, just when it seemed that the war could only end in destruction, an unexpected force intervened. This intervention would not only change the direction of the conflict, but also alter the course of the characters' decisions and strategies. It was a turning point that no one had anticipated, but that would ultimately reshape the fate of the galaxy. One of the most significant, unexpected interventions came not from an external force, but from the emergence of the rebellion. What began as a small group of resistance fighters, united in their desire to oppose the growing power of Palpatine and the Empire, soon evolved into a formidable force. The rebellion was a response to the increasing authoritarian rule of Palpatine and the corruption within the Republic. As the war progressed, the people of the galaxy, particularly those who had suffered under the endless conflict, began to look for a new way forward. Leia Organa, once a senator in the Republic, became a central figure in the formation of the rebellion. Her disillusionment with the Republic's descent into tyranny, combined with her growing realization that the galaxy needed something more than just military might, pushed her to take action. As the rebellion began to gather strength, it quickly became clear that this unexpected intervention would disrupt the status quo of the war, instead of simply defeating the Separatists or Palpatine's regime. The rebellion's mission was now to challenge the Empire itself. Leia's ability to unite various factions, many of which had been at odds before, helped form a new alliance that included former Separatists, systems that had been neutral during the war, and those who had never been involved in the conflict. The rebellion's strength lay in its ability to bring together a diverse group of people who shared the same goal: to end Palpatine's rule and restore freedom to the galaxy. This unexpected alliance began to shift the balance of power, forcing both the Republic and the Separatists to reconsider their strategies. Another unexpected intervention came in the form of a revelation that would change the course of the Wartha legacy of the Jedi. The Jedi Order had been devastated by the rise of the Sith, and many had believed that the Jedi were all but extinct after Anakin's betrayal. However, the knowledge of the Jedi and the teachings of the Force were far from forgotten. As the rebellion gained strength, the hope for the Jedi's return also began to grow. Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin Skywalker, formerly Darth Vader, emerged as a central figure in this unexpected turn of events. Although he had initially been unaware of his connection to the Jedi, Luke's journey toward becoming a Jedi would be the key to restoring balance in the Force. His unexpected rise as the last hope for the Jedi, order, and his ability to tap into the Force made him an unexpected force to be reckoned with. In the rebellion, Luke's revelation of his connection to the Jedi was a turning point in the war. While Palpatine and the Sith believed the Jedi Order to be wiped out, Luke's existence was a secret that would change everything. He represented not just the power of the Jedi, but the hope for peace and balance in the galaxy. His growing understanding of the Force and his desire to learn more about his father's legacy would drive him to take risks that others in the rebellion could not. Luke's journey from an uncertain farm boy to the last hope of the Jedi was an unexpected intervention that forced both the Republic and the Separatists to shift their strategies. The Sith, especially Darth Vader, now had to confront the reality that the Jedi, who they had tried to destroy, were not gone. Luke's existence would eventually lead to his confrontation with Darth Vader and the Emperor, altering the course of the galaxy's future. Another unexpected intervention came from the Mandalorians, a warrior culture that had largely remained on the sidelines during the conflict. While their involvement in the war had been minimal, the Mandalorians' skills as warriors made them a valuable war enemy. In a galaxy torn apart by war, the Mandalorians had largely stayed out of the larger conflict, focusing instead on their own interests. However, as the war continued, the Mandalorians began to take a more active role. Their intervention was not born out of a desire for peace or the good of the galaxy, but out of their own need for survival, seeing the power vacuum caused by the Empire's rise. Many Mandalorian factions began to involve themselves more directly in the war. Some saw the conflict as an opportunity to gain power and resources, while others simply wanted to protect their way of life from being destroyed. The Mandalorians' unexpected involvement in the war was a game changer. Their advanced technology, combat skills, and military strategies were a force that neither the Republic nor the Separatists had fully accounted for. The Mandalorians' ability to fight with precision and efficiency made them a powerful and unpredictable force in the conflict. Forcing both sides to reconsider their tactics, the Mandalorians' intervention also created new alliances and rivalries. Within the war, some factions within the Separatists and Republic saw the Mandalorians as a threat and sought to undermine their influence. Others saw them as valuable allies, especially in strategic battles where their combat expertise could be decisive. The Mandalorians' unpredictable involvement helped shift the direction of the conflict and added a new layer of complexity to the galaxy's already volatile situation. While the unexpected interventions of the rebellion, the Jedi, and the Mandalorians were shifting the power balance in the galaxy. One of the most significant interventions was the revelation of Palpatine's true intentions. For years, Palpatine had hidden his true identity as a Sith Lord and had manipulated both the Republic and the Separatists for his own gain. He had orchestrated the war not just to destroy the Jedi and expand his control, but to ultimately transform the galaxy into an empire under his rule. However, as the rebellion grew stronger and Luke Skywalker's role as the last Jedi became clear, Palpatine's own plans began to unravel. His reliance on the dark side of the Force, combined with his manipulative nature, made him a target for those who sought to undo the destruction he had caused. While Palpatine had planned to maintain control over the galaxy through fear and oppression, the rise of new forces like the Jedi and the Rebellion challenged his grip on power. This revelation of Palpatine's true nature created a new wave of resistance within the galaxy. While many had already been disillusioned by the Republic's corruption, the knowledge that Palpatine was the Sith Lord behind the Empire's rise pushed many more systems to join the rebellion. The truth about Palpatine's intentions was an unexpected intervention that significantly altered the political landscape. The people of the galaxy, who had long been kept in the dark, now had a clearer picture of who their real enemy was. As these unexpected interventions played out, the leaders of the Republic, the Separatists, and the Rebellion had to rethink their strategies. The emergence of the Jedi as a key force in the rebellion, the growing power of the Mandalorians, and the rise of the rebellion itself forced all sides to reconsider their alliances and goals. What had once seemed like a straightforward conflict was now a complex battle of survival and power. New leaders emerged, and old alliances were tested for the rebellion. The growing influence of the Jedi and the unexpected support from former separatists marked a new chapter. The once divided forces now found common ground in their fight against Palpatine's empire. Meanwhile, the separatists, weakened by internal divisions, began to lose their grip on the war, as the Republic's resources and the rebellion's growing strength created an uncertain future. On the Republic side, Palpatine's tightening control faced new challenges. With the knowledge of his true identity as a Sith, many within the Senate began to work secretly to oppose his rule. The unexpected shift in power forced Palpatine to act more swiftly and aggressively. But his actions only further alienated the galaxy's population, eventually leading to his downfall. The unexpected interventions in the war, from the rise of the rebellion to the return of the Jedi and the involvement of the Mandalorians, changed the course of the conflict in ways no one could have predicted. These new forces, whether they were united in a shared goal or motivated by personal interests, altered the strategies of both the Republic and the Separatists. At the same time, Palpatine's secrets began to unravel, creating a new sense of urgency within the galaxy. The interventions revealed that, despite the power of the Sith and the war's apparent certainty, the galaxy was not as helpless as it seemed. As the conflict continued, it became clear that the tide was turning. The unexpected interventions not only shifted the balance of power, but also showed that even in the darkest of times, new forces could emerge to challenge the established order. These moments were not just plot twists, they were the driving forces that led to the eventual downfall of the Empire and the restoration of hope for the galaxy. As the war in the galaxy reached its final stages, all the struggles, battles, and decisions led to one ultimate confrontation. This was the moment that everyone had been preparing for, the event that would decide the fate of the galaxy. The tension that had been building between the Republic, the Separatists, and the Rebellion finally came to a head. The battle for control of the galaxy, the battle for the future, would be fought in a final, decisive moment. The stakes were higher than ever, and the characters who had been at the center of the conflict were about to face the ultimate test. The fate of the galaxy would rest on their decisions, their actions, and their ability to overcome the forces of darkness that had taken root in the heart of the galaxy. The final confrontation was not just about armies clashing on a battlefield. It was about the larger forces at play, the battle between good and evil, freedom and oppression, hope and fear. At the center of this confrontation stood the figure of Darth Vader, once Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi who had fallen to the dark side. His transformation had been long and painful, a journey marked by fear, anger, and loss. Anakin's fall to the dark side had torn the galaxy apart, and now, as Darth Vader, he was the instrument of the Empire's control. He had become the very thing he had once fought against, and his inner conflict was as great as the external battle that raged around him. For Luke Skywalker, the son of Anakin, the final confrontation was not just about defeating Vader, it was about redeeming him. Luke had always believed that there was still good in his father, despite all the destruction and pain caused by the dark side. His hope was that through the strength of the Force and his belief in redemption, he could bring Anakin back from the darkness. His personal struggle was at the heart of Luke's role in the final confrontation. He had to confront not only his father, but also his own fears and doubts about his place in the galaxy, and his connection to the Force, the Emperor. Palpatine had long been the shadow behind the galaxy's descent into darkness. His manipulation of Anakin had been one of the key factors that led to the rise of the Empire. Palpatine's plan was nearing its completion. With the Rebel Alliance growing stronger, the Empire needed to crush them once and for all. Ultimate goal was not just to maintain control of the galaxy, but to turn Luke Skywalker to the dark side, making him his new apprentice and cementing the Emperor's reign. Palpatine believed that the only way to ensure the future of the Empire was through the complete destruction of the Jedi. And through the conversion of Luke, he hoped to create a new Sith Lord who would rule alongside him. The final confrontation unfolded in a series of battles, both physical and psychological. The rebellion, led by Leia Organa and Han Solo, had gathered its forces for one last push against the Empire. The fate of the galaxy rested on their success. The Rebel fleet launched a desperate attack on the Empire's strongest weapon, the Death Star, which had the power to destroy entire planets. The Death Star was the symbol of the Empire's oppressive rule, and its destruction was not just a military goal, it was a symbol of hope for the galaxy. Leia, Han, and the other leaders of the rebellion fought valiantly, knowing that the fate of millions depended on the outcome. Their battle was not just against the Empire's forces, but against the overwhelming fear that had taken root in the galaxy. The rebellion represented the last hope for a galaxy that had been engulfed in war for far too long. The ultimate confrontation for them was not just about defeating the Empire, it was about restoring peace and justice to a galaxy torn apart by years of war and suffering. On the other side, Darth Vader and the Emperor waited for the rebellion to make its move. The Emperor believed that the rebellion would eventually come to him, just as Anakin had. He knew that Luke was strong with the Force, and he intended to use that strength to his advantage. He believed that once Luke was turned to the dark side, he would be able to defeat the rebellion and solidify his control over the galaxy. Palpatine's confidence in his power and the dark side of the Force made him seem invincible. But even he was unaware of the ultimate decision that was about to be made. For Luke Skywalker, the ultimate test came when he was face to face with his father, Darth Vader. Their confrontation was not just a physical battle. It was a battle of wills, of ideologies, and of emotions. Luke had spent years believing that his father could be redeemed. But now, standing before him, Luke was faced with the painful truth that his father had become a Sith Lord. Vader was no longer the man Luke had once known he was a servant of. The dark side and the galaxy's future rested on whether Luke could overcome his anger and hatred to save him. As the battle between Luke and Vader intensified, Luke was pushed to the brink. He could feel the anger building within him, the same anger that had consumed his father. The dark side of the Force called to him, tempting him to strike down his father and take his place at the Emperor's side. For a moment, Luke was torn between the desire for vengeance and the hope that his father could still be saved. This was Luke's ultimate test, not just of strength, but of his belief in the power of the light side of the Force. Could he resist the dark side's temptation and stay true to his principles, or would he succumb to the anger that had consumed Anakin? In the end, Luke made a choice that would define him. He refused to kill his father, even though it seemed like the only way to defeat the Emperor. Instead, Luke chose to stand by his belief that there was still good in Anakin, that the love they had shared could still bring him back. Luke's decision to stay true to the light side of the Force, even when faced with the overwhelming darkness of the Emperor and his father, was the defining moment of his journey. It was the moment when he proved that hope, love, and redemption were stronger than fear, anger, and hatred. As Luke faced the Emperor's wrath, it was Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, who made the final fateful decision, seeing his son in danger. Anakin was faced with the ultimate test of his own. His redemption was not just about saving Luke, it was about saving himself. Anakin had spent years serving the Emperor, but in his heart, he had always been conflicted. The love he had for Padma, his guilt over his past actions, and the fear that he had lost everything had driven him to the dark side. But seeing Luke, his son, in danger stirred something deep within him. In a moment of clarity, Anakin made the ultimate sacrifice. He turned against the Emperor, using the last of his strength to save Luke and destroy the Sith Lord. In doing so, redeemed himself and brought balance to the Force. His decision to save Luke was not just an act of love for his son, it was an act of self-redemption, a final act of hope for the galaxy. Anakin's death marked the end of the Sith's rule and the restoration of balance in the Force. Meanwhile, the rebellion had succeeded in its mission to destroy the Death Star. With the Empire's greatest weapon destroyed, the balance of power had shifted. The Emperor's death, combined with the fall of Darth Vader, signaled the collapse of the Empire's control. The galaxy, once under the shadow of tyranny, now had a chance for peace. The rebellion, led by Leia, Han, and the other brave fighters, had brought down the Empire's regime and given hope to those who had suffered under its rule. The ultimate confrontation, which had seemed impossible to win, was now a victory for the forces of good. The galaxy, though scarred by years of war, was finally free from the grip of the Empire. The rebellion's success was a turning point, and it marked the beginning of a new era, time of healing, rebuilding, and hope for the future. The ultimate confrontation was not just about a final battle, it was about the choices made by those who fought. Luke Skywalker's decision to stay true to the light side, Anakin's redemption, and the rebellion's victory all played a crucial role in shaping the future of the galaxy. The battle was not just won with strength, but with hope, compassion, and the belief that even in the darkest times, there was always a chance for redemption. As the galaxy began to rebuild, the lessons learned from this final confrontation would echo for generations to come. The forces of good had triumphed, but it was the personal sacrifices, the internal struggles, and the choices of the key characters that truly defined the outcome. The ultimate confrontation was not just a battle between armies, it was a battle for the future of the galaxy, a future that now held the promise of peace, unity, and hope. As the conflict neared its climax, key characters in the galaxy faced the most important decisions of their lives. The choices they made at this moment would not only determine the outcome of the war, but would also shape their personal futures. These decisions were not just about physical battles or victories. They were deeply tied to their values, emotions, and their understanding of right and wrong. The final moments of the conflict tested the characters in ways that pushed them to the edge. Each character had to make a decision that would define not only the future of the galaxy, but also their own personal journeys. Anakin Skywalker, who had long been driven by fear and anger, stood at a crossroads. His decision to turn against the Jedi and join the dark side had been made long ago, but his greatest test was yet to come. Throughout the war, Anakin struggled with his fear of losing those he loved, especially Padma Amidala. His desire for power and control had pushed him to betray the Jedi and side with the Sith. But despite all the pain and destruction he had caused, there was still a part of Anakin that longed for redemption. Anakin's final decision was tied to his son, Luke Skywalker, and the love he felt for him. As Luke faced the Emperor, Anakin was forced to confront everything he had become. The pain of losing Pagnum, the guilt of his betrayal, and the weight of his dark choices were overwhelming. But when he saw Luke in danger, something within Anakin snapped. The first time in years, he saw a chance to do something right, to protect his son, to undo the damage he had caused. In that moment, Anakin chose to turn against the Emperor and save Luke, knowing that it would mean his own end. His decision to sacrifice himself and redeem himself through his actions was a powerful moment in his personal arc. It was a choice to finally break free from the darkness that had consumed him for so long. Allowing him to die as the man he had once hoped to be, Anakin's decision was not just about saving his son, it was about saving himself. He had spent so much time trapped in fear and anger that he had lost sight of what truly mattered. By making this ultimate sacrifice, Anakin redeemed himself, and in doing so, helped bring balance to the Force. His final decision marked the end of his journey from a hero to a villain, and ultimately back to a hero again, showing that even the darkest soul could find redemption. For Luke Skywalker, the ultimate decision was about more than just defeating the Emperor or the Empire. It was about holding on to hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Luke had always believed that there was still good in his father, even when others like Obi-Wan and Yoda had given up hope. His journey had been one of self-discovery and learning to trust in the Force. But his final test was about his belief in redemption, even when it seemed impossible. When Luke confronted his father, Darth Vader, and the Emperor, he faced a moment of intense personal conflict. He could have chosen to strike down his father and end the Emperor's reign of terror. But in doing so, he would have fallen to the same darkness that consumed Anakin. Luke's decision was not just about defeating the Sith, it was about resisting the temptation to give in to anger and hatred. Instead of choosing revenge, Luke chose hope. He chose to believe that his father could still be redeemed, and that the power of love and compassion was stronger than the desire for vengeance. Luke's decision to spare his father, even when the Emperor was pushing him to kill him, was a turning point not just in his journey, but in the fate of the galaxy. By refusing to kill Vader, Luke showed the power of hope and redemption. His choice was a rejection of the dark side's influence and a commitment to the Jedi ideals of peace and balance. Luke's ability to stay true to his belief in good, even in the face of overwhelming darkness, was what ultimately led to the redemption of Anakin and the fall of the Emperor. Luke's final decision proved that the greatest weapon against evil was not strength or power, but hope, compassion, and the belief that change was always possible. Leia Organa, the leader of the rebellion, faced her own critical decision as the war reached its peak. As the daughter of Darth Vader and a prominent figure in the rebellion, Leia had long struggled with the weight of her responsibilities. She had been raised to believe in the ideals of the Republic, but the rise of the Empire had forced her to make difficult choices for the greater good. The destruction of the Death Star, the capture of Han Solo, and the eventual rise of the rebellion's power had all been part of her journey as a leader. But Leia's final test came when she had to choose between her personal desires and the future of the galaxy. Leia's love for Han Solo had grown stronger over the course of the war, but she knew that the fight for the galaxy's freedom was far more important than their relationship. The rebellion needed her leadership, and she had to stay focused on the larger mission, even when it meant personal sacrifice. Her final decision was not just about her love for Han or her desire for peace. It was about understanding the weight of the responsibility she carried as a leader. Leia had to make difficult choices that would protect the future of the galaxy, even if it meant putting aside her personal emotions. Her ability to make these sacrifices proved that her strength lay not in her personal desires, but in her commitment to the cause. Leia's leadership was pivotal to the success of the rebellion, but her final decision to stay true to the cause, even when it came at great personal cost, showed the depth of her character. By putting the galaxy's future ahead of her own happiness, Leia solidified her place as one of the key figures in the fight for freedom. Her decision was a reflection of the sacrifices that all the leaders of the rebellion had made, showing that the fight for peace and justice often required the willingness to let go of one's own desires for the greater good. Han Solo's final decision came when he was forced to confront his own fears and sense of self-preservation. Throughout the war, Han had been a reluctant hero. Driven by his desire for freedom and his love for Leia, he had joined the rebellion for personal reasons. But as the war progressed, Han began to realize that the fight for freedom was about much more than his own survival. His relationship with Leia and his growing understanding of the rebellion's cause forced him to see that he could no longer stay on the sidelines. When the rebellion needed him most, Han chose to stay and fight, even though the risks were great. His decision to return to the front lines, to risk his life for something greater than himself, marked a significant change in his character. Han's final decision was about loyalty and commitment. He had always been a man who valued freedom above all else. But his experiences with Leia and the rebellion had shown him that some things were worth fighting for, even if it meant putting everything on the line. Han's decision was a turning point for him as a character. Went from a selfish, independent smuggler to a committed leader in the rebellion. His willingness to face danger for the cause demonstrated the depth of his transformation. Han's decision to stay and fight, despite his fears and doubts, marked his ultimate growth as a person. It was a testament to the power of love, loyalty, the willingness to sacrifice for a greater cause. The final decisions made by these characters in Anakin's redemption, Luke's hope, Leia's leadership, and Han's commitment, were not just about the outcome of the war. They were about the kind of future the galaxy would have. Each character faced a moment where they had to choose what kind of person they wanted to be and what kind of world they wanted to live in. These decisions, made at the peak of the conflict, shaped the future of the galaxy and determined the course of the rebellion's victory. Anakin's decision to turn against the Emperor and save Luke led to the fall of the Sith and the destruction of the Empire. Luke's decision to stay true to his beliefs, even in the face of overwhelming temptation, showed that hope could triumph over fear. Leia's decision to lead the rebellion with unwavering dedication inspired countless others to join the fight for freedom. Han's decision to stand by the rebellion, despite his personal fears, was a testament to his growth as a leader and a hero. Together, these final decisions were the key to the galaxy's salvation. In the end, the fate of the galaxy was shaped, not just by battles fought on the front lines, but by the choices made by these key characters. Their decisions were not just about victory, they were about hope, sacrifice, and redemption. The future of the galaxy depended on their ability to rise above their personal struggles and make choices that would define the course of history. These moments of ultimate decision-making were what turned the tide in the war and brought about the end of the Empire, ensuring a brighter future for those who fought for peace and justice. The war between the Republic, Separatists, and the rebellion came at a great cost. Not just in terms of physical battles, but emotionally and psychologically as well. The sacrifices made by key characters during the conflict were often difficult and painful, and not all of them were immediately visible. The toll the war took on the characters was immense, with personal losses, difficult decisions, and emotional scars that would last long after the war was over. These sacrifices were not only necessary for victory, but also defined the characters in profound ways, showing that the fight for peace and justice often came at the expense of personal happiness and well-being. Anakin Skywalker's journey throughout the war was marked by constant emotional struggles. His greatest fear was losing those he loved, and his attachment to Padme Amidala weighed heavily on him. He felt trapped by his love for her and his duty to the Jedi, and the war forced him to choose between these two conflicting desires. His decision to join the dark side of the Force was born from a deep fear of loss, first with the death of his mother, then with the terrifying visions of Padme's death and childbirth. Anakin's sacrifice was not just physical. It was the loss of his identity, his innocence, and his place in the world. By turning to the dark side, he lost the very things he had fought to protect. His connection to the Jedi was severed, and he became Darth Vader, a symbol of oppression rather than hope. In seeking to protect Padme, Anakin lost everything, including himself. His fall to the dark side was a sacrifice that cost him his relationships, his honor, and his soul. Despite the power he gained through the dark side, the loss of his former self was the greatest sacrifice of all. The psychological toll of his decisions haunted him for the rest of his life. As he grappled with guilt and regret, Obi-Wan Kenobi's journey was marked by his deep connection to Anakin Skywalker, whom he had trained from a young age. Obi-Wan believed in Anakin's potential to bring balance to the Force, but the war forced him to confront the painful reality that his former apprentice had fallen to the dark side. Obi-Wan's personal sacrifice was the emotional toll of losing someone he had come to view as a brother. His decision to fight Anakin, despite knowing the deep emotional cost, was the hardest choice he ever made. Obi-Wan's internal struggle was not just about the battle against the Sith. It was about the loss of his belief in Anakin's redemption. As the war progressed, Obi-Wan was forced to witness the gradual shift in Anakin, and his attempts to guide him failed. The loss of his apprentice was a psychological burden that weighed heavily on Obi-Wan's heart. Despite his commitment to the Jedi Code, he couldn't save Anakin, and that failure was one of the greatest emotional sacrifices of his life. Obi-Wan was also forced to sacrifice his own feelings of doubt and guilt in order to continue fighting for the greater good. His connection to Anakin was personal, but his role as a Jedi demanded that he push forward even when it seemed impossible. This inner conflict between his duty as a Jedi and his emotional attachment to Anakin made the war even more painful. For him, Obi-Wan's sacrifice was the loss of his ideals and the painful realization that sometimes even the greatest warriors cannot prevent the tragedy of fate. Leia Organa's role in the rebellion was defined by sacrifice. As a leader, she faced constant pressure to make difficult decisions that would impact the lives of countless people. Her sense of responsibility was always at the forefront of her mind, and the weight of the war's consequences took an emotional toll on her. Leia's sacrifice was not only physical but emotional. She had to make choices that would protect the galaxy, while also navigating her personal relationships. One of Leia's greatest sacrifices was her love for Han Solo. While their relationship grew stronger throughout the war, Leia knew that the rebellion's success depended on her ability to stay focused on the larger mission. The war forced her to choose between her personal happiness and her duty as a leader. Her love for Han was deep, but her responsibility too. The rebellion to the galaxy and to the cause of freedom came first. This constant emotional struggle wore on Leia, making her question whether she could balance her personal desires with her commitment to the greater good. Leia's sacrifices also extended to her family. As the daughter of Darth Vader, she had to confront the reality of her own lineage and the legacy of her father. The war was not just a battle against the Empire, it was a battle against her own bloodline.
Oh, yes.
Inner conflict about her father's identity and the emotional toll of being connected to such a dark figure was a constant burden. She had to sacrifice any hope of understanding or reconciling with her father in order to stay focused on defeating the Empire. The loss of a normal family connection, combined with her role as a leader, made Leia's journey even more difficult. For Han Solo, the war was not just a matter of fighting for a cause. It was about personal transformation. When he first joined the rebellion, Han was motivated by his own self-interest. He was a smuggler who cared little for politics or the larger conflict. But over time, his relationship with Leia and his growing understanding of the rebellion's mission forced him to reconsider his priorities. Han's ultimate sacrifice was his willingness to put the needs of others above his own. As the rebellion's struggles grew more intense, Han had to decide whether to continue his life as a free agent or to commit fully to the cause of the rebellion. His decision to stay and fight, despite his fears and doubts, marked his transformation. From a selfish loner into a dedicated leader. Han's sacrifice was not just about physical risk. It was the emotional and psychological shift from caring only about his own survival to caring about the lives of others. This change in his character was one of the most significant sacrifices he made. It showed that even the most self-centered individuals could find purpose in something greater than themselves. Han also faced personal sacrifices in his relationship with Leia. While they grew closer over the course of the war, the pressures of the conflict often put their love on hold. Han had to reconcile his own fear of attachment with his deepening feelings for Leia. His decision to stay by her side and fight for the rebellion, even when it meant putting their relationship at risk, was a significant emotional sacrifice. Han's internal struggle between love and duty was one of the most difficult parts of his character's journey. Luke Skywalker's journey was one of transformation and growth. As a young farm boy, he had dreamed of adventure, but he never imagined that his destiny would lead him to become the last hope of the Jedi and the key to defeating the Empire. His greatest sacrifice came when he was forced to confront his father, Darth Vader, and the Emperor. Luke had always believed in the possibility of redemption, but when faced with the reality of his father's fall to the dark side, Luke had to make an emotional decision that would define his future. Luke's sacrifice was not about physical danger, it was about emotional and moral decisions. When the Emperor tried to turn Luke to the dark side, Luke's inner conflict was overwhelming. He had to decide whether to give in to his anger and hatred or to stay true to the Jedi Code and resist the dark side. Luke's refusal to kill Vader, even when the Emperor pushed him to do so, was a powerful moment of sacrifice. He chose to believe in his father's redemption, even when it seemed impossible. This decision was the ultimate test of Luke's character. By choosing to stay true to the light side of the Force, Luke showed that his strength lay not in his power, but in his belief in hope, redemption, and love. Luke's sacrifice was also a personal one. The war had already cost him the loss of his mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and the knowledge that his father had become a Sith. But through his decisions, Luke showed that he was willing to sacrifice his own peace of mind and personal desires for the good of the galaxy. His ultimate sacrifice was his willingness to continue fighting for the light side of the Force. Even when the path ahead was uncertain and fraught with danger, the emotional and psychological toll of the war was not just felt by the key characters, it affected everyone involved in the conflict. The constant loss, the fear, and the uncertainty took a heavy toll on the minds and hearts of those who fought. Soldiers in the Clone Wars, rebels in the rebellion, and civilians who had been caught in the crossfire all experienced the deep pain of war. The sacrifices made were often invisible, but the toll it took on individuals was profound. The characters who faced the greatest challenges were the ones who had the most to lose. For Anakin, the loss of his identity and the fear of losing those he loved pushed him to make choices that would forever haunt him. For Obi-Wan, the loss of his apprentice and the painful realization that he could not save Anakin were wounds that never fully healed. For Leia, the emotional cost of leadership and the constant burden of responsibility weighed heavily on her. For Han, the emotional sacrifice of committing to something larger than himself was a transformation that required letting go of his past. For Luke, the burden of destiny and the pressure of being the last hope of the Jedi were sacrifices that forced him to grow in ways he never expected. The sacrifices and losses experienced by the key characters in the war were not just about physical pain, they were about the emotional and psychological toll that the conflict took on them. The journey was one of personal growth, inner struggle, and difficult decisions. Each character was forced to confront their own fears, desires, and beliefs in ways that would shape their futures. These sacrifices, though painful, were essential in the fight for peace and justice. The emotional weight of the war would stay with them long after the battle was won, and the lessons learned from their sacrifices continued to guide them as they rebuilt a galaxy that had been torn apart by conflict. As the war reached its peak, the galaxy stood on the brink of destruction. Conflict that had torn the galaxy apart was now nearing its final chapter. Stakes were higher than ever before, and the outcome of the final confrontation would determine not just the fate of the characters involved, but the future of the entire galaxy. This was the moment everything had been building toward, the ultimate showdown between the forces of good and evil, between the rebellion and the Empire, and between the Jedi and the Sith. Characters who had once been on different paths, driven by different motivations, were now about to face their destinies. The choices they made in this final battle would change the course of history forever. The ultimate showdown wasn't just a battle of armies or military strength, it was a battle for the very soul of the galaxy, and the Empire under the control of Emperor Palpatine had spread its tyranny across the stars, crushing any hope of freedom or peace. For years, the rebellion had fought back against the Empire, but now they were nearing the point where they could no longer afford to lose. The rebellion, united by leaders like Leia Organa, Han Solo, and Luke Skywalker, knew that this final confrontation would decide the fate of the galaxy. This battle was about more than just defeating the Empire. It was about reclaiming hope and freedom for the people who had suffered under the Empire's rule. The rebellion's forces had gathered for one last strike against the Empire. The Death Star, the Empire's ultimate weapon, is positioned to deal a crushing blow to the rebellion and any hope for resistance. The rebel fleet prepared for what would be their most desperate battle yet, knowing that this was their chance to either win or lose everything. The pressure was immense, but the rebellion's fighters were determined. They had already lost so much, and now they had one final chance to strike back at the heart of the Empire. At the heart of the climactic event stood Luke Skywalker, the last hope of the Jedi and the galaxy's greatest chance for victory. Luke had come a long way from the farm boy on Tatooine. His training in the Force had made him a skilled Jedi, but now, in the final moments of the conflict, he had faced his most difficult challenge. His journey had been one of self-discovery, learning to trust in the Force and understand the legacy of his father, Anakin Skywalker. Luke's final test was not just about fighting the Empire or the Sith, it was about confronting the darkness. Within his own family, his father, Darth Vader, had once been a Jedi Knight, but had turned to the dark side and become the Emperor's right hand. Luke had always believed that there was good left in his father, but now, standing face to face with Darth Vader, Luke had to confront the painful truth that his father had become the very thing he had once fought against. Luke's challenge was to resist the temptation of the dark side and to face his father with the hope of redemption. The Emperor, knowing Luke's potential power, sought to turn him to the dark side. He saw in Luke the same anger and fear that had once consumed Anakin, and he believed that Luke could be his new apprentice. But Luke, despite the pressure and the fear of losing his father, remained determined to resist. His belief in the light side of the Force, in the power of love and hope, was the key to his strength. Luke's decision in this final confrontation was not just about his own survival, it was about his belief in redemption and the power of good. He refused to let the dark side consume him, even when faced with the Emperor's manipulations. Luke's inner strength and his ability to stay true to his beliefs in the face of overwhelming darkness became the defining moment of the final battle. As the battle unfolded, it was not just Luke who faced a critical decision. Anakin Skywalker, now Darth Vader, was at a crossroads as well. For years, Anakin had served the Emperor, believing that power and control were the only ways to protect those he loved. His fall to the dark side had cost him everything: his family, his identity, and his connection to the Jedi. But now, as he stood on the edge of a final confrontation, Anakin was forced to confront the choices he had made. Anakin's ultimate test came when he saw Luke in danger. Despite his loyalty to the Emperor and his fear of losing his own power, Anakin saw the love his son had for him and knew that there was still a chance for redemption. For Anakin, the decision was clear. He could either remain loyal to the Emperor and continue down the path of destruction, or he could sacrifice everything to save his son and destroy the Sith once and for all. In this moment, Anakin chose redemption. He turned against the Emperor, saving Luke and ensuring the downfall of the Empire. This decision to redeem himself, to make the ultimate sacrifice for his son and for the galaxy, was the turning point. In the conflict, Anakin's choice marked the end of the Sith's reign and the beginning of a new era for the galaxy. His redemption was not just about saving Luke, it was about saving himself, showing that even the darkest soul could be redeemed. With Anakin's intervention, the Emperor's grip on the galaxy began to weaken. Palpatine had long believed that his power was unmatched, that he could manipulate the Force and control the galaxy with his will. But when Anakin turned against him, Palpatine's hold on the galaxy was broken. The Emperor's arrogance and reliance on the dark side were his undoing. In the end, his obsession with power and his belief in his invincibility led to his downfall. As Palpatine's power waned, the rebellion seized their moment. The destruction of the Death Star, the Emperor's death, and the collapse of the Empire's leadership marked the final victory for the forces of good. The Empire, which had once ruled with an iron fist, was now in ruins. The rebellion, with its leaders and fighters, had succeeded in their mission. The balance of power had shifted, and the galaxy was on the path to freedom. While the ultimate confrontation resulted in the fall of the Empire and the redemption of Anakin, the victory came at a great cost. Many lives had been lost, both on the battlefield and in the hearts of those who had fought for freedom. The emotional toll of the war was evident, as the rebellion's leaders had to confront the sacrifices they had made. For Leia, the loss of loved ones, the weight of leadership, and the constant struggle for peace had left their mark. For Han, the fight for a cause greater than himself had changed his view on the galaxy and his place in it. Luke, too, had sacrificed much. He had lost his mentor Obi-Wan Kenobi and had come face to face with the painful truth about his father. But his decision to stay true to the light side of the Force, despite the darkness surrounding him, was the ultimate testament to his character. The final battle had been a test of hope, love, and redemption. It had been a fight not just for the galaxy's future, but for the values that defined the Jedi and the rebellion. With the Emperor's death and the fall of the Empire, the galaxy entered a new era. The rebellion's victory marked the end of years of tyranny and the beginning of a period of rebuilding and healing. The galaxy had been torn apart by the war, but now there was hope for peace. The characters who had fought so hard for this moment now faced the challenge of rebuilding what had been destroyed. For Luke, Leia, and Han, the future was uncertain, but it was a future they could shape together. The final confrontation, though it had cost them so much, was ultimately the beginning of a new chapter for the galaxy. The lessons learned from the War of the Power of Hope, importance of redemption, and the need for unity would guide the galaxy as it moved toward a brighter future. The ultimate showdown had not only determined the fate of the galaxy, but it had also shown the power of individual choices and the strength of character in the face of overwhelming odds. The galaxy, though scarred, now had the chance to rebuild. Thanks to the sacrifices of those who had fought for it. The final battle had been fierce and life-changing. But now, the dust began to settle. The galaxy, once controlled by the Empire, had been liberated. Yet while the rebellion celebrated their victory, the characters who had fought so hard for freedom were left to face the aftermath. The war had taken a tremendous toll on everyone. And though peace was now within reach, the consequences of the final battle would be felt for years to come. The galaxy was forever changed, and the characters who had played a part in this great struggle had to live with the results of their choices. It was a time of both relief and reflection as the characters confronted the costs of their actions and began to rebuild their lives. The fall of the Empire brought an end to the reign of fear and oppression that had controlled the galaxy for so long. The Emperor was dead, and his empire lay in ruins. For many, the end of the war was a cause for celebration, as people who had suffered under the Empire's rule finally felt a sense of freedom. The rebellion had succeeded, and the long struggle was over. However, the road to recovery would not be easy. The galaxy had been torn apart by years of war, and the effects of the conflict would linger long after the final battle. The power vacuum left by the Empire's fall created uncertainty. New factions would rise, and the delicate peace that had been achieved could easily unravel if the galaxy's new leaders were not careful. The struggle for control of the galaxy was far from over. While some systems hoped to restore the old republic, others sought to create new forms of government. The challenge now was to rebuild what had been lost, restore trust among the galaxy's people, and create a lasting peace. The war might have ended, but the work to heal the galaxy had just begun. For Leia Organa, the victory in the war was bittersweet. She had been at the forefront of the rebellion, leading troops, making difficult decisions, and carrying the emotional burden of her family's legacy. As the daughter of Darth Vader, the truth about her father had weighed heavily on her throughout the conflict. Her role in the rebellion had always been defined by a deep sense of duty and responsibility. But the cost of that responsibility had been high. With the fall of the Empire, Leia faced the challenge of leading the galaxy toward a new beginning. As the war ended, she found herself not just as a symbol of resistance, but as one of the key figures in rebuilding the galaxy's future. This new role came with its own set of struggles. The political landscape was fragile, and Leia's decisions would help shape the future of the galaxy. Despite her victory, Leia had lost much of her family, many of her friends, and the peace she had once hoped for. She would need to navigate the tricky waters of leadership, all while dealing with the personal sacrifices she had made during the war. Leia's role as a leader would continue to test her, but she remained determined to ensure that the rebellion's victory was not in vain. She would work to build a galaxy that was free from tyranny, but the emotional scars of the war would always be with her. The loss of those she loved, the burden of responsibility, and the weight of her legacy were challenges she would face as she moved forward. She was determined to create a better future for the galaxy, but she knew it would come at a cost. For Han Solo, the end of the war brought about significant personal change. He had started out as a smuggler, driven by his own interests and unwilling to commit to anything. But as the war continued, Han had found himself drawn into the fight, not just because of his love for Leia, but because he had come to care about the cause. The final battle, where the rebellion succeeded in defeating the Empire, marked the end of Han's personal journey from a self-interested rogue to a hero. While the galaxy celebrated the victory, Han was left to reckon with the changes he had undergone. His decision to stay and fight, despite his fear of attachment and his reluctance to get involved, had changed him. I'd learned that the fight for peace was bigger than just him, and his personal sacrifices had helped secure the future for countless others. Yet Han had also lost much. His relationship with Leia had been tested by the war, and the emotional scars of their separation still lingered. Though their bond had grown stronger over time, Han knew that the road ahead would require even more commitment. In the aftermath of the war, Han had to find his place in a galaxy that no longer required him to be a soldier. The Rebel Alliance, now victorious, would need him, but his role in the new era of peace would be different. He had to reconcile his past with his new reality. The war had taken its toll on him, but it had also given him a sense of purpose that he had never felt before. Han's journey was one of personal growth, and though he had found redemption, the future still held many unknowns for him. Luke Skywalker, who had been the galaxy's greatest hope, now faced the heavy burden of that hope's fulfillment. His journey had been long and difficult, from a farm boy on Tatooine to the last hope of the Jedi. The final battle had been a test of everything Luke believed in, his victory over the Sith, including the redemption of his father Anakin. Skywalker marked the end of the Empire's rule and the return of balance to the Force. However, the aftermath of the war was not without its own challenges for Luke. The destruction of the Sith meant the end of the Jedi's long fight against the dark side, but Luke also realized that the galaxy would need new protectors of peace and justice. He now carried the responsibility of rebuilding the Jedi Order. The loss of his mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and his father weighed heavily on him. Though he had redeemed his father, Luke had lost the opportunity to ever truly know Anakin as the father he could have been. This loss, combined with the ongoing struggles of rebuilding the Jedi Order, was a psychological burden Luke would have to carry. Luke also had to come to terms with the reality of his role in the galaxy. The victory in the war was important, but Luke understood that peace was fragile. There was much work to be done, not only in rebuilding the Jedi Order, but also in fostering trust and unity among the galaxy's people. He had given up much in the pursuit of peace, and his personal sacrifices were not yet over. Luke's journey was one of continuing to grow into the man he was meant to be, not just a hero of the galaxy, but a teacher and guide for the future. While the characters had won the war, the emotional toll of the conflict was felt across the galaxy. The war had cost countless lives, destroyed entire worlds, and left people traumatized by the destruction they had witnessed. The victory over the Empire came with a deep understanding of what had been lost in the process. Families had been torn apart, and individuals had been forced to make impossible choices. The people of the galaxy, who had lived under the Empire's oppression, now had the difficult task of rebuilding their lives. The war had created divisions, and trust between former enemies would take time to heal. While some systems celebrated the rebellion's victory, others still felt the sting of the war's impact. The scars of the conflict would take years to heal, and the emotional toll of the war would continue to shape the galaxy's future. The galaxy's journey to peace was not instantaneous. The victory over the Empire was a significant milestone, but the aftermath was filled with challenges. The cost of the war, both physical and emotional, would linger in the memories of those who had fought for freedom. For those who had lost loved ones or sacrificed so much, the road to recovery would be long and difficult. The aftermath of the final battle marked the beginning of a new era for the galaxy. The Empire had fallen, and the rebellion had succeeded, but the road ahead was not without challenges. The characters who had been at the heart of the conflict, Leia, Han, Luke, and others, now faced the emotional and psychological consequences of the choices they had made. They had won, but at a great cost. The galaxy was free, but the scars of the war would remain for years to come as the galaxy began to rebuild. The lessons of the war, the importance of hope, the cost of sacrifice, and the power of redemption shaped the future. The characters who had fought so hard for peace were now tasked with creating that peace, knowing that it would take time and effort. The victory was not just in defeating the Empire, but in learning from the sacrifices that had been made and using those lessons to build a better future. The war had been long and hard, but it had shown the galaxy that, even in the darkest times, there was always hope for a brighter tomorrow. The resolution of the conflict marked a significant turning point in the lives of the Espochas involved. After years of war, suffering, and loss, the galaxy was finally free from the Empire's rule. However, the end of the war didn't immediately bring peace to the characters. While they had achieved victory, they also had to face the emotional and psychological consequences of everything they had endured. This period of reflection allowed each character to look back on their journey, consider their personal growth, and come to terms with the changes in their lives. The resolution of the conflict was not just about winning, it was also about understanding what had been sacrificed and how they had been transformed by the war. For Leia Organa, the resolution of the conflict brought a sense of relief, but also a deep emotional burden. As one of the leaders of the rebellion, Leia had carried the weight of responsibility for so long. The war had shaped her into a strong and determined leader, but it had also cost her dearly. She had lost loved ones, sacrificed her own happiness, and faced countless challenges to bring about the defeat of the Empire. The war had made her question her place in the galaxy, but it had also solidified her commitment to the cause of freedom. Now that the war was over, Leia found herself reflecting on the sacrifices she had made. While the victory was a cause for celebration, the emotional toll of the war left her feeling both relieved and exhausted. She had given everything for the rebellion, and now she had to come to terms with what the future held. The galaxy needed rebuilding, and she would play a key role in that process. But Leia also had to learn to heal from the emotional wounds the war had inflicted on her. She realized that while her role as a leader was important, she could not forget her own needs for rest and healing. Leia's personal growth was marked by her ability to step into her leadership role while also recognizing the need for self-care. The emotional toll of the war would stay with her, but her ability to find balance between leadership and personal well-being was a testament to her growth as both a person and a leader. Han Solo's response to the resolution of the conflict was a mix of relief, uncertainty, and personal transformation. Throughout the war, Han had been motivated by self-interest, often seeing himself as an outsider who preferred to remain uninvolved in the larger conflict. However, as the war progressed, his relationship with Leia and the rebellion's cause began to change him. He learned to embrace the idea of fighting for something bigger than himself, and by the end of the war, he had become a hero in the eyes of the galaxy. After the defeat of the Empire, Han found himself at a crossroads. The war had forced him to confront his past, his fears of attachment, and his role in the galaxy. The resolution of the conflict left him in a position where he no longer had to fight for survival or simply for his own interests. Han had become part of something greater, but now he had to figure out what that meant for his future. He had been through so much, and now in the aftermath, he was forced to reflect on the person he had become. Han's personal growth was seen in how he began to embrace his new role. He was no longer the selfish smuggler who only cared about money and freedom. He had grown into a man willing to fight for the future of the galaxy and for those he cared about. As he looked forward, he knew that the rebuilding of the galaxy would be difficult, but he was ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. His relationship with Leia also grew stronger as they both navigated the new reality of their lives after the war. Han's journey was one of transformation, and in the resolution of the conflict he found a new sense of purpose. Luke Skywalker. As the last Jedi and the son of Anakin Skywalker had borne the weight of the galaxy's fate on his shoulders, throughout the war, Luke had grown from a simple farm boy into a powerful Jedi who helped lead the rebellion to victory. His belief in the possibility of redemption, even for his father, had been at the heart of the conflict. The final confrontation with Darth Vader and the Emperor had been a test of his character, his faith in the Force, and his belief in hope. After the war's resolution, Luke found himself reflecting on everything he had endured. He had faced the loss of his mentor Obi-Wan, discovery of his father's dark legacy, and the pressure of being the last hope for the Jedi. But Luke had also grown through these challenges. His decision to resist the dark side and redeem his father was not just a victory for the galaxy, it was a personal triumph. Luke had shown that even in the darkest times, hope and redemption were still possible. Luke's response to the outcome of the conflict was one of quiet reflection. The war had taken a toll on him, and now, with the Empire defeated, he was left to consider what his future would hold. He knew that the galaxy would need the Jedi to maintain peace, but the Jedi Order had been destroyed, and he was the only one left. Luke's personal growth came from his realization that he could not carry the burden alone. The legacy of the Jedi was important, but he would need to rebuild the Order in a way that would ensure its survival and relevance in the galaxy. Luke's journey was not over, it was only just beginning. The resolution of the conflict marked the start of a new chapter in his life, one where he would continue to learn and grow as a Jedi. Anakin Skywalker's response to the outcome of the conflict was deeply tied to his redemption. For years, Anakin had been consumed by fear, anger, and the desire for power. His fall to the dark side had led to the destruction of everything he had once cared about: his family, his identity, and his connection to the Jedi Order. But in the final moments of the war, Anakin had made the ultimate sacrifice. Choosing to redeem himself by saving his son Luke and destroying the Emperor. After his death, Anakin's spirit found peace. In the afterlife, he was reunited with the ghosts of his former mentors, Obi-Wan and Yoda. Anakin's response to the resolution of the conflict was one of quiet regret and redemption. He had spent so much of his life making decisions that led him down the wrong path, but in the end, he had chosen the right way. His decision to sacrifice himself for the greater good marked the end of his journey from a hero to a villain and back again. While Anakin's redemption was a victory for him, it was also a moment of profound regret. He had lost so much during his time as Darth Vader, and the emotional scars of his actions could never be fully healed. His response to the war's resolution was bittersweet, as he had redeemed himself, but at great personal cost. Character arc was complete, and his final decision to save his son and destroy the Emperor was a testament to the power of redemption and the possibility of change, even for the darkest souls. The resolution of the conflict didn't just bring peace to the characters, it also marked the beginning of the rebuilding of the galaxy. The Empire was gone, but the war had left lasting scars on the galaxy's people. The systems that had been torn apart by the Empire's control now needed to rebuild, and new governments had to be formed. The emotional toll of the war was still felt, and many of the galaxy's citizens had to come to terms with the losses they had suffered. Leia, Han, and Luke were key figures in the process of rebuilding. Their experiences had shaped them into leaders, and their decisions in the aftermath of the war would determine the future of the galaxy. Leia, with her deep understanding of the importance of leadership, worked tirelessly to ensure that the new government would be fair and just. Han, having gone through his own personal transformation, now sought to help rebuild what had been lost. While Luke knew that the Jedi would need to be restored if the galaxy was to remain at peace, while the victory had been won, the work of rebuilding was just beginning. The galaxy was forever changed, and the characters who had fought for its freedom now faced the difficult task of ensuring that their victory would lead to lasting peace. They had lost so much, but they had also gained a new understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Their reflections on the outcome of the conflict, their personal growth, and their understanding of the sacrifices they had made provided closure to their arcs. But the journey of rebuilding was far from over. The resolution of the conflict brought a sense of peace and closure to the galaxy. But for the characters, it was just the beginning of a new journey. Each of them had been changed by the war, and their responses to the outcome reflected the growth they had undergone. Leia, Han, Luke, and Anakin all faced their own personal challenges in the aftermath, but their growth was a testament to their strength and resilience. The galaxy may have been free, but the emotional and psychological toll of the war would continue to shape the characters as they worked to rebuild their world. In the end, the resolution of the conflict was not just about victory, it was about reflection, healing, the promise of a better future. After the final battle and the fall of the Empire, the galaxy was left in a state of both hope and uncertainty. While the end of the Empire was a significant victory for the rebellion and the galaxy as a whole, the aftermath left a power vacuum that would take time to fill. The political and social landscape of the galaxy was forever changed. New alliances had to be formed, old systems had to be rebuilt, and the people of the galaxy had to adjust to a new way of life. The balance of power shifted in ways no one could have predicted, and the journey toward stability and peace was just beginning. The first major change following the fall of the Empire was the end of decades of tyranny. Under the Emperor's rule, the galaxy had been under constant oppression, with planets and systems controlled by fear, military might, and manipulation. The Empire's collapse brought an end to the brutal control it had over the galaxy's inhabitants. People who had suffered under Imperial rule now found themselves free, able to make their own choices, and live without fear of being crushed by the Empire's overwhelming power. However, the fall of the Empire also created a significant power: vacuum. The Emperor had held absolute power over the galaxy, and his absence left many systems and leaders unsure of what to do next. The galaxy was left fractured, with various factions seeking to fill the void left by the Empire. The war had destroyed many of the existing political structures, leaving a need for new leadership. The rebellion, which had been focused on fighting the Empire, now had to shift its efforts to rebuilding the galaxy and forming a new government. In the wake of the Empire's fall, the galaxy looked toward the creation of a new government that could represent all systems, restore order, and ensure that the mistakes of the past were not repeated. The New Republic was born from the ashes of the rebellion, with leaders like Leia Organa, Mon Mothma, and other former members of the rebellion stepping forward to lead. Their goal was to create a government that would be fair, democratic, and free from the tyranny that had defined the Empire. The formation of the New Republic was a monumental step in the process of rebuilding the galaxy. The Republic was meant to be a government of the people, by the people, where every system and species had a voice. This was a huge shift from the Empire's authoritarian rule. However, the creation of the New Republic also came with its own challenges. The political system had to be restructured, and leaders had to work to rebuild trust between the various systems and planets that had been divided during the war. While the goal of the New Republic was to bring peace and democracy to the galaxy, the process of creating this new government was slow and complicated. Many systems had been scarred by years of war, and some were hesitant to embrace a new form of leadership, especially one that was still finding its footing, even with the fall of the Empire and the establishment of the New Republic. Political instability continued to plague the galaxy. Many systems were still reeling from the war's destruction. Rebuilding of planetary infrastructure, economies, and security forces was a difficult task, and it often took years for regions to recover fully. Some planets that had been heavily affected by the war struggled to rebuild their societies. The shift to a new form of government was not always welcomed by everyone. In addition, former Imperial loyalists and factions that had been part of the Empire's military and political system still held power in some regions. These groups, though defeated, did not simply disappear. Some former Imperial officers and soldiers sought to maintain their influence, and their resistance to the New Republic was a constant challenge. There were also systems that had supported the Empire out of fear or for personal gain. They were often reluctant to give up the power they had gained under Imperial rule. The New Republic also had to address the social consequences of the Empire's rule. Many people had suffered greatly under the Empire's oppression, and the scars of this trauma ran deep. Entire populations had been enslaved, persecuted, or controlled by fear, and rebuilding trust in one another was a long and difficult process. The war had divided people. Many individuals were left to grapple with the emotional and psychological toll that the conflict had caused. These social and psychological scars were not easily healed, and the New Republic's leaders had to find ways to address the needs of their people, while also ensuring the survival of the new government. With the fall of the Empire, new alliances began to form between the various systems and factions that had once been enemies. The rebellion's victory was a unifying force for many, but not all systems were ready to embrace peace. Some former separatist systems, who had once fought against the Republic, now found themselves joining the new government, while others were hesitant to trust the leadership of former rebel leaders. The shifting alliances created a complex political landscape where old grudges and conflicts were not easily forgotten. At the same time, there were new power struggles emerging. The loss of the Emperor's central control did not automatically mean that all systems would come together in harmony. New factions began to form, some wanting to maintain a more militarized structure, while others pushed for a more decentralized government. These political divisions were sometimes marked by debates over the role of the military, the allocation of resources, and the balance of power between the central government and local leaders. The balance of power in the galaxy was constantly shifting as different factions and leaders tried to assert themselves. While the New Republic represented hope for many, it also faced resistance from those who still believed in more authoritarian forms of government. The shifting allegiances and power struggles created a period of political uncertainty as the galaxy tried to find its new path forward, while the political landscape shifted. The social impact of the war was just as significant. The galaxy's citizens had endured years of hardship, fear, and loss. For many, the end of the war was a moment of relief, but it did not immediately erase the emotional scars. The war had taken lives, torn families apart, and left entire civilizations in ruins. The social recovery process was slow and difficult. In many parts of the galaxy, people were left to rebuild their homes and communities, often without the resources or support they needed. The loss of loved ones, the destruction of cities, and the long years of conflict had left deep emotional wounds. Some individuals struggled to come to terms with what they had been through. It would take years for the social fabric of the galaxy to heal. The New Republic's leaders were faced with the difficult task of rebuilding not only the physical aspects of the galaxy, but also the trust and hope of its citizens. In the aftermath of the war, the galaxy's social structures were also changing. The rebellion had been made up of a diverse group of people from different backgrounds, species, and cultures. The victory over the Empire had brought these groups together, but the process of ensuring equality and inclusion for all was just beginning. The New Republic had to work to ensure that all groups, whether they had been part of the rebellion or had fought against it, had a voice in the new government. Social justice, fairness, and unity were key goals for the New Republic, but achieving them would take time. The resolution of the conflict also marked the beginning of the rebuilding of the Jedi Order. Luke Skywalker, the last Jedi, now had the responsibility of restoring the Order. His task was not only to train new Jedi, but also to help the galaxy understand the importance of balance in the Force. The Jedi Order had been shattered by the rise of the Sith. The role of the Jedi in the galaxy had to be redefined. The Jedi were once protectors of peace, but after the rise of the Empire, their reputation had been tarnished. Luke would need to find a way to restore the Order's place in the galaxy and ensure that the mistakes of the past were not repeated. The New Republic would play a key role in the future of the Jedi. Their relationship with the government would be one of cooperation and respect. The Force, once seen as a source of conflict and division, would now be a symbol of hope and unity. The Jedi would no longer be seen as military leaders, but as guardians of peace, helping to maintain balance and harmony in the galaxy. This new vision of the Jedi Order was essential to the rebuilding of the galaxy, as it provided a moral compass for the new government and the people who had suffered under the Empire's rule. The political and social repercussions of the war were profound and lasting. The fall of the Empire marked the beginning of a new era for the galaxy, but it was not without its challenges. The New Republic had to rebuild a broken galaxy, facing both political instability and social unrest. The shifting balance of power, the rebuilding of political systems, the emotional healing of the galaxies, people were all crucial aspects of the aftermath. The characters who had fought in the war now faced the difficult task of ensuring that the victories won on the word battlefield would lead to lasting peace. The process of rebuilding was slow and difficult, but the hope for a better future was real. The lessons learned from the war about unity, sacrifice, and hope would shape the galaxy for generations to come. The galaxy may have been scarred by years of conflict, but with the fall of the Empire, it now had a chance to heal and grow. The future was uncertain, but with the leadership of characters like Leia, Han, Luke, and the new leaders of the New Republic, the galaxy had the opportunity to start anew. The journey ahead would be long, but the victory had shown that even after the darkest times, the light of hope could still shine through as the conflict came to an end. The characters who had been at the heart of the galaxy's struggle were left to reflect on their journeys. The war had shaped them in ways they could never have predicted, and now, with the galaxy on the path to recovery, each character had to come to terms with what they had experienced and how they had changed. For some, the resolution of their personal journeys came through redemption, while for others, it came through the recognition of their growth and the choices they had made. Each character's arc reached its conclusion, offering closure to their stories and allowing them to find peace in their own ways. Luke Skywalker's journey had been one of discovery, growth, and ultimately redemption. From a farm boy on Tatooine to the last hope of the Jedi, Luke had faced incredible challenges. His final battle had been a test of everything he believed in: his faith in the Force, his belief in redemption, and his commitment to fighting for the greater good. Luke's decision to spare his father, Darth Vader, and to resist the temptation of the dark side was a pivotal moment in his arc. It had solidified his place as a true Jedi, one who believed that even the darkest souls could be redeemed. After the war, Luke's journey was far from over. As the last surviving Jedi, he now carried the responsibility of rebuilding the Jedi Order. The knowledge that his father had been redeemed gave him hope, but it also reminded him of the immense burden he now carried. Luke knew that restoring the Jedi was a difficult task, one that would require patience and understanding. His personal journey had led him to understand that the Jedi were not just warriors, they were peacekeepers, teachers, and guides. With this new understanding, Luke began the work of training the next generation of Jedi, ensuring that the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. While Luke had lost much his mentor Obi-Wan, his father, and the idealistic view he had once held about the Jedi, he had also gained wisdom and strength. His personal journey was one of embracing hope, learning from his mistakes, and believing in the possibility of change. Luke's final arc was one of redemption and growth, not just for himself, but for the galaxy as a whole. Leia Organa had always been more than a princess. She had been a leader, a fighter, and a symbol of hope for the galaxy. Her journey had been marked by sacrifice, duty, and a deep sense of responsibility. As a leader of the rebellion, she had made difficult decisions and had often placed the needs of the galaxy above her own. The war had cost her greatly, but it had also shaped her into one of the most important figures in the galaxy's future. After the war, Leia faced the challenge of leading a galaxy in recovery. The fall of the Empire had brought peace, but it also left a fractured galaxy in need of rebuilding. As the New Republic took shape, Leia found herself stepping into a critical leadership role. Her personal journey had always been about balancing her own desires with the needs of the galaxy, and now with the war over, she was determined to lead with fairness and justice. However, she also had to come to terms with the emotional cost of the war. Her personal losses, Han's absence, the emotional weight of her father's legacy, and the scars left by the rebellion had left their mark on her. Leia's arc was one of strength, resilience, and the ongoing struggle to find balance. She had given everything to the fight for freedom, but now she had to find peace with herself and her past. Her role as a leader was critical to the New Republic's future, but she also knew that she needed time to heal and reflect on the journey she had taken. Leia's character arc concluded with a sense of purpose, as she realized that while the war had shaped her, it was her ability to lead with compassion and strength that would help rebuild the galaxy. Han Solo's arc was one of transformation. He started out as a smuggler who cared only about himself and his own survival. However, as the war progressed, Han's relationship with Leia and his involvement in the rebellion helped him realize that there was more to life than self-interest. By the end of the war, Han had become a hero, fighting for the galaxy's future, and showing a level of loyalty and sacrifice he had never before considered. After the war, Han found himself at a crossroads. The fight for the galaxy was over, but Han's personal journey was far from complete. He had spent much of his life running from responsibility, but now he was faced with the reality of what came after the war. His relationship with Leia had deepened, and they had both been through so much together. Han had to reconcile his past with his future, as the man who had fought for freedom now had to decide what his role in the galaxy would be. Han's final arc was one of acceptance and growth. He was no longer the smuggler who lived for himself. He had become someone willing to fight for a cause, for others, and for a better future. His journey had been one of personal change, and while the war had left its scars, Han found a new sense of purpose. His future was no longer about running from responsibility. It was about embracing it and being the partner Leia needed as they both worked to rebuild the galaxy. Anakin Skywalker's journey had been one of loss, pain, and ultimately, redemption. He had once been a promising Jedi, full of hope and potential. But his fear of loss, his anger, and his desire for control had led him down the dark path of the Sith. As Darth Vader, he became an instrument of fear and oppression, but deep inside, the man Anakin had been still existed. The war's resolution and his final sacrifice for his son marked the conclusion of Anakin's tragic arc. Anakin's redemption was one of the most powerful moments in the entire saga. He had spent much of his life trying to escape pain and fear, but in the end he found peace through self-sacrifice. His decision to destroy the Emperor and save Luke was not just an act of love for his son, it was a moment of personal redemption, where Anakin finally chose to do what was right, not just for the galaxy, but for himself. Anakin's arc concluded with a sense of closure as he was able to redeem himself and find peace. In the afterlife, he was reunited with his former mentors, Obi-Wan and Yoda, showing that even after everything he had done, redemption was still possible. Anakin's journey from hero to villain and back again was one of the most complex arcs in the story. And his final decision to turn against the dark side was the ultimate expression of his growth and transformation. Luke's role as the last Jedi was pivotal in the aftermath of the war. While the Empire was defeated, the Jedi Order had been all but destroyed. Luke's task was not just to honor the legacy of the Jedi, but to rebuild it. His journey had taken him from a simple farm boy to the savior of the galaxy, and now he had to use his knowledge of the Force to teach others. Luke's personal growth had come from his ability to trust in the Force and to believe in the goodness of others, especially his father. Now, as the new hope for the Jedi, Luke faced the challenge of finding new Jedi to train and ensuring that the Order's teachings were passed on in a way that would keep the galaxy in balance. Luke understood the mistakes of the past, especially how the Jedi had become too involved in the politics of the Republic. He would take the lessons learned from the war and apply them to the rebuilding of the Jedi Order, ensuring that it would be a force for peace and balance, rather than one of military intervention. Luke's arc concluded with the understanding that his journey was not just about fighting the Empire or defeating the Sith, it was about teaching others the power of hope, balance, and the Force. He was no longer the young man who had been thrust into an uncertain galaxy. He had grown into the wise teacher the galaxy needed, ready to ensure that the Jedi would continue to serve as protectors of peace. The resolution of the conflict brought closure to many character arcs, but it also marked the beginning of a new journey for the galaxy. For Luke, Leia, Han, and Anakin, their personal growth and reflections on the outcome of the war allowed them to find peace and purpose. They had all faced great challenges, made difficult decisions, and sacrificed much. But in the end, their journeys were defined by their ability to learn, grow, and find hope in the darkest of times. Their personal arcs came to a close, but the future of the galaxy was now in their hands as they worked together to rebuild what had been lost. The war was over, but the lessons learned and the strength they had gained would guide them as they shaped a better future for all. The events of the conflict in the galaxy raised several important themes that are deeply rooted in the human experience. These themes, such as power, loyalty, sacrifice, and the morality of war, shaped the actions and decisions of the characters. The war was not just a battle between good and evil, it was also a struggle over these core values and the way in which each character navigated these themes played a significant role in the outcome of the conflict. The choices they made were not only about survival or victory, but also about confronting larger, more philosophical questions that affected their personal journeys and the future of the galaxy. One of the most prominent Themes in the story is the corruption that comes with power. Throughout the galaxy's history, those who sought power often became consumed by it. This theme is most clearly seen through the rise of Emperor Palpatine, whose lust for control over the galaxy led him to manipulate others, betray his allies, and eliminate any who stood in his way. Palpatine's gradual ascent to absolute power, beginning as a senator and ultimately becoming the Emperor, is a clear example of how the desire for power can corrupt even the noblest of intentions. Anakin Skywalker's story is another example of how power can change a person. Anakin started as a hopeful and brave Jedi Knight, but his fear of loss and his desire for control over his own fate ultimately led him down the dark path of the Sith. His fear of losing Padme and his obsession with having the power to change the future made him vulnerable to Palpatine's manipulations. By embracing the dark side of the Force, Anakin lost his sense of self and became Darth Vader, a symbol of the very corruption he had once fought against. The story shows that power, when unchecked, can lead to the destruction of everything that was once good. The theme of power and its corrupting influence serves as a reminder that the pursuit of control can come at the expense of morality and personal integrity. Loyalty is another central theme in the galaxy's conflict. The relationships between characters, their loyalty to their causes, and their allegiances are constantly tested throughout the war. Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker were loyal to the Jedi Order, but their loyalty was challenged in different ways. Obi-Wan's loyalty to the Jedi Code and to his friend Anakin was tested when he had to confront Anakin, now Darth Vader, in battle. For Obi-Wan, his loyalty was to peace and justice. But the war forced him to make difficult decisions that conflicted with his personal attachments. Anakin's loyalty, on the other hand, was fractured. His loyalty to the Jedi Order became strained as he struggled with his emotions and attachments, especially his love for Padme. Ultimately, his loyalty shifted to Palpatine, who offered him the power he craved. Anakin's betrayal of the Jedi, it was a painful moment, as it marked his complete departure from his former self. The theme of loyalty and betrayal is crucial to the story, showing how loyalty to a cause, a friend, or a belief system can be tested in the face of extreme circumstances. The theme of loyalty is also explored through the relationships within the rebellion. Leia Organa, Han Solo, the other leaders of the rebellion were committed to fighting for freedom and justice, even when it meant sacrificing their personal desires and safety. Their loyalty to the cause and to each other was what ultimately led to their success. In contrast, the betrayal by Anakin and other Imperial forces shows how loyalty can be easily broken when self-interest and fear take precedence over trust and shared values. Sacrifice is perhaps one of the most emotionally charged themes in the story. The characters repeatedly face moments where they must choose between their own personal desires and the needs of the galaxy. This theme is particularly poignant because the sacrifices made by the characters are not always physical. They are often emotional, moral, and psychological. Anakin's sacrifice in the end is an example of a deep internal conflict. He had sacrificed his principles, his identity, and his relationships to gain power. But at the climax of the conflict, he made the ultimate sacrifice. He chose to give up his life and power to save his son, Luke, and destroy the Emperor. This final act of self-sacrifice was his redemption, showing that even after everything he had lost, there was still a chance for him to do something meaningful for the greater good. Anakin's choice to redeem himself by saving Luke represents the theme of sacrifice and redemption, showing that even the deepest wrongs can be righted through selfless acts. Leia Organa also exemplified sacrifice throughout the story. As a leader of the rebellion, she gave up much of her personal happiness for the cause. Her relationship with Han Solo was tested by the demands of leadership, and she had to put the galaxy's needs above her own desires. Leia's commitment to the rebellion, even at the cost of her personal relationships, highlighted the theme of sacrifice for a greater good. In the end, her willingness to continue leading despite her personal losses demonstrated her growth as a leader and as a person. Luke Skywalker's sacrifice was different, but equally important. His decision to remain true to the light side of the Force, despite the temptation to fight his father and the Emperor, was an emotional and moral sacrifice. Luke could have killed Vader and ended the Emperor's rule, but instead, he chose to believe in the possibility of redemption for his father. This act of faith, even when it seemed impossible, was his ultimate sacrifice. He put his belief in hope and redemption above his own desire for victory, showing that sometimes the greatest sacrifice is the one made for the chance of a better future. The theme of the morality of war runs throughout the conflict in the galaxy. War is often portrayed as a necessary evil, a means of achieving peace or justice. However, the war in the galaxy raises important questions about the morality of using violence to achieve these goals. The rebellion fought against an oppressive regime, but their fight was not without its own moral compromises. The war forced characters like Leia, Han, and Luke to make difficult decisions that sometimes went against their own personal beliefs. The Jedi, who were traditionally seen as peacekeepers, found themselves embroiled in the war, leading armies and fighting in battles. This shift from guardians of peace to warriors was a difficult one, and it highlighted the moral ambiguity of the conflict. The Jedi Order, which had once been dedicated to neutrality and balance, had to face the reality that war sometimes requires difficult choices. Anakin's fall to the dark side was an example of how the Jedi, despite their noble intentions, were caught in the moral complexities of war. His descent into the Sith was partly driven by his belief that he needed to protect the galaxy and those he loved. But in doing so, he lost sight of the Jedi Code and embraced the very darkness he had once fought against. The morality of war is also explored through the sacrifices made by the characters. Each character had to decide what they were willing to give up for the greater good. The war was not just about defeating the enemy. It was about holding on to one's principles, even when the cost was high. For Leia, Han, Luke, and Anakin, the decisions they made in the war were not just strategic. They were moral choices that reflected their values and beliefs. The ultimate victory was not just about defeating the Empire. It was about finding a way to fight for what was right, even when the path was unclear. Throughout the story, the theme of hope and redemption is woven into the fabric of the narrative. In a galaxy filled with conflict, loss, and fear, the characters' journeys ultimately focus on the possibility of change and the belief that even in the darkest times, there is always hope. This theme is most clearly seen in the redemption of Anakin Skywalker. Despite his fall to the dark side and his many wrongdoings, Anakin's story is one of ultimate redemption. His final act of saving Luke and destroying the Emperor is a testament to the power of hope and the belief that it's never too late to change. Luke Skywalker's journey is also a story of hope. From the beginning, Luke believed that his father could be redeemed, and he was willing to risk everything to make that happen. His belief in the power of good, even when faced with overwhelming darkness, was a driving force in the story. Luke's hope for a better future and his faith in the possibility of change were what ultimately led to the defeat of the Empire. Leia, too, embodies the theme of hope. Her commitment to the rebellion was driven by the belief that the galaxy could be free from tyranny. Even in the darkest moments, Leia never lost hope. She became a symbol of resistance and resilience, showing that hope could survive. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, the events of the conflict in the galaxy raised important themes about power, loyalty, sacrifice, the morality of war, and the possibility of redemption. These themes shaped the characters' journeys, and the choices they made reflected the complexities of these values. The war was not just a battle between good and evil, it was a struggle for what was right, for what could be achieved through selflessness and hope. The resolution of the conflict did not just bring victory, it brought a deeper understanding of the importance of these themes in shaping the future of the galaxy. Through sacrifice, redemption, and the struggle to hold on to hope, the characters showed that even in the most difficult times, there is always the possibility for change and a better future. The end of the war and the fall of the Empire were not just significant events in the lives of the characters involved. they were moments that would shape the future of the entire galaxy. With the defeat of the Empire and the rise of the New Republic, the galaxy had a chance to rebuild. But this rebuilding process would take time, effort, and careful planning. The next generation of leaders, soldiers, and citizens would inherit a galaxy that had been deeply affected by years of conflict. Their decisions and actions would be crucial in ensuring that the mistakes of the past were not repeated, and that the lessons learned from the war would guide the future. The leaders of the New Republic, like Leia Organa, Han Solo, and the other members of the rebellion, would play a vital role in shaping the future of the galaxy. Their experiences during the war had taught them the importance of unity, resilience, and sacrifice. However, they also understood that the peace they had won was fragile. The decisions they made would have long-lasting consequences. The next generation of leaders would need to learn from the mistakes of the past, particularly the rise of the Empire and the corruption of power. The importance of democracy, fairness, and justice would be central to their leadership. As they worked to create a government that truly represented the people of the galaxy, for the children of the galaxy, the war had already left its mark. They had grown up in a time of conflict and fear, but with the fall of the Empire, they now had a chance to experience a world built on the values of peace and freedom. The next generation of leaders would be shaped by the stories of the rebellion's victory, as well as the sacrifices that had been made. They would need to carry the torch of the rebellion's ideals and build a future where the mistakes of the past were not repeated. Their leadership would be tested, but the hope was that the lessons learned from the war would guide them in creating a galaxy where tyranny had no place. The legacy of the Jedi Order would also be an important part of the galaxy's future. Luke Skywalker, as the last Jedi, had begun the work of rebuilding the Order. However, the Jedi's role in the galaxy had to be redefined after the fall of the Sith and the end of the war. The next generation of Jedi would need to learn from the mistakes of the past, particularly the way the Jedi had been drawn into the politics of the Republic, leading to their downfall. Luke understood that the Jedi's role was not just to wield the Force, but to serve as guardians of peace and balance in the galaxy. The new Jedi Order would have to focus on teaching balance, humility, and restraint. The Jedi would no longer be seen as soldiers or warriors, but as protectors of peace. The next generation of Jedi would need to understand that their powers were a gift, and they must use them wisely, avoiding the temptation of power and control that had led to the fall of Anakin Skywalker. Luke's teachings would shape the future of the Jedi, and the galaxy would look to them for guidance as they helped restore balance in a time of rebuilding. For the soldiers who had fought in the war, the resolution of the conflict brought a mixture of relief and uncertainty. Many soldiers had joined the rebellion out of a sense of duty, but the emotional and psychological toll of the war would stay with them long after the fighting was over. The veterans of the war had experienced loss, trauma, and sacrifice, and the next generation of soldiers would have to deal with the impact of these experiences. The legacy of the war would be felt not just by the leaders and Jedi, but by the everyday citizens and soldiers who had fought for freedom. The new government, the new republic, would need to care for these veterans, offering them the support they needed to rebuild their lives after the war. The next generation of soldiers would be taught the value of peace and diplomacy, but they would also need to be prepared for the possibility of conflict. The galaxy was still fragile, and the lessons learned from the war would guide the training and development of future soldiers. The emotional scars of the war would be a reminder that the true cost of conflict was not always visible, and the next generation of soldiers would need to carry the weight of those lessons with them. The citizens of the galaxy, too, would play an important role in shaping the future. The end of the Empire marked the beginning of a new era, but for many, the scars of the war would take time to heal. Entire systems had been destroyed, families torn apart, and livelihoods lost. The next generation of citizens would have to learn to rebuild, to come together after years of division, and to work toward creating a peaceful and just society. Their role in the galaxy's recovery would be crucial, as they helped create a world where everyone had a voice and could live without fear of oppression. The rebellion's victory had shown the people that their collective efforts could bring about change, but now it was time for them to turn that hope into action. The next generation of citizens would have the responsibility of ensuring that the freedom won in the war was maintained. They would need to stay vigilant against the return of tyranny, and they would need to actively participate in the rebuilding process, whether it was by helping restore destroyed cities, working to rebuild economies, or advocating for equality and justice. The war had not only affected the political landscape, but also the cultural and social structures of the galaxy. The Empire had sought to impose uniformity and control, suppressing the diverse cultures and traditions of the galaxy's many species. With the Empire's fall, the galaxy had the chance to embrace its diversity once again. The next generation would grow up in a galaxy where different species and cultures could coexist peacefully, and where cooperation, rather than domination, would define their relationships. The process of cultural healing would take time. Many planets had suffered under Imperial rule, and their people would need to rebuild not only their homes, but also their sense of identity. The New Republic, while striving for unity, would have to respect the unique cultures of each system and ensure that no one was left behind. The future generations would need to embrace the lessons of the past and work together to create a galaxy that valued diversity, cooperation, and mutual respect. Ultimately, the resolution of the conflict brought with it a sense of hope for the future. The next generation of leaders, soldiers, and citizens had the opportunity to shape a new galaxy, one that was free from tyranny and filled with the potential for peace and prosperity. The events of the war, while tragic, had shown that even in the darkest times, there was always hope. The heroes of the rebellion had proven that it was possible to fight for a better future. And now it was up to the next generation to continue that fight. The choices made during the war had set the stage for a new era, but it would take the efforts of many to ensure that this new era would be one of lasting peace. The legacy of the rebellion, the Jedi, and the sacrifices made by so many would guide the galaxy in its recovery. The next generation would need to be taught the importance of unity, justice, and compassion. They would need to learn from the mistakes of the past and work together to build a galaxy where freedom, peace, and equality were not just ideals, but a reality for all. As the galaxy healed, hope was that the next generation would remember the lessons of the past and build a future that honored the sacrifices made by those who had fought for it. The resolution of the conflict may have marked the end of one chapter, but for the next generation, it was the beginning of a new story, one where the lessons of the past would guide them toward a brighter, more peaceful future. The actions of the key characters in the galaxy shaped the course of its history. Their decisions, sacrifices, and victories were not just important in the moment, they would have lasting effects on the galaxy for years to come. Each character left behind a unique legacy that would influence future generations, guiding them in the fight for peace, justice, and freedom. The choices made by these characters set the foundation for a new era, one where the mistakes of the past could be learned from and a better future could be built. Their legacies were not just about the battles they fought, but about the values they upheld and the hope they inspired. Luke Skywalker's legacy was one of hope, redemption, and balance. As the last Jedi, Luke had not only defeated the Sith, but had also restored the idea that redemption was possible, even for the darkest of souls. His decision to redeem his father, Anakin Skywalker, and to spare Darth Vader's life was a defining moment in the galaxy's history. Luke's belief in the possibility of change, even when faced with overwhelming darkness, gave the galaxy a reason to hope, even after so much destruction. Luke's legacy would be felt most in the rebuilding of the Jedi Order. He was the one who would bring balance back to the Force, teaching new generations of Jedi that their role was not to wield power for control, but to protect peace and justice. Luke's teachings emphasized compassion, hope, and the importance of resisting the dark side's temptation. His belief in the good that still existed within people, even in the face of great evil, would guide the future of the Jedi and the galaxy. Luke's legacy was about more than his victories. It was about his ability to inspire others to believe in a better future, to fight for it, and to always hold on to hope. Leia Organa's legacy was one of leadership, resilience, and sacrifice. Throughout the war, Leia had been a symbol of hope for the rebellion. She was a leader who put the needs of the galaxy above her own personal desires, making difficult decisions and sacrifices for the greater good. Her loyalty to the cause of freedom and justice was unwavering, even when it meant losing loved ones and risking her own safety. Leia had become more than just a leader. She had become an icon of resistance and strength. In the face of oppression, Leia's legacy would be felt in the new republic she helped create. Her commitment to democratic values and justice would shape the new government and ensure that the mistakes of the past would not be repeated. As one of the key leaders in the fight against the Empire, Leia helped establish the foundation for a future where the galaxy could be free from tyranny. She also served as a role model for future generations of leaders, showing them the importance of sacrifice, empathy, and the willingness to fight for what is right. Leia's legacy was one of determination, compassion, the courage to lead in the most challenging of times. Han Solo's legacy was one of personal transformation and redemption. He started out as a self-interested smuggler who cared only about himself, but over the course of the war he grew into a hero. His relationship with Leia and his increasing commitment to the rebellion changed him. And by the end of the war, he had become someone willing to sacrifice his own safety for the good of the galaxy. Han's legacy was about the power of change, how a person could grow from being driven by self-interest to fighting for a cause larger than themselves. Han's legacy would inspire future generations to embrace the possibility of personal growth and redemption. He showed that no matter where someone started, they could always choose a different path and become a force for good. His transformation from a reluctant hero to a committed leader was a reminder that everyone has the potential to change, and that doing so often requires courage and the willingness to make sacrifices. Han's legacy was about the importance of loyalty, love, and the willingness to fight for what was right, even if it meant stepping out of one's comfort zone. Anakin Skywalker's legacy was the most complex of all. Once a hero, Anakin fell to the dark side and became Darth Vader, one of the most feared figures in the galaxy. His actions, especially his betrayal of the Jedi and his role in the rise of the Empire, had devastating consequences. However, Anakin's ultimate redemption, through his final act of sacrifice to save his son and destroy the Emperor, left behind a legacy of hope and the possibility of redemption for even the darkest of souls. Anakin's legacy was a reminder that no one was beyond redemption. His story showed that even when someone makes terrible mistakes, they can still change if they choose to. His fall to the dark side and his eventual return to the light taught the galaxy that redemption was not just a theoretical idea, was a real possibility, even for those who had done great wrong. Anakin's legacy would influence future generations of Jedi and citizens alike, encouraging them to always hold on to hope, no matter how far someone may fall. His story also emphasized the importance of self-sacrifice and the power of love in overcoming darkness. The Jedi, in order, had always been a guiding force in the galaxy. But their involvement in the Clone Wars and the rise of the Empire had shown their weaknesses and failures. After the fall of the Sith and the destruction of the Empire, the future of the Jedi became a key issue. Luke Skywalker, as the last Jedi, would play an important role in rebuilding the Jedi Order. His understanding of the mistakes of the past, especially the Jedi's involvement in the political struggles of the Republic, would guide his teachings. Luke's legacy as the restorer of the Jedi Order would influence future generations of Jedi. They would be taught the importance of balance, humility, and the ability to resist the temptation of power. The Jedi would no longer be seen as warriors or soldiers, but as guardians of peace. Their role in the galaxy would be to preserve harmony and to offer guidance without becoming entangled in political conflicts. Luke's teachings would lay the foundation for a new generation of Jedi who would serve the galaxy in a way that honored the true spirit of the Force. His legacy would be one of wisdom, restraint, and the knowledge that the Jedi Order's greatest strength lay not in their power, but in their commitment to peace and justice. The legacies of these key characters would shape the future of the galaxy in profound ways. The fall of the Empire had brought freedom to the galaxy, but it was now up to the next generation of leaders, Jedi and citizens, to ensure that this freedom was maintained. The lessons learned from the war, the sacrifices made, and the personal growth of each character would guide the galaxy as it rebuilt itself. The legacy of the rebellion would inspire future generations to value freedom, equality, and the need to protect the weak from oppression. The story of the Jedi's fall and redemption would remind the galaxy of the dangers of power and the importance of balance in all things. The victories won by the rebellion, as well as the personal sacrifices made by the characters, would serve as a foundation for a new galaxy, one where hope, redemption, and justice could thrive. As the galaxy healed, the legacies of the key characters would continue to influence the choices and actions of those who followed in their footsteps. The fight for peace, the value of loyalty and sacrifice, and the importance of personal growth would remain central to the galaxy's future. The characters who had fought for freedom had shown that even in the darkest times, there was always a chance for change. Their legacies would ensure that the galaxy would never forget the cost of freedom, would always strive to build a better future for all. As the dust settles and the galaxy begins to heal, the lessons learned from the war, the characters, and the choices they made carry deeper meaning. The events that unfolded, battles fought, sacrifices made, and lives changed reveal much about the nature of humanity, power, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. These themes go beyond the world of the story and offer insight into our own lives and experiences. The conflict, though fictional, reflects real-world struggles that people face every day, forcing us to question our beliefs, our motives, and the consequences of our actions. At the heart of the story lies the idea of redemption. It is a central theme that ties together the journeys of the key characters. Anakin Skywalker's fall to the dark side and his eventual return to the light exemplify the possibility of change, no matter how far someone has fallen. His journey shows that no one is beyond redemption. In the real world, this reflects the potential for growth and transformation in all of us, no matter the mistakes we've made or the challenges we've faced. It suggests that redemption is not just about grand gestures, but about the choices we make in our everyday lives. It is a reminder that even the worst wrongdoers can change, and that forgiveness and self-awareness are crucial to healing. Luke Skywalker's role as the one who believes in his father's redemption speaks to the power of hope. His refusal to kill Vader and his trust in the possibility of change, even when it seemed impossible, serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of holding on to hope, no matter how dark the times. It teaches us that belief in the goodness of others, whether it's a loved one, a friend, or even ourselves, can lead to remarkable transformations. Hope is not just a passive feeling. It's an active force that drives us to seek out the good, even when it seems lost. Another profound theme is the nature of power. Throughout the story, power is both a tool for good and a dangerous force that can corrupt. Emperor Palpatine's rise to power through manipulation, fear, and deception shows how power can be used to control and destroy. On the other hand, Luke's mastery of the Force and his resistance to the dark side teach us that true power comes not from domination, but from self-discipline, empathy, and the desire to protect and serve others. Power, in its most positive form, is the ability to create change for the betterment of others, not to control or oppress. The corruption of power is a theme that echoes throughout history, especially in our own world. Many individuals and institutions throughout time have risen to power with noble intentions, only to be consumed by it. The rise and fall of Anakin Skywalker serve as a cautionary tale of how fear, anger, and selfish desires can lead one down a path of destruction. But Anakin's eventual redemption shows that it is never too late to break free from the chains of power and return to one's true self. His story teaches us that while power can be tempting, it is not the ultimate answer. What truly matters is how we use our abilities to create positive change, help others, and fight for justice. The theme of loyalty also plays a significant role in the story. The characters' loyalty to one another, their causes, and their beliefs are what drive them forward, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. This loyalty is tested time and again, especially in moments of doubt, fear, and loss. Characters like Leia, Han, and Luke show that loyalty is not just about being faithful to others. It's about being faithful to one's own principles and values. True loyalty is rooted in love, trust, and a commitment to the greater good, not in blind obedience or self-interest. The decisions they make in the face of war and personal loss speak to the idea that loyalty to a cause can be a powerful motivator. But it must be guided by a sense of morality and compassion. In this context, sacrifice is another key philosophical idea explored in the story. Sacrifice is not just about giving up something of material value, it is about giving up one's own desires, comfort, or even life for the sake of others. Anakin's sacrifice at the end, in saving Luke and destroying the Emperor, is the ultimate act of redemption. It shows that true sacrifice is about letting go of one's own desires in order to serve a greater purpose. For Luke, Leia, and Han, sacrifice meant choosing the needs of the galaxy over their own safety or happiness. Their willingness to give up everything for the cause of freedom and justice demonstrates that the highest form of sacrifice is often the hardest to make. The story reveals that sometimes the greatest act of love and loyalty is found in giving up what we hold dear for the benefit of others. Finally, the story addresses the moral complexities of war. War is never black and white. It is filled with difficult choices, moments of moral ambiguity, and the need for difficult compromises. The characters constantly struggle with their roles in the war, and many must make decisions that go against their own values, Leia's leadership, Luke's moral choices, and even Han's journey to embrace responsibility. Show that war forces individuals to question their own beliefs and test their limits. While the ultimate goal may be peace, the means to achieve it are often messy, painful, and morally complicated. The story asks us to consider the true cost of war not just in terms of lives lost, but in the emotional and psychological toll it takes on those involved. It forces us to think about the importance of diplomacy, negotiation, and peaceful resolution, and to understand that war should never be the first choice. The events in the galaxy also speak to the idea of balance. The struggle between the light and dark sides of the Force is not just a cosmic battle, it reflects the balance that every individual must seek within themselves. The Force is a symbol of how we must strive for balance in our own lives between power and humility, love and duty, hope and despair. The story shows that while darkness may temporarily overpower the light will always return, stronger and more resilient than before. This balance is essential to personal growth, peace, and the future of the galaxy. In the end, the story teaches us that choices are what define us. Whether it's choosing loyalty over betrayal, sacrificing our own comfort for the greater good, or choosing hope over despair, it is our choices that determine the course of our lives. The galaxy's future was shaped by the choices of its characters, and the choices they made reflected their growth, their beliefs, and their desire for a better world. The final philosophical insight is that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there is always the possibility for change, redemption, and hope. The greatest power lies not in what we control, but in the choices we make to do what is right, to seek peace, and to stand up for the values we hold dear. The legacy of the conflict is a reminder that, while the universe may be vast and complex, the simple truths of loyalty, sacrifice, hope, and redemption can always guide us. Through these values, the galaxy, like the world we live in, has the chance to rebuild, to grow, and to create a better future for generations to come. After years of fighting, sacrifice, and loss, the galaxy has finally reached a moment of peace. The Empire, once a symbol of fear and oppression, has crumbled. The rebellion, after countless struggles, has triumphed. But with victory comes a new chapter, a new beginning. As the dust settles, the characters who played such vital roles in the fight for freedom are left to reflect on the journey they've taken and the future they now face. The galaxy is free, but it is still healing. The battles may be over, but The true work rebuilding, restoring, and learning from the past has just begun. The fall of the Empire marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. With the destruction of the Death Star and the death of Emperor Palpatine, the tight grip of oppression that had held the galaxy in fear for so long was finally broken. The rebellion, led by the brave leaders like Leia Organa and Han Solo, had succeeded in defeating the Empire. Yet, the aftermath of such a victory was not as simple as celebrating the fall of a dictator. The galaxy was broken, divided, and wounded. And the task of rebuilding was daunting. The New Republic was born out of the ashes of the rebellion. It was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild the galaxy on the foundations of freedom, justice, and equality. The leaders of the New Republic knew that their victory was fragile. They had defeated the Empire, but they now had to rebuild trust, forge alliances, create a government that truly represented all systems and species in the galaxy. The challenges ahead were many, but there was also hope. The people who had suffered under the Empire's rule were now free to choose their own future. And the leaders of the New Republic worked tirelessly to ensure that peace, not war, would define the galaxy moving forward. Luke Skywalker, the last of the Jedi, stood at the center of the galaxy's future. His journey had come full circle, from a young farm boy who dreamed of adventure to the last hope for the Jedi and the galaxy's savior. His final act, choosing hope over hatred, redemption over vengeance, had been the key to ending the war. But Luke knew that his work was far from over. With the Empire gone and peace beginning to settle over the galaxy, his focus now turned to rebuilding the Jedi Order. The destruction of the Sith and the fall of Darth Vader had brought balance to the Force. But the Jedi needed to be restored. Luke would not just teach new Jedi to fight and use the Force. He would teach them the true meaning of being a Jedi, a protector of peace, a guardian of justice, and a defender of hope. Luke's legacy would be in the Jedi he trained, the lessons he passed on, and the order he rebuilt. The galaxy needed Jedi who understood the dangers of power and who could serve without becoming entangled in politics or personal gain. Luke's final moments of reflection on the Jedi's role in the galaxy were crucial. He would make sure that the mistakes of the past were not repeated, that the Jedi would never again be used for war or manipulation. For Leia Organa, the end of the war was a moment of both relief and reflection. As one of the key leaders of the rebellion, she had given everything for the cause of freedom. She had lost family, friends, and much of her own happiness, but her commitment to the galaxy's future had never wavered. Now, as the New Republic began to take shape, Leia was faced with a new challenge. She had helped destroy the Empire, but now she had to help build the government that would replace it. The responsibility of leading a galaxy in recovery was a heavy one, and Leia knew that peace was fragile. Her leadership, shaped by years of war and loss, would be tested in the days to come. Leia's final moment was not one of quiet rest, but of renewed purpose. As the galaxy began to heal, she took her place among the leaders of the New Republic, ensuring that the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality would guide the rebuilding process. Her role in the future would not just be about policy or power, it would be about teaching future generations the value of sacrifice, unity, and the cost of peace. Leia's journey had begun with rebellion against tyranny, and it would continue as she worked to make the galaxy a place where no one would ever again have to fight for freedom. For Han Solo, the end of the war brought both closure and the chance for a new beginning. His journey had started as a smuggler with little care for anything other than himself. But by the end of the war, Han had transformed into a hero. His love for Leia, his commitment to the rebellion, his decision to fight for something greater than himself had changed him forever. Now that the war was over, Han found himself at a crossroads. The rebellion had succeeded, but he could no longer be the same man he once was. His relationship with Leia had deepened, and he knew that his role in the galaxy was changing. Han's final moment was not about fame or glory. It was about finding peace in himself and in his relationships. The galaxy was free, but Han had to find a new role in it. He no longer needed to fight for survival or run from responsibility. His love for Leia and his new understanding of the importance of loyalty, leadership, and sacrifice would guide him in this new chapter. Han's legacy was one of transformation. He had gone from being a reluctant hero to a man willing to risk everything for the greater good. And now he would work alongside Leia and Luke to ensure that the lessons of the war were passed on to future generations. Anakin Skywalker's legacy was one of tragedy, redemption, and hope. His fall to the dark side had led to untold suffering, but in his final moments, Anakin redeemed himself by sacrificing everything to save his son Luke and destroy the Emperor. His redemption was not just about saving Luke, it was about saving himself. For years, Anakin had struggled with fear, anger, and guilt, but in the end he found peace through self-sacrifice. His final act of redemption not only freed the galaxy from the Empire's rule, but also showed the galaxy that no one was beyond saving. Anakin's legacy was a powerful reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always the possibility for change. His story would inspire future generations to believe in the power of redemption and the importance of never giving up on the people we love. Anakin's ultimate sacrifice showed that the power of love and selflessness could overcome even the deepest darkness, and that no matter how far one falls, it is always possible to rise again. With the fall of the Empire and the dawn of the New Republic, the galaxy stood at the beginning of a new era. The characters who had fought for freedom, justice, and peace would leave behind legacies that would guide future generations. Their victories were not just about defeating the Empire, they were about the values they fought for and the lessons they learned along the way. The final moment of the story was not just about the end of the war, it was about the beginning of something new. The galaxy had been through so much, but now it had a chance to rebuild. The sacrifices made by the key characters would shape the future of the galaxy, ensuring that peace, justice, and hope would guide the generations to come. The legacy of the rebellion, the Jedi, and the sacrifices made by those who fought for freedom would never be forgotten. It was the dawn of a new era, one where the galaxy could finally heal, grow, and live in the peace that so many had fought for. The events that unfolded in the galaxy had profound consequences that would shape the future for generations to come. The fall of the Empire and the rise of the New Republic marked the end of an era, but also the beginning of a new chapter filled with both opportunities and challenges. The victory over the Sith, the defeat of the Emperor, and the redemption of Anakin Skywalker were key moments in galactic history, but the aftermath raised questions about what comes next. While the galaxy had freed itself from the shadow of tyranny, the road ahead was still uncertain. The future would depend on how the galaxy's new leaders, citizens, and systems responded to the lessons learned from the war and the political struggles that followed. There were plenty of possibilities for new stories to emerge, new challenges to face, and new heroes to rise. The most immediate consequence of the Empire's fall was the birth of the New Republic, a new government dedicated to ensuring the galaxy's freedom and rebuilding what had been destroyed. However, peace was fragile. The Empire's collapse did not automatically mean that all systems would agree on how to govern. The galaxy had been deeply divided for years, and the scars left by the war would take time to heal. The New Republic's success depended on its ability to unite different factions, planets, and species under a common cause. The next generation of leaders would have to navigate complex political issues, balance different interests, and protect the delicate peace that had been won. There would always be the risk that old rivalries and divisions would resurface. The galaxy could once again fall into conflict if the new government failed to address the needs and concerns of its citizens. While the defeat of the Empire marked a major victory, it also created a power vacuum in the galaxy. Without the Empire to hold power, there were many factions, some of them with questionable motives, who would try to take advantage of the situation. New threats could arise from these factions, eager to fill the void left by the Empire, whether through political maneuvering, criminal organizations, or military force. These groups might seek to control systems and disrupt the peace that the rebellion had fought for. The rise of new threats was a natural consequence of the instability left by the Empire's fall. Some systems that had supported the Empire, even if reluctantly, might have deep resentment or fear of the new government. There could be groups that oppose the democratic ideals of the new republic and instead desired a return to authoritarian rule. The future of the galaxy would be shaped not just by the strength of the new republic, but also by its ability to adapt and prevent. From emerging Luke Skywalker's responsibility in rebuilding the Jedi Order was another important future implication. With the defeat of the Sith, the galaxy was without a strong force of peacekeepers and protectors who could help maintain balance in the Force. Luke's efforts to restore the Jedi Order were essential, but the challenges he faced were immense. The Jedi had been nearly wiped out by the Empire, and the memories of their involvement in the Republic's politics and the Clone Wars remained. The next generation of Jedi would have to rebuild the Order with new principles, emphasizing balance, humility, and their role as guardians of peace rather than warriors. However, there was also the question of how the Jedi would fit into the new galaxy. Would they be seen as a necessary force for peace, or would their return bring fear, remembering the mistakes of the past? The Jedi's role would need to be carefully reconsidered, as their involvement in past conflicts had left some systems wary. Luke's ability to teach the next generation of Jedi would determine how the Order evolved in the future, and whether they would remain a symbol of hope or become a tool for future political struggles. As the galaxy shifted into a new era, the potential for new heroes and villains emerged. With the old Empire defeated, there were countless stories yet to be told. New leaders could rise from unexpected places, and the future might bring new battles to fight both on the front lines and within the hearts of individuals. Young people who had grown up during the war would now have the chance to shape the galaxy in their own way, taking inspiration from the heroes of the rebellion, but also learning from the mistakes of the past. At the same time, new villains could emerge from the shadows. As seen with the rise of the Empire, power can corrupt, and those who are left without guidance can fall prey to their own desires for control. The galaxy's balance might be disrupted once again by those who wish to seize power for themselves, leading to new conflicts that would require the next generation of heroes to rise and fight. The cycle of conflict, peace, and rebuilding might continue, showing that while the fall of the Empire brought hope, it also left room for new challenges to face. The Force would remain a central part of the galaxy's future, especially with the rebuilding of the Jedi Order. Luke Skywalker, as the last of the Jedi, would be remembered as the one who brought balance and redemption to the galaxy. However, the new Jedi must grapple with the delicate nature of the Force and the responsibilities it comes with. The balance between the light and dark sides of the Force would always be at risk. The question of how the Jedi would manage the Force's power is prevent it from being used for evil and ensure that their own beliefs didn't lead them down the same path that had corrupted Anakin Skywalker would shape the next era. The Jedi would need to learn from the past and not repeat the mistakes made by the older order, which had been involved in the political conflicts of the Republic. The Force could be a tool for good, but it could also be dangerous if misused. The future Jedi would have to be trained to respect the balance of the Force and remain true to the principles of peace, humility, and selflessness. The legacy of the Jedi would live on through their teachings, but how they adapted to the changing galaxy would be crucial. The future of the galaxy would rest heavily on the shoulders of the new generation. The young people who had grown up during the war now had the opportunity to shape the future, drawing inspiration from the past while creating their own path. They would face challenges that the previous generation could not have predicted, and their decisions would determine whether the peace won by the rebellion would last. The lessons learned from the war, the sacrifices made, and the values upheld would guide the next generation. But it would be up to them to ensure that the galaxy did not fall back into chaos. The new leaders, soldiers, and citizens would need to embrace the ideals of freedom, justice, and equality, even when faced with new threats. They would need to build a galaxy that learned from the mistakes of the past, where power was not abused, and where loyalty and sacrifice were not just ideals but guiding principles. The next generation had the responsibility of not only continuing the fight for peace, but also fostering unity and cooperation in a galaxy that had been deeply divided. The events of the past had shaped the galaxy in ways that no one could have predicted. The fall of the Empire and the rise of the New Republic marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. The future was full of both challenges and possibilities. The consequences of the war and the rebuilding that followed would affect the galaxy for years to come. New heroes and villains would rise, the Jedi Order would be redefined, and the balance of power would continue to shift. But one thing was certain: the galaxy's future would be shaped by the lessons learned from the past. The potential for both greatness and disaster was always present, and it would be up to the next generation to guide the galaxy into a new era of peace, hope, and understanding. Looking back on the journey, it's clear that the story of the galaxy's conflict was not just about battles fought or villains defeated. It was a journey of growth, change, and the constant struggle between hope and darkness. From the rise of the Empire to the eventual fall of the Sith, the events that unfolded shaped the lives of every character involved. But beyond the epic battles and heroic deeds, it was the lessons learned along the way that were truly significant. One of the most important lessons was the power of hope. Throughout the conflict, hope was the driving force behind the rebellion. Even in the darkest times, when the Empire seemed unbeatable, the belief that things could be better, that peace and freedom were possible, kept the characters going. Luke Skywalker's journey, in particular, was a testament to this. His unwavering belief in the possibility of redemption, especially for his father, was what ultimately led to the downfall of the Empire. Hope, even when it seemed impossible, proved to be a powerful force that could change the galaxy. Another key lesson was the importance of sacrifice. From Leia Organa to Han Solo and even to Darth Vader, characters had to give up something meaningful. For the greater good, whether it was Leia's leadership, Han's transformation from a selfish smuggler to a hero, or Anakin's ultimate redemption through self-sacrifice. Sacrifice was central to the victory achieved. These sacrifices were not just physical, they were emotional and psychological, showing that true victory often comes at a personal cost. The story taught us that the willingness to put others' needs ahead of our own is what makes a true hero. The theme of redemption was also woven throughout the journey. Anakin Skywalker's story from a young hero to a villain and ultimately back to a redeemed father is one of the most powerful arcs in the galaxy's history. His redemption showed that no one is beyond saving and that it's never too late to make the right choice. Luke's belief in the possibility of redemption, not just for his father but for others, was a beacon of light in the darkest moments. It was a reminder that change is always possible, and we all have the power to choose a better path, no matter how far we've fallen. Power was another central theme. The story explored how power, when used responsibly, can protect and bring peace. But it also showed how power can corrupt and lead to destruction. The rise of the Empire under Palpatine was a clear example of how power, when unchecked, can cause great harm. The fall of Anakin to the dark side was another lesson in the dangers of power, and how fear and desire for control can blind us to the things that truly matter. Luke Skywalker's journey was also about learning how to wield power with humility and responsibility. His refusal to strike down his father and his ability to resist the dark side were moments that emphasized that true strength comes from within. It's from making the right choices even when it's difficult. The journey also highlighted the importance of loyalty and community. The characters were often tested in their loyalty to one another and to the greater cause. Leia's dedication to the rebellion, Han's loyalty to his friends and to the galaxy, and Luke's belief in his father's redemption were all examples of how loyalty can guide people through the hardest of times. The story showed that even when the world seems broken, we can always find strength in those we trust. The unity of the rebellion, despite its differences, was a key factor in its victory over the Empire. It taught us that communities built on trust and loyalty are powerful, and together we can achieve great things in the end. The journey was about more than just the fight between good and evil. It was about the inner battles that each character faced. It was about making difficult choices, facing fears, letting go of anger, and embracing love and forgiveness. It was about growth and the realization that the path to true strength lies in our ability to choose wisely and selflessly. The galaxy had been through years of darkness, but the victory over the Empire showed that, even after the greatest struggles, there is always hope for a better tomorrow. As we reflect on the journey, we see that each character's story was not just about defeating an enemy. It was about their personal growth and the choices they made along the way. Their experiences taught them the value of hope, the power of redemption, the importance of sacrifice, and the need for humility in wielding power. The lessons they learned were not just for themselves, they were for the entire galaxy. And in the end, the journey wasn't just about surviving a war, it was about building a future where peace, justice, and hope could thrive. As the dust settles and the echoes of the conflict fade, the galaxy stands on the edge of a new beginning. The battle is over, but the work of rebuilding, healing, and moving forward has just begun. The heroes who fought for freedom, justice, and peace have left their mark on history, not just through their victories, but through the choices they made along the way. They taught us that even in the darkest times, hope can light the way. They showed us that the greatest power lies not in control or fear, but in sacrifice, loyalty, and the courage to believe in something greater than ourselves. In the end, the galaxy's future rests not on the past, but on the lessons learned and the decisions of those who come after. The heroes of this story have laid the foundation for a better tomorrow, but it is up to the next generation to build upon it. The question now is not whether peace can last, but whether the galaxy will remember the cost of freedom and the power of redemption. The choices made in times of war, sacrifice, and struggle echo long after the battles have ended. Mirren has that. Stars shine down on a new day. The true test for the galaxy will be to honor the legacy of those who fought for it and ensure that the light of hope never fades. The journey may be over for some, but the story, the lessons, and the spirit of the galaxy will live on. And as we look to the future, we must ask ourselves, will we rise to the challenges ahead? Will we choose hope, compassion, and unity, just as those before us did? The future is unwritten, and it is in our hands to shape it. The galaxy's destiny is still being written, and what we do next will decide its fate for generations to come. Asterisk.